subject in the Bible, Satanology, just the study of Satan in the Bible, his origins, where he's from. It's just a study that I decided to take up for myself. And I also had some friends of mine that helped me, that wanted me to help them start a music podcast where they can interview some of their favorite artists, mostly underground artists, hip hop artists. So I've interviewed a couple of artists myself. So, but the music thing isn't really my specialty per se. But yeah, I've helped some friends start up a music podcast. But one time I had brought up while Doug was on break that a person who I want to get with Douglas is an artist named Busy Bone. And if you don't know Busy Bone from the group Bone Thugs and Harmony, a person who I want he was one of the first people on America's Most Wanted as a kidnap victim. And it was during around the same time as the Omaha, Nebraska, Johnny Gosh's mother and everyone. And at the same time, Douglas was exposing what was happening at the Presidio base. While all this was happening, young Brian McCain was kidnapped, and while they were bringing together everyone to put an end to all these abductions in the United States, and they started the America's Most Wanted program and putting the pictures of the missing children on the back of the milk cartons. One of those first children that was involved in that was young Brian McCain, who eventually grew up to be the artist we know as Busy Bone. And so I want to get a hold of him and kind of connect him and Douglas so we can have a connect now, because one of his partners named Crazy Bone has his own show now, and he's exposing a lot of the dangers and stuff that's happening in the music industry. So, we may want to get him too. But I wanted to connect Busy Bone with Douglas so that they can kind of connect their two experiences together with Douglas having exposed what happened at Presidio and Brian McCain, everything that he went through as a young kidnap victim and everything it took to get him back to his parents.
Wow.
Well, okay, I got that. And you got to ask him when you interview him, why hasn't anybody tried to put the Bible to music? Not that I necessarily want to hear it, but
I did. Well, you know what? I put the book of Jude to music. Let me see. I've done Jude, and I did a couple of chapters in James, and I never put the ones up on James up on my computer, but I'll see if I can find that one I did on Jude.
And we do have burn, burn, burn. Turn, turn, turn. It was because the kids used to call it burn, burn, burn by the turds. It was turn, turn, turn by the birds.
Right.
Yeah, that is a biblical song. That's right.
Right. Yes. And well, I was going to say that the other thing that Derek Talley has done, which was incredible, was he brought the author of the book Fentanyl. Tell Peter a bit about that. We're live streaming, by the way. Just both of you know. Yes.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, Peter. One thing, a guy who I had interviewed earlier, his name was Ben Westhoff. He wrote a book called Fentanyl Incorporated, and then the extended title is Fentanyl Incorporated: the untold story of how rogue chemists are fueling the deadly opioid epidemic. And so he actually went undercover as a drug maker to go to Japan or go to China. I mean, go to Wuhan and look at
he was in Wuhan.
Look at some of he look at some of the labs that were down there to see where the fentanyl was, the analogs were being made at. And so he connected all the dots between the Mexican drug cartels, China, some of the American companies that are involved, and some of these Chinese companies are actually doing both legal and illegal work at the same time. So, he did a good job in tracing all of that back and following where is this deadly opioid epidemic coming from.
Okay.
And so we've got a few minutes to the top of the hour, and if anyone is able to hear us, let us know. Certainly give us a shout out inside of the chat room. I'm still putting the links up, and we'll soon have to, slip my sweater on, which means I'll have to go off line for off the mic for a few months. And if everybody pray. We've got technical problems. I'm going to have to ask people to donate towards a new monitor. My monitor is dying. And so there we have that. It's always something, and it's maddening. It's very disheartening, but just the way things never work. So let's see now.
You've checked the connection in the back.
Yes. It's just it may be the power cord, and I'll try and purchase a new power cord first, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, I'm in a bit of denial about it. I'm pretty sure it's the monitor itself. It's the power cord. It's definitely, there's something wrong with that too, but we'll find out soon enough.
I mean, it's always a good idea to have a extra monitor on hand.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a general rule of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, that does take money to buy one.
Well, but I'm saying is you pick one up, when it's somebody's getting rid of one. It's always good to have a spare.
Oh, right. Right. Yes, I know. Hopefully someone's willing to get rid of one. They're welcome to give it to me and send it to me. That's always welcome. In the meantime, let me grab this, and you can take over for a bit, talk about what's been going on with yourself lately. And I'm so glad to hear you're out of cybernetic hell. You can tell us a bit about cyber hell, what you've been through.
Yeah. Now, so are we officially starting now, or
no? It's just killing time for another minute or so, and then we'll officially start in a minute. But even then, I'll probably have to take off and come back for.
That's okay.
Yeah, and leave you two gentlemen to kind of hold the fort. I mean, I'll work us through the first few minutes. I'm not going to read the blurb until the both of you gentlemen are done with me in a matter of hours. So let's see. Let me get through this link, and in the meantime, while I'm taking care of this, both of you gentlemen can go back to talking about the stuff you were talking about, just different things.
My only question is, are we just going to blab and then for another 5 or 10 minutes, and then you're going to start the show, or what?
Yeah, for another minute or so. Yeah, then I'll start the show officially.
All right.
Yeah, just blather right now, please.
Well, Derek, it's interesting that you have that background as it fits into Douglas's work.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, Derek, you can tell.
Yes, it is. What I was telling Douglas that I admire what you're going to be doing, because I'm a prophecy buff. I self-proclaim. I love the Book of Revelation. I read through it all the time, and see Revelation chapter 12. That is a chapter that I read a lot and I ponder on a lot. I think about a lot. And when Douglas does his Roswell and the Rising Sun, it matches perfect with that. Just due to the simple fact that when I was doing the Christian podcasting, one thing that started to come up and plague the Christian community back in the 2007 2008 era was just UFOs. I mean, every UFOs, and you got people who started off doing Christian podcasts, and now all of a sudden they're stuck on UFOs and doing shows about the difference between the different alien grays and different types of species of aliens and all. I'm like, what is this? So when I found out that you were going to be taking all of Douglas Roswell and the Rising Sun, all his different lectures, and putting them together, and then writing each one, which is very tedious work. I know, by the way. So I just want to tell you, God bless you in that. I just want to tell you, I support you on that. And if there's anything, I don't know what I can do to help, but if there's if anything, the fact that I got your back and support you, I want you to at least know that much.
Oh, thank you. That's very nice. But I'm going to say is I don't know that I'll be transcribing all of them, because I don't know that I can find all of them. But certainly smattering enough to put it all together. And Douglas will be side checking everything to make sure nothing's omitted. But yeah, It's actually a lot of fun, because what happens is I'm about halfway or a half hour into a tape called Roswell, Operation High Jump, and the Opium Wars. And of course, I won't go into the high jump stuff in this book, but
you might have to, because we'll go over that together. Because
I touch on it.
Yeah, because it was a primary part of of what happened with Roswell, because it was what led to the Roswell atrocity. As a matter of fact, it was directly. So we'll talk about that.
Okay, but yeah, it's interesting to kind of like unpeel it and just see, okay, this is going to fit here. How are we going to go into this narrative of the war in China, the dirigibles in China, the jet stream, and put these all together in a flowing narrative that can be referred to just like people refer to the Bible. I mean, they can go back to specific reference points.
Right.
We can go back to specific reference points in the history of World War II.
Right. Yes.
And it'll be very, very interesting.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a few seconds, because I do want to talk about, it gives me an opportunity to speak to something, because I'm going to be so off tonight in terms of, my presence here being kind of, how would I say it, just kind of absent-minded. It's just I'm lying low between two holidays, between the Asian Lunar New Year, which has just taken 2 weeks in terms of the traditional festivities, and between the Valentine's Day. So I'm just kind of like, really spacey tonight. So everyone, I'm going to officially start the transmission now. I'm going to introduce these two wonderful gentlemen who are with me. Throw on a sweater, go on mute, and come back in a few minutes while letting them both kind of introduce themselves and each other. And so that's as far as the itinerary goes until we start talking, at which point we're going to cover a number of subjects that will organically flow. It'll essentially be a roundtable, and I'll be speaking to these two gentlemen while I, get myself kind of prepared by looking around the internet to speak to things, because I did nothing to prepare for tonight's program. Nothing at all in terms of looking around. And there's plenty of times I start out like that, but I usually start out with, let's just put it bluntly, throughout the past 2 weeks, I was using a lot of cocaine, and therefore obviously was able to burn through an entire night of burning bandwidth, 12 hours on the transmission prior to this one. 10 hours on the transmission that was, directly before this one. The other one was prior to the latest transmission. The latest transmission, that was 12 hours. The latest transmission was 10 hours. So now coming down from that, I'm just rather lackadaisical, rather spaced out, and just kind of happy to be in that space, and very blessed that these two lovely gentlemen are willing to kind of save my ass. And what I'll start off doing is introducing both these gentlemen, then go into the chat room for a bit, and that'll probably get us actually started talking. And that way it'll lead us into the organic conversation, the roundtabling that we'll have when I return in a matter of minutes after that. So, all right then, we are starting Critical Omissions, and I have with myself both Derek Talley, who everyone knows has unfortunately acquired cancer, and he's he got a case of cancer that he will review with everyone, just kind of briefly, and tell everybody about the treatments that he's just started. And he's come out of them with flying colors. He feels very energetic. I'm very excited and I'm very inspired that he's handling this so well. And I feel he's going to handle all of it very well. But certainly right now, the fact that he has this level of energy is it's very good. And aside from that, Derek Talley is, of course, going to kind of give a brief outline of his own background, and that will help introduce Peter Moon to him further. Peter Moon, of course, needs less introduction to my audience, but he's obviously a individual of much accomplishment. He's published, at this point in his life, probably around 27, 28 books. How many books?
I think it's 24 now.
24.
The two that just came out, which I'll be mentioning.
Okay, yes. Oh, please do. Please do. And of course, he is an individual who has his own publishing company, Sky Books. And that it was, of course, brilliant of him to do that. He is a man who pretty much had to do that because he's been very much blacklisted by the publishing community in some ways, or media. Or am I wrong in saying that?
Well, yes and no. Not the publishing community. I'm fine there. It's the
mass media.
It's been the mass media. Yeah, and that's a whole other story. But actually, there's a quick little story behind that.
Sure.
When I went to when I wrote the book with Preston Nichols, I wrote it for him. I went into the library and I looked at how to publish books, and there was a sort of an old hippie book from the 70s, and it was like paperback, and it was written kind of hippie-esque, and it said, it went and listed all the major publishers, and he said they're all owned by defense contractors.
Yes.
So if you want to publish a book, and then it was actually by happenstance at a book fair that I was able to meet a woman who published Jay-Z Knight's books, actually, and she later had a falling out with Jay-Z Knight, but she told me, she says, you're already in design and advertising, do this yourself. And she coached me on some basic key steps, and I also studied it, and that's how it came to be. It was synchronistic. But yeah, if you want to publish stuff, you've got to kiss the ass of people who don't understand what you're doing. And there's a whole story behind the whole metaphysical and occult publishing world and how that got started in the 80s, but that's another story.
Right. And
it's all dead now. It's now everything's on the internet.
Right. And by that, of course, you mean this particular story, and much of what's behind it is on the internet. Of course, there's plenty otherwise that's not on the internet.
Yes. Well, no, I meant publishing is all done on the internet is what I meant.
Okay, thank you.
Because it like there used to be the Book Expo, which still goes on every May, and it's a big deal. And then they used to move it around. Now it's always in New York City, almost always in New York City, because the publishers in New York can no longer afford to send people to Chicago or New Orleans or Los Angeles.
Holy shit.
So they'll only go there on the weekdays. They used to have it on the weekends, but now the workers won't go there on the weekends, so they have it during the week. And it's much reduced. You used to be able to go there and showcase your book, and book buyers from all over the country would see your book and write it down and buy it if they were interested. The buyers now do things online.
Right. By the way, I apologize to everyone. While Mr. Moon was talking, I was manipulating the microphone, of course, and rubbed it against various things by accident. So if you heard various bizarre sounds that sounded like a zipper being zipped up or something like that, that's what that is. Right now, I'm maneuvering this laptop out of the way, which is how I produce, and going to actually put a screensaver on that. And then I am going to throw on my sweater and go on mute and leave these two gentlemen to speak to each other for a matter of several minutes. I'll be back after that, and I will join the round table, and it all takes off from there. But in the meantime, one of the things that I want Mr. Moon to do before Mr. Talley responds, and kind of brings up whatever he wants to bring to people's attention, because, of course, I don't believe that Mr. Talley has his own. Derek, do you have your own blog spot or radio that you do anymore? Any kind of thing you were doing on? I know you were transferring to kind of an independent forum after you got tired of dealing with the New Age wave that overwhelmed the Christian networks you were dealing with. So I don't think you're doing any of that, or haven't done that in a few years, right?
Right. Well, the only thing I've been publishing on right now is graffititalkradio.net. And Graffiti Talk Radio, that's the music scene, the music site that my friends, that I'm helping my friends with. So I do something on there, periodically every once in a while. It's probably been more than a year, but whenever they make a podcast, I'll edit it for them and put it up for them. But as far as my own independent site, I don't have my own independent site up as of right now.
Right, and I thank you for clarifying that. With Mr. Moon, of course, he is the investigative editorial author and Project Montauk Maestro, whose website that I recommend everyone visit is timetraveleducationcenter.com, and do pay respects to him at facebook.com/peter.moon.566. He is, of course, the publisher of Sky Books at skybooks.usa.com, with our brother Derek Talley. Friend and follow he at facebook.com/Derek.Talley. Derek is Derek. Talley is Talley. Derek.Talley. And what I'll do now is I'll leave these two gentlemen, Peter Moon, to start with talking about what he wants to bring to everyone's attention. He's just had 2 books that he's finally, I guess he's finalized the problematic aspect of getting him out in circulation. He's going to tell people where to find them, and I will leave him to do that while I go mute and be back in about 7 minutes at the longest. Okay.
Okay, but I will take over from here and be fine. But before I go into the new books, I just want to address the cancer issue with you, Derek.
Oh yes, please.
Okay.
Oh yes, start that off with him while I take off, and I'll be back soon enough, and I'll come back while you two gentlemen are probably going to be still talking about that. So thank you. Okay.
Where if you don't mind saying, where was the cancer?
It's face and neck cancer is what I have. And the oncologist determined that the cancer actually started in my tonsils.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's a very specific cancer that is, I'm not an expert on it, but I think that's less common than some of the other cancers. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct. As a matter of fact, it's kind of funny you bring that up, because the kind of cancer it is called squamous cell carcinoma. And when I first went to the hospital that I'm at now, they didn't even know that I had my tonsils, because they asked if I had any operations, and I told them yes, I had my adenoids taken out. So when I said I had my adenoids taken out, they assumed that I had my tonsils taken out also, because usually they go together. When you take your adenoids out, you take your tonsils out. Well, they found out I had my tonsils after I told them I had my adenoids, took them out. They said, wait a minute, it's harder to take out your adenoids than it is to take out your tonsils. So the doctor I have now, he said, what kind of Mickey Mouse outfit takes out your adenoids and doesn't take out your tonsils? And so I said, well, I got that done in the Air Force hospital. My dad was in the Air Force when I was in 9th grade. So, it makes me wonder that since I got tonsil cancer, if they had took my tonsils, would I just not have cancer at all, or would I have it somewhere else?
Well, these are, intriguing questions, and it's a complicated issue, obviously. What did they do to help it? Because it sounded like you were getting some treatment that was benefiting you.
Okay, well, this was my first week of treatment, and so what they're going to do is Mondays, once a week, I'm going to have chemotherapy, and then 5 days a week, I'm going to have radiation.
Okay, and you haven't started it?
Yes. I did my first chemo on Monday, and I did my 3rd radiation today.
Okay. I can recommend something to you and I practice Taoist Qigong, and one of my fellow students works at the Sloan Kettering Hospital in New York City for cancer patients. And what he said is it's very important when people get their treatment is that they do energetic work to support it. The energetic work, and he's referring to Tai Chi or Qigong or breathing exercises, energetic work, so that one isn't relying on just the physical aspect, because we're a mind-body-spirit complex. So one of the great dangers with chemotherapy is it can go into remission for a way and then it hits back hard later. I know they've made some progress. I had a friend who had severe cancer and they gave her radiation treatments. I had her lined up for all sorts of alternative treatments. The best known way to heal, and this is medical in medical journals, that doctors do not use because of intimidation, and this is ozone therapy. It goes back to Otto Warburg, who was a Jewish doctor of the famous Warburg family in Germany. And he was such a good doctor that the Nazis kept him intact and working in Germany despite the fact that he was Jewish. They respected and appreciated his work. And he explained how, cells are diseases, including cancer, anaerobic. They can't exist in the presence of oxygen. So some of the most advanced therapy in the world, this goes back into the 90s, and at least, was ozone therapy, whereby they would introduce ozone into the bloodstream. At first, they did it in Switzerland, I think, with they would take the blood out, shoot it into the blood, and freeze it, and then they would liquefy it and put it back into the patient. Then they went into putting it right into the bloodstream. Mm-hmm. There is now at least 2 doctors in New York City who do this. One of them is a friend of mine, and it's an expensive treatment, but it's very good. Ozone is just a miracle element when it comes to disease. Now, what I can share with you, of course, I can't. I don't administer ozone myself. I'm not a doctor. He is a doctor of medicine, doctor of dentistry, and he's also a Qigong and Tai Chi master. But what I can share with you, you have to email me or Facebook me, and I can do this with anybody in the audience who has cancer problems. And this was taught to me by my Qigong teacher, who's now deceased, Roosevelt Gainey. It's an exercise to wash the lymphatics. The lymphatics must flow. The body must flow. The fluids in the body must flow. And it's an exercise you do 45 minutes a day for like 99 days. It's to clear out tumors. And my friend who had the radiation therapy, she did it, and she survived the radiation therapy with a lot of spiritual intention. And she did this exercise, and her blood was remarkably clear afterwards. So it's an exercise. It's kind of pointless to explain it, but it takes some work, and it certainly one might have to work up to it 45 minutes a day. But it's basically moving from side to side. And it, as I say, it washes the lymphatics, which are so crucial to the immune system. And my teacher would say, you do this and it'll clear out any tumor in 99 days if you do it 45 minutes a day. I had a friend who with an ovary cyst, and she did it 6-7 minutes a day, and it cleared out, the ovary cyst just fell apart. Because lymph is so important to the system. And this is something that doctors are just not they're not taught, they're not exposed to it. And when they are, like I go over to this doctor's office and he'd have some, prestigious physician who was Russian ethnicity, lived in a super expensive neighborhood in Long Island, and he's, very friendly. And he says, I can't do this stuff in my practice. I have to prescribe drugs for people. He says, or I'll lose my license. But he was there to learn about it and get the therapy, just to learn about it and to know it. And of course, the people from the FDA would come into this man's practice and act like spies, and he'd pick them out. He could pick them out, and they try to prosecute him. He has a full-time legal, legal defense that he has to, that's one of the reasons the therapy is expensive. And he fights, and he always wins because he's a martial artist. But then these people who are fighting him will come up behind the back of everyone and say, hey, I need some help with my father. He has cancer. So they see that it works, but the system still fights it. So that's some truth about cancer. And as I say, this is in medical journals going back to Otto Warburg. And it's people don't do it. Doctors don't do it because they're browbeat by intimidation. And cancer is a big, huge industry. It's a billions of dollars of industry, and et cetera, et cetera. That's not news to anybody listening to this. All I can offer, I mean, if you know, someone can go to the Dr. Akpinar if they want. He also has a university. I don't know if he got it accredited yet, where to teach this to people who want to learn it in a holistic manner. All you really have to do to administer ozone is have a, what do they call it, a phlebotomist, somebody who can draw blood or inject needles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you know, that's something.
Yeah, someone who works with the blood is a phlebotomist. Yes, and
and they have to do it under the supervision of a doctor.
Right. That's correct. And anyway, I want to thank you very much for sharing that. And Derek, I'm certain we'll consider that and we'll contact you. He has your email. If not, I'll certainly give it to him. And
my email, people can get me at skybooks@yahoo.com.
Yeah, there we are. Skybooks@yahoo.com. There. And so with that, I definitely want to get to Peter Moon's books and whatnot. Before we start speaking, actually, Peter, why don't you recommend people to the website, tell us a bit about the latest books you've worked on, and give us some of the things you need people to bring people's attention to about yourself in terms of where they can reach you and also order from you, okay?
Well, yes. You can reach me at skybooks@yahoo.com or petermoon333@gmail.com. And but if you want to look at the books, find out what they are, and I will describe them. There are 2 books. I'm releasing 2 books at once. One is called Forgotten Genesis. It's by Radu Sinamar, the Romanian author. It's the 6th book he's done. And that's about the genetic, Forgotten Genesis. It's about the genetic history of mankind and how mankind evolved according to what he saw in the holographic renditions that he was able to see from the civilization inside the earth beneath Transylvania, beneath the Apuseni Mountains in Transylvania. Actually, he saw these in a above ground facility that he said the inner earth people, inner earth civilization actually occupy above ground. It's all their whole aspect is very mysterious, but he lucidly explains it, not only in that book, but in the precursor, which is Inside the Earth. A very interesting book that was published last year. Now, I'm offering a special on the Forgotten Genesis and the additional new book, which is called L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity, Tao being spelled T-A-O, the Chinese word for way, to put it simply, the word which cannot be correctly described using language, but we refer to it as the way. Anyway, those 2 books, and that goes into the occult background of L. Ron Hubbard and Scientology. What's the occult underpinnings? Because I was, for those of you who've listened before, I was involved with him in the 1970s, worked in his personal office. So these books are being released at a discount. I've also put an additional discount in there for people who want to buy 4 books. You can go to the website, skybooksusa.com. You can pick and choose which books you want to get for the discount, or you can buy all of the Transylvania books, plus the Montauk Project Silver Anniversary Edition for a discount. There's like 9 books, and as I say, you can mix and match titles. So if you want to get just 4 at a substantial discount. So those books, we went into extensively the L. Ron Hubbard book, last time I was on with Douglas. And the Forgotten Genesis book, as they say, it goes into a lot of detail about the DNA of mankind, the ancient history of mankind, and how DNA was manipulated, evolved, and all sorts of wonderful things. These are not the iterations of myself. They're the iterations of the Romanian author. He did a very extensive job based upon what he saw. So these are what he saw, and he said it's much more complicated. He did his best to simplify it. It was very hard work for him. The first person to read the book was very excited and said she'd been waiting to hear this data all her life. That wasn't quite the same reaction I had, but nevertheless, that was what one woman had. So if you're interested in that sort of thing, it might appeal to you. That's sort of a general description of the books. I mean, I can go into, great detail on some. I'm probably more interested in talking about the L. Ron Hubbard book and maybe some of the topics where it might bump up against Derek's expertise.
Mm-hmm. I thank you for that. And that brings us, of course, to Derek's expertise. And how would you think that it might bump up against Derek's expertise in terms of the potential for prophecy or something like that? Or
Well, I have to start off by saying that I'm not a bibliophile.
Right.
I'm not, and I will often quote it and refer to it at times.
Right.
And but where it comes into, because so much of the work that I've done with time travel produced the investigation of time travel at Montauk produced the signature, I say signature in quotes, of Aleister Crowley, the number 666. And I'm going to tell, Derek will appreciate this story. I've told it before, I'll tell it again. It's an interesting story. I went out to, I had some friends at Montauk, and I brought an Italian friend of mine out there. And we were visiting my friend Lola. She's now deceased. And Lola was part Montauk Indian, and she was part Bulgarian. But she was meeting my friend Paolo from Italy. And she started to discuss this friend of hers, or associate, or person she worked with, because Lola was a psychic. She also did tattoos. She had a tattoo parlor. And she was had to really scope people out before she'd let them get a tattoo. She wouldn't just let you get a tattoo. So anyway, not that I have any, but that was her. I mean, I didn't go to her for tattoos. She was a friend of mine, a great supporter. Her daughter is still a good friend of mine. And anyway, she's sitting there and she's describing this person she interacted with, and she said he was a Satanist, and it was almost like this person was plaguing her, and she had to relieve herself by talking about him. So all of a sudden we're sitting there and the phone rings, and I just go, "That's the Satanist. That's him." And she goes to her daughter, "Don't answer it. Don't answer it." And of course her daughter picks it up and says, "Hello." And she says, "It's him. It's him." I said, "Yeah, I know it's him." And she says to her daughter, she says, "Sometimes you're such a dumb soul." And they're both sensitive people. And so anyway, that, they got rid of him. But that was a very profound experience. I never forgot it. I went back there again with my Bulgarian friends who were visiting me. And she wanted to meet my Bulgarian friends because she was part Bulgarian. So I brought her, they came to the same house. We were sitting in the same couch in the same position. And this guy who was, I guess, staying in her house as a roommate. And he says, I think the guy's name was Ken. He says, "Oh, Ken just brought these. Look at it." And he slams down 2 Bibles on on the coffee table, and he walks out. And I said, Ken, that's the guy who owns the Oceanside, right? That's where David Anderson had appeared and given a talk with me. Mm-hmm. And so she says,
David Lewis Anderson, a short bio on him so people understand.
Well, Dr. David Anderson is a time travel scientist who has created a time reactor, and he's the most remarkable, scientific character running around right now, but you don't hear too much about him. Anyway, he had appeared at Montauk for a lecture and showed, the only time he's publicly showed videos of his time reactor, where we got to see a plant grow in 3 or 4 minutes what would normally take 3 or 4 days. It was witnessed by about 20 people, but he wouldn't let me take videos of it or anything. He sort of did it on the sly, but he did do it. And anyway, so this character had been with the owner of the hotel, and the guy gave him, of course, in a hotel you have Bibles, so he gave him Bibles, and he slams them down on the coffee table and walks out. And I said to Lola, I said, this guy's not into the Bible, is he? I mean, she says, no, he's not at all. So it's kind of unusual for him to put the Bibles down on the coffee table. She says, yes, it is. And I explained to her, I said, those Bibles, he did that, and he had 2 Bibles. I said, that was to clear the energy from the last time I was here, when that Satanist called on the phone. It made perfect sense. It was the rhythm, the rhyme of, the Christ, Antichrist energy. Right. And that's why, Douglas, I have always stated that, you became a Christian, and you need to be a Christian just to balance what you experienced.
Yes.
With yes. And it's not about it being right or wrong. It's about balancing the 2 poles. And that story of the Bible and the Satanist is very relevant, and I recognize that, even though I'm not like somebody who necessarily studies or believes in the Bible. It has an energy, and as Aleister Crowley himself said, who knew the Bible backwards and forwards.
Right.
He said that the Book of Revelation is the greatest work of magic in literature, just by reason of the fact that it is so present and prevalent.
Yes. Yes.
Whether you like it or agree with it, it's powerful. People listen to it. They pay attention to it. So that's my, and of course, where, Derek, what I have emphasized in this new book, the L. Ron Hubbard book, I have a book on the Great Pyramid, a chapter on the Great Pyramid, and how the whole story of the Great Pyramid is all dedicated. It's like an analogy, a metaphor for creating, I guess, what in Christian terms you would call the second coming. It represents a time when there will be an interface between the inner world and the outer world that is harmonious. And this is what the Great Pyramid is telling us, if you're able to interpret it. We could go on into that, but that just gives sort of a introduction to where I would be interested in what Derek has to share. And of course, I'm very interested in anything Derek has to share vis-a-vis the experiences and work of Douglas Dietrich.
But definitely, Derek, take it from there for a few minutes while I just kind of relax. And if you find yourself a little bit at a loss for words, or suddenly feel that that you'd like some space to breathe, then I can always turn to the chat room here and bring up what people are talking about.
Just say help.
Yeah. Well, then I'm just letting people know that we got a lot of people waiting in the chat room to ask things too. So that's which will take us in different directions. But Derek, take it from here for a while. Tell us a little bit.
Okay. Well, the only thing I can think about is, earlier I had brought up Revelation chapter 12, and that chapter is so dynamic. You have like a past, present, and future all wrapped up in one chapter here, because, it starts off as a woman giving birth. And I've heard a Christian commentator say, "You tell me who you think that woman is, and then I'll tell you what your view is, on the end times." So basically, that woman is Israel. But you've heard some people may describe her as the church, or some other interpretation. But it couldn't be the church, because the church is the virgin bride of Christ. The woman is the one who gives birth to the Christ. So Israel is the one who gave birth to Jesus. Jesus is the Jewish Messiah. But then there's the Satan, the great dragon, standing in front of the woman as to devour the child. So, he wants to eat the child. He wants to devour the child so that the child doesn't exist as soon as it's born. And you can see that in times past. At two biggest times, once in the Old Testament, once in the New Testament.
Can I stop you for a second?
Yeah, sure.
You said something very interesting, because I brought it up on the net here, and I'm looking at it. And when he says he's going to devour the child, this reminds me so much of the Greek myth Kronos, time, because I studied time. Kronos, or Saturn, would devour his children. He would eat the children. So the mother would, saved one of the children, who became Zeus, who is, sometimes equated to Jehovah, mythologically, or whatever reference frame. But I just saw that. It's almost like going to devour the child, but she stops that from happening.
Right. And so when we look at times past, the two biggest times you look at where you see that happening was once in the Old Testament in Egypt, where Pharaoh wants to kill all the children that are 2 years old and under, to kill the firstborn, because he knew that there was a king that was going to be a threat to him. And, of course, Moses was saved out of that when Moses' mother pushed him down the river. But then also in the New Testament, after and Douglas has went into great details about this, when Jesus and his family had to escape into Egypt, because the wise men from the east came, and they felt like they were being mocked by the king. Herod felt like he was being mocked by the wise man, and so they were told to not go back and tell the king, Herod, where the child was born at, and they had to leave town until once that happened, all the children were born. So here, those are two times in history, at least two, because there's many, but those are two of the times in history that the devil is standing in front of the woman, trying to keep the child from being born. So you have like a long history lesson wrapped up in Revelation chapter 12, but then the child is caught up to where the devil and the dragon can't get a hold of him. Well, this is when Jesus died, and then he rose again on the third day. He was caught up to the right hand of God, and now the devil and Michael the archangel are fighting. There's a war in the heavens as we speak, and I think a lot of this UFO talk and a lot of the what you get from this people out here trying to push the UFO, the Michael Aquinos and all these people, what they're trying to really push is a distraction from what's really going on in the heavens, because it's obvious that there is a war going on in the heavens, but the war that's going on in the heavens, they're trying to distract us from it with other things and turn us away from what's actually really happening.
Can I intercede and interject something here, an experience that you might appreciate?
Sure.
When we didn't talk about this, but of course, Dr. David Anderson had brought me to Romania in the year 2008. He wanted to get me there for 9 years, and he paid for my way and everything. When I got there, I learned about Sacred Area of Transylvania, which is something I've talked about and written about extensively, back to the ancient docs audations. But anyway, without diverging onto that, I had met a young woman, Nicole Vasilkovsky, who took a great liking and appreciation of me just on sight. And she was an Orthodox Christian. And the following year, I wanted to go to the sacred sites, and I couldn't get anybody to help me. And she came and offered to take me there. So we had a great adventure to go to Transylvania and to the sacred sites there. But because she was, I guess, an Orthodox Christian, and she also had this agenda, which I didn't really need or appreciate. Her agenda was to save me money. And because she's being polite, courteous, and it was not a factor because I just didn't care about it. So what she did was she arranged for us to stay in an old Orthodox monastery in Orestea, a small town in Transylvania. And of course, it's off the beaten path. And this was not to my liking at all because for a number of reasons. However, it was quite an experience because she was a member of what's called the New Orthodox Church. The Old Orthodox is very small. There was only 4 monks there and the abbot. And they were also very courteous. And of course, the place did not have what we would call a proper bathroom. So that was quite an adventure for me and not a lot of fun. That was a big issue for me. And I had to deal with it. So anyway, the bishop picked us up at 6 o'clock in the morning after this rugged ride through the middle of the night where we're changing cars every couple of hours, running with peasants down the gravel. You know, my favorite moment was I'm sitting there and we're getting out of this. It's almost like a cattle car truck. And I said, it's got that open thing. And I go, and it's the middle of the night. And you look down and there's just gravel. I mean, it was manicured gravel. And somebody, and I don't know who the hell it was. It wasn't Nicole or our friend Christina. It was somebody yells in English, jump. So I jumped and it was a good jump. And then I ended up taking everybody's luggage and helping them down because it wasn't a stairway. It was kind of a ladder. So like I'm helping everybody off the train, the majority of which are peasants that are like, and then then they're all gabbing in Romanian and it's like, run down there. So we're all running with luggage. And I take the girls' luggage, which is much bigger than mine, and they take mine. And, so we get down there and we're running down in the middle of the night to get this train. So anyway, it was quite an adventure. We get picked up by the abbot and we hadn't really slept all night. Finally, the abbot is showing us pictures of his adventures in Jerusalem, the Black Madonnas and stuff. And I remember falling asleep. At that point, they realized we needed to go to bed. But when he took us in to eat, he began talking all about exactly what you're saying, the war in the heavens, the war in the heavens. And this is all being translated to me in Romanian because he didn't speak English. And then he starts, asking who I am. And I start telling him, and, his eyes kind of go up. I'm talking about time travel. And I said, well, this war in the heavens you're talking about, I start talking about electronics and psychotronics. And this is what, the books I write about were about a psychotronic war in the heavens. In other words, down on Earth, it's being used with electrical signals, electrical frequencies, and whatnot. And this is all subtle energy. How 5G plays into this, I cannot answer you. But this is all part of what L. Ron Hubbard was talked about in the early 50s about electronics influencing spiritual beings and how you could capture spiritual beings with electronics. So when you're talking about the war in the heavens, I go to this, so I'm in this old Orthodox monastery, and then the minister or the abbot, the bishop, he takes it. He's such a beautiful host, and he doesn't want any money. I don't know if he would let me give him any money. I tried, and what he did was he took us on an adventure to the old fortress in a place called Deva, which is where what's that guy Jules Verne wrote about the castle of the Carpathians. That was based upon this fortress. He took us up there. We had an adventure. He'd point out to me somebody smoking, or no, he says the devil gets to people through, I guess, 80%. I mean, he says the devil gets to 80% of the people through smoking or something like that. He had some reference about he gets to them through smoking. And Romanians love to smoke. Right. And so we'd go along the side of the road, and I'd point to somebody who was smoking on the side of the road, and I'd go, Diablo, Diablo, devil, and he'd laugh. But yes, he was very nice. And so anyway, he says, what can I do? Can I pray for you? I said, yes. Pray for me to have a successful trip to Sarmasejatuza. That's the holy site we were going to. Not a Christian holy site, but a Romanian holy site. And his prayers, you might say, were answered years later when I met my wife there, So, but I did have a successful trip there the following day. And he was, someday I want to go back and talk to him. And he would he'd put in audio tapes of music from Jerusalem. He was really keyed into Jerusalem. And we had an incident where the taxi driver he had arranged for us was acting inappropriate and actually claiming that his kid had cancer. He was trying to hustle money out of me. And I said, why is this man telling me he has cancer? It became very obvious to me. Mm-hmm. And we had a lot of weird phenomena with the car stopping and then starting. And so anyway, the minister, the bishop ended up telling off the taxi driver because he was trying to gouge us for money. Me in particular, because I was an American, but he was a very nice man.
Of course.
And so anyway, but it's like, it was just so weird. He's like, my son has cancer, and I could see it right away. It wasn't a very good, it wasn't a very good line, so to speak. But anyway, I want to say there was, so on the last day I was there, it was August 12th, the anniversary of the Philadelphia and Montauk projects. And that morning, Nicole comes into my room, and I said, now, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here. And of course, the girls have to wear a scarf over their heads. They're not allowed to show off their hair inside the
monastery.
So, and I would have to walk first. And I'd say, how come? Don't you see? I have to walk in first before you do, and I don't even believe in the religion. And I said, this isn't right, I told him. I said, women had to have a back seat, even though I wasn't a member of the religion. So I said, you're not supposed to be in here, because they were very finicky about, us not being alone together in a room. He didn't want that. None of them wanted that. They were the sexual police were out strong. And of course, we were not there to have sex with each other, but that's beside the point. They were ever willing to monitor us. Mm-hmm. So anyway, I said, you're not supposed to be in here. She says, oh, no, here. She says, this is holy bread. I want you to eat the holy bread. And I said, I can't eat the holy bread. Or I said, okay, I'll eat the holy bread. She says, no. She says, you have to do it on an empty stomach. I said, I just had a plum. So she says, you have to do it tomorrow. So I ended up, when I got back to Bucharest, I was in a youth hostel. They put me in a youth hostel. I mean, I don't want to stay in these places. They tried to make me save money. So I'm in there with all these college kids. Co-ed place. So I go off and I take the holy bread and say a prayer. Well, the prayer was answered later that day when I was put on a plane next to a Pentecostal minister who was actually in Moldova to investigate and help a Pentecostal minister who had moved to Romania. He brought in a tractor, and he was helping the locals by loaning his tractor out just to be nice. Of course, this attracted people to him, and the Orthodox Church became very jealous, and they didn't like him because he was competition. So they instigated kids to throw rocks at him, and they threw rocks and hurt his adopted son and almost killed him.
Ooh.
And this was an international incident. So this Pentecostal minister came, and he was there to clean up the energy. He had another woman with him, and I talked to them, and we got along very nicely. And I thought that this was a part of an answer to a miracle. Mm-hmm. But, pray for a miracle. Well, the miracle, what this told me was that the Orthodox Church was very corrupt. Mm-hmm. And I took their Eucharist from the the Old Orthodox Church, and it played out the corruption. It showed me that the church this is the work of the devil. But this was further amplified. The validation of this came years later because my wife, who just walked downstairs and doesn't know I'm talking about her, her father was is a Orthodox minister. Uh-huh. And she would be the first one to tell you that he's not a man of God. Uh-huh. Although he would certainly fool the congregation, and so it was like I got I don't know what you call it, the afterbirth, I got the magical energy sort of reverberated or rebounded, and it came to me by way of the Orthodox Church. So their mistake has been my blessing.
Okay.
And that's my Christian story for Transylvania.
Okay, that's very thank you for sharing that. It's always fascinating.
Yeah.
I kind of interrupted him.
And oh no, that's Derek, I was going to go into the chat room and take a look at what some people are asking because.
But did he finish? Because he was talking about the war in heaven.
Right, but
basically, that was I'm finished. Unless you want me to read like any part if you want to read any part of it and ask some questions. But
the reading is something that people can do on their own with the Bible, of course. And it was always one of the things that shall we say they do on professional news stations, and that's something, of course, that I don't emulate because I have any delusions of trying to interterrestrial broadcast radio, which is a dying medium anyway. Everything is going bandwidth. But just as a professional hint so that you understand that, unless people are tuning in specifically to a station where they want to hear readings specifically from a Bible or a Quran or a religious work, one of the things that they forbid doing on professional networks is the reading of that which people tend to read out loud, or of anything, because when you start reading, people know that, and people really tune out to that. And so at any rate, I want to thank Maria, who was pointing out the questions in the chat room, and a lot of these really need to be brought to our attention. And I want to say, first off, thank you to Sammy Romero. Sammy Romero, hugs to him, dear brother, says that we're all sounding loud and clear. Very touched that he's always with us, and always very glad to hear from him. Going into the live dashboard, going to start reading aloud right now. And so Maria Gregorich, she says, hello, Douglas and Derek and Peter. And Christoph Riemel says, excellent still pick. Thank you so much, dear Christoph. I know he has a very different work schedule from us, and he's in Germany. And he's in many, he's got to be at least 8-9 time zones away. So he's up at a odd hour for himself, maybe perhaps, or listening.
He is an expert woodworker.
Yes, that's right. You know him. How did you know him?
Oh, yeah. Well, he was, I think he signed up for my website, and we got in touch, and he helped me when I was trying to, sand down, do a floor. The floor I'm standing on right now, a wood floor, and he gave me a lot of good advice.
Oh, fabulous! Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. That's wonderful. Yeah. That's
really good guy.
He is wonderful human being. Read aloud his letter, the on the latest transmission. Rebecca Poole says, Douglas, hi. Been a while since I've heard you. I've lost track of where you guys are at in terms of subject matter. Got a few seconds to recap. This is my first time hearing Derek. Well, congratulations, dear Rebecca. And thank you so much. And to Maria and Rebecca. Mwah. And of course, our lady, my manageress, Lena Shea, is with us. She says, hello, ladies and gentlemen. So hello to Lena Crane, dear lady. And Sarah Shields is there. She says, hi, good people. God bless you all. Thank you to Sarah Shields as well. All these lovely ladies. Thank you so much, Rebecca, Maria, and Sarah, and Lena. And so in terms of everyone, they're all saying hello, Peter, and greeting each other, hugs and all that. Daniel Arola says hi, which he spells like High Times Magazine, because of course he's high all the time. And I guess he says high on life. That's it. And with that, of course, in terms of recap, I'll go into that in a few moments. Just a brief recap. Maria has been saying that the aquamarine pipe has been put to good use with Daniel Arola. And let's see now. In terms of J. Mo says, I was always under the impression the Antichrist was Emperor Nero of Rome, whose fall was being foretold. That's actually the standard conventional interpretation in this day and age. It's the standard scholastic or academic interpretation. Of course, many people don't accept that and feel that that's contraindicative of the purpose of revelation. Revelation, of course, is actually the anglicization of the word apocalypse. The actual term in the original Bible is apocalypse, and apocalypse means revelation in terms of the exposition of that which be hidden, a de-occulting, the exposition of that which is hidden. So everything I do is revelatory.
Douglas, can I give my own etymology of apocalypse?
Sure.
I've done this a few times. Apo means away from, to uncover, and calypso, calypso. Apo, the uncovering of Calypso, but Calypso is a combination of Kali, the Hindu goddess Kali of time, sometimes associated with destruction, and ipso, by way of. So it's like revelation or uncovering by way of Kali. That's just it's just one way to look at the phonetics and the etymology of it.
Thank you. Yeah, and Kali, of course, is very cyclical, and she's doing the dance of creation and destruction. Or is that Shiva? I always get them. If Brendan Zogit were with us, he would explain it all in terms of the Vedic cosmology. And so Christoph Rimmel says, think of it this way: the Antichrist's war work is very impressive, and he's speaking of Peter Moon's work, I believe. And Jamo says, I don't know. I've never seen nothing to support it as more than a human mythos. Yes. And, Jamo, of course, is he's speaking, of course. What's interesting about Jamo is that he has worked with magics, and he understands the workings of the occult, which in itself, faith is a prerequisite. You cannot work magics without a sense of faith. Without faith, there is no results. So you have to have the faith in the fact that your spells will work in order to see results. So he's a person of faith, and at the same time, what he has is a lack of faith in humanity, which I can understand tremendously, and that freaks a lot of people out about Jamo. Is that, but I was where he was at. The way I would say it is this: ironically enough, what Jamo has never had to really bolster a sense of faith in the world around him is he's never been possessed. And once you're possessed, then everything that is theoretical to everyone else who speaks of war in the heaven and war in within oneself or one's soul, all of that ceases as theory and becomes fact. So once you get to the point of what I've had to live with, then it's intimate, and it's no longer a question of something. It's no longer a question at all. And that is perhaps something that people might start seeking possession at that point. But believe me, it's nothing to seek. It's something you want to live through, and most people, of course, don't live through it. And the important thing to realize is that people who try to expel these entities are expelling them for a reason, and most exorcisms fail, and they're done multiple times, and they usually go on until the person dies, which oftentimes may take years, but they're years that are horrific, and the people spend most of their lives suffering. My case is extraordinary because of the entity that possessed me, and the entity just behaves very differently. Maluch is, of course, the peacock angel that was summoned at the Night of the Broken Circle in the Presidio military base, and as such is, of course, perceived by the monotheistic religions as Lucifer or Satan, the fell angel. But Maluch is actually a tether between the worlds, straddling the gates of heaven and hell in this kingdom of the material world. This is his kingdom, the kingdom of Maluch, and people conflate him or confuse him with Satan because they think of Satan as the kingdom of the earth, that he's the king of the material world. So it's actually not that simple. Theology is many shades of gray, and that's because it does conflate the Bible, many of the ancient works before it. As I said, if you take a look at the Old Testament, the analogy that I've used is always like my father loved nautical books, and two of his favorite works were Moby Dick and Mutiny on the Bounty. Moby Dick was based on a true story, but it was highly novelized. It was rendered dramatis.
On the Essex, the wreck of the Essex.
Yes, thank you. And what happened with the Mutiny on the Bounty was, of course, that's a historical incident which we can still see the repercussions of today on the island of Pitcairn. On Pitcairn Island, of course, you have a horrible situation which has been maintained as some kind of experimentation in incest, where the remnants of the Pitcairn Islanders are basically fucking each other into a continuously morbidly inbred circle of violence and destruction and despair on one of the most paradisical islands on Earth. And at any rate, they breed true. The females look like the natives that were abducted in general, and the men look like the cretins who mutinied and behave like a bunch of child-molesting white trash pieces of shit. And it's kind of like what you would expect. So there you have that. But in terms of the two books, Moby Dick would represent, if you conflated the two books together and said this is one book, and everything in Mutiny on the Bounty must be read in context of Moby Dick, as if Moby Dick were the literal truth. That's what you have kind of with the Bible. The New Testament is the Christian book. That is the in which our God, our Lord and Savior, appears, and he is Christ. And whereas the Old Testament is everything before Christ, and that's when God is psychotic and basically demanding blood and sacrifice and the annihilation of nations, basically demanding genocide. And his chosen tribe are beaten mercilessly. He doesn't like any of them. Moses, the great prophet, God hated and deformed him, put horns on his head. This is in the works. This is in Talmud and the Jewish literature. You can look this up yourself. And to the point where Moses, when he had to have sex with his wives, he had to cover his face. So this is like this is a very abusive, psychotic father relationship that you have going on with the desert tribes, and that, of course, it has its roots and much that it takes from the Canaanite, the literature of the Sumerians, the Babylonians. Much of that gets taken into the Old Testament, and this gets integrated and incorporated, and that's why you have what some people might take to be contradictory terms. They're not contradictory, but that there's reason for why these words are there. But you have God saying I, and at other times saying we, like in the royal we, as in the legions of angels, etc. But much of this is the language that you would find in the Enuma Elish, various Sumerian texts, etc. So this needs to be taken into account. This is a work of culture as well as a work of God. And so as a result of that, shall we say, it's just one of those things that you always must maintain in context. And so in terms of Bug Smith, he says the woman is the Virgin Mary. And I think that's precisely what our man Derek was saying. And then
No, I would say the woman is Israel.
Okay, thank you. All right. And by the way, this what Derek is speaking of. I'm assuming what you mean is, of course, spiritual Israel, as opposed to what we've got today under Netanyahu. Yes, you are going to make it.
Right. Yes.
Thank you. And Jamo says some occultists dig it. What is an anti-savior? Some of the Bible seems historical and valid. There is some of it. Yeah. Okay. These are very common observations. Christoph says there's never content in UFO discussion other than awe. Yes, that's true. And Jamo says that too is mythology created by man. Most certainly. Karen, now of course people do see UFOs, of course, and that always needs to be put into context. Karen says, "Hi, both up tonight." Karen and Barry in Dublin. Hi, Karen, and as always, loud and clear. Much love, and a nice evil laugh. Dat dude 873210 says, "Hi, Doug, Peter, and Derek. Catching spirits via electronic. Can't help but think about Lou Gentili. Sorry, misspelling. Yes, Lou Gentili. You know what? Oh, I could go into an all-nighter on that one. Now I'm going to ask Derek first. Does that name even ring a bell with you, Lou Gentili? You've heard me speak of him, I take it. Do you retain any of what I've said, or any memories stirred up by that?
No, you're going to have to refresh my memory.
No problem. How about yourself, Peter? Any?
I remember. I think I was on his show long before I met you. But
holy shit! How did he behave?
Oh no, he was fine.
Was he really?
If I'm even, I remember the name. I'm sure I did his show. But that was, I think, long before you had your stuff with him. And I remember you telling the story about this guy. He got. He was very sophomoric in his approach to everying with regards to this stuff.
Lou Gentili?
Yeah.
Interesting. It's funny you say that. And so just so to catch everybody up on Lou Gentili, and then we'll see if we can strike any memory chords with Peter Moon in his experience actually talking to this guy.
No, it's too long ago. I remember listening to you did a show on him once.
Right.
And I remember the name, of course.
Okay, and so to just go back to the question of a recap with Rebecca Poole, we might do a bit of that. Basically, what happened was over the last time since Derek basically spoke to us about having cancer, and I brought him on to preserve his voice in the event that he might lose it. The chance is always there. Hopefully, cross ourselves and knock on wood, that does not happen. But with the treatments that he's undergoing, people do tend to normally lose their voice transitionally as part of the process. And there's always going to be a very small percentage of them that never gain it back. And in his case, hopefully he does, because he seems to be taking to the treatments quite well. And we'll see how things go and bring him on as the treatments progress. But, that was part of bringing Derek on. And now that he's not working right now to endure the treatments, we'll have him on just to help me open the show each night. And some nights he'll be on longer than others. But in terms of the other things that I've covered in subjects, they've mostly been about coronavirus and then the politics that have dominated everything. Trump, of course, with his best week of his sordid career was last week, and I put that into context. And I've spoken of the economics of the coronavirus, and we'll have to briefly cover that later tonight, along with some more Trumpist politics, and I'll just kind of go easy on it because, of course, I feel I've done it to death, and but unfortunately, there's still repercussions that need to be covered about that. So hopefully, Derek and our man Peter will cover us, help me cover the night for a good part of the next, hour and a half. And in the meantime, as long as they can stand there or stay up, because they're like 3 hours ahead of me in the case of Peter Moon, and 2 hours ahead of me in the case of Derek. So we'll get as much out of them as we can. But the Lou Gentili thing really does bear relating, because it's like an object lesson. It's a moral lesson. It's a morality lesson and an object lesson all at once. And Baby Wi-Fi says, greetings from Germany, from Barbara Endure. Hey, Barbara. Mwah. So glad to hear you and have you with us. And in terms of Lou Gentili, here's several things that are just absolutely bizarre about the case. He was an individual who was really big in what in this day and age would be called alternative media. Oh, Selena Khan says, hi, Douglas. Hey, honey. So glad to have you with us. And just give her a response there in the message box. And so when it came, obviously his name is Italian. And so Lou Gentili pioneered the field that later would become dominated by Art Bell. He could have been Art Bell, and he hated Art Bell because of that. And I don't blame him. And there's a lot about Art Bell to be hateful about. He was a disgusting individual, and he was someone who just came to dominate alternative media and came to shape it into the kind of sewer that it is. And Lou Gentili would not have made it any better. Jeff Rentz was at one point a person who would have dominated that field as well, and he would have made it just as much of a sewer. It's like there was a selection of various turds to choose from, and one turd became dominant, and everybody's been emulating him ever since. And there was no good choices because they were all white trash pieces of shit. That's the problem. But in the case of Lou Gentili, what made him stand above the rest was that Lou Gentili, which is what surprises me about Peter talking about his sophomoric approach, but at the same time, it does have a certain sense to it, a certain logic. Lou Gentili presented himself as, he lied about everything, according to, by the way, Selena said hi to Peter, good. And, that's right, Peter has met Selena Khan. You've met her personally, right?
Yeah, and I have a couple books for her.
Oh, good. Good.
I don't see her surfacing on the YouTube chat.
Okay. No.
I was going to say hi to her, but I don't see her.
She's in my private messages. She talks to me.
Oh,
in private
okay,
messages.
okay, got it.
Yeah.
All right.
And but in terms of Lou Gentili, he according to, there were two people who knew him very personally. One was the James Arthur Yanchik, who was an intern of Lou Gentili's for about a decade, for about 10 fucking years. The other one was Lorian Ann Fenton, who was acting kind of like a distance kind of intern, and she got into him later. She got into him after James Arthur Yanchik dropped out from him. And according to James Arthur Yanchik, the man was totally exploitive. He was just he would lie about everything. And then the one opportunity he was given after he had spent years and years, 10 years, shitting all over Coast to Coast AM, he was brought on for a period of time by George Norrie just before he died. And they talked about something he wasn't even particularly interested in, and he acted all like lovey-dovey and had scraped away all of the negative things, scrubbed them from his website that he had said about Coast to Coast AM for years and years before then. And, it was shortly after that he died and went into spiral anyway. But Lou Gentili basically was claiming that he had been giving dispensation by the Vatican to perform exorcisms, that he was the only non-ordained, he had never even entered the priesthood, but he was the only person who was a non-priest who was given a kind of permission to perform exorcisms. Okay, that of course sounds extraordinarily suspect, and James Arthur Yanchik simply accepted it as a lie, which I feel the same way. But what Lou Gentili did that was rather exceptional was in the days when the Japanese developed digital cameras. And when the Japanese first developed digital cameras, they were way ahead of their time in terms of technology. Like everything the Japanese produced, there just wasn't compatibility for them in the West. And ultimately, the problem with these digital cameras was that they were way beyond what you got with Polaroids. Now, back in the day, before we had what we have today with, and they really ought to reissue Polaroids. They ought to really start manufacturing Polaroids. The problem is, they'd have to manufacture the film that's developed along with the Polaroid. But the beauty of the Polaroid and why it was considered the epitome of evidence was that you could never alter a Polaroid because the Polaroid develops its own film instantly. In other words, you take a photograph, the Polaroid camera, which kids can look up, it would just shoot out the photograph you took from itself, from the camera, and it'd be a very bizarre photograph because it'd be thick and it'd be like, be kind of like a pillowy, cushiony kind of photograph, but it would faithfully convey the image that the camera saw. And with Polaroids, that's how they captured many supernatural or paranormal events, because there was no way anyone could Photoshop them or alter them mechanically, so it was accepted as indisputable evidence. When you see on YouTube and you see these photographs where they say almost on axiomatic levels that this is an actual ghost photograph, or this is an actual UFO photograph, or this is an actual sea serpent photograph, what they're referring to are Polaroids, and that's why they say that as if it's just universally accepted truth, because it is. All the experts cannot deny that it's real evidence when it's a Polaroid. So what the Japanese did was a digital version of that. Their digital cameras were so hypersensitive that they picked up all kinds of what electronically the experts would then call noise. And this would include visual data. So the visual data that they would pick up would just be stuff people weren't trying to photograph. So these digital cameras were so hypersensitive, they were unusable in the conventional sense, because everybody was trying to film their family, trying to film a porn film, trying to film whatever they were trying to film, and all they would get were ghosts and shit. So everybody said, well, we can't use these Japanese digital cameras because all we see on them are devils and demons and ghosts and, and all this various shit we're not trying to get. So it's got so much background visual data that it's capturing that the Japanese had to tone down their technology, and later on the Americans started producing their chicken shit version of it, and it was useful to everyone, and then the Japanese overwhelmed them anyway by producing it better. And then since nobody produced these original digital cameras anymore, very few people had them. And Lou Gentili had a collection of them. So what Lou Gentili did was he went all over the place to places that were just negative hotspots, where like abandoned military bases, abandoned insane asylums, places where you shouldn't be spending the night. And this idiot, and there's no other word for him, this idiot would go in there and provoke all of the forces of negativity, all of the entities in these areas by calling out the name of Christ. This, by the way, is what is truly theologically known as taking the name of the Lord in vain. Okay, everybody takes that as profanity or like swearing or like saying what I just did, like Jesus Christ, something like that, in the sense of an exclamation as opposed to a sense of prayer. It's considered, oh, that's blasphemous, that's taking the name of the Lord in vain. No. Lou Gentili was taking the name of the Lord in vain. You go into these places and just for the sake of stirring up something you can film, that's taking the name of the Lord in vain. So he was calling on Jesus Christ, stirring up these demons. He wasn't performing exorcisms. He wasn't like helping anybody. This was his source of income. So when he would stir these entities up, all kinds of bad things would happen. And of course, he'd get hurled across the room. He'd capture it on film. He'd capture everything he stirred up on film. The entities would start to talk. They would rave. He'd record all of that. This was his income in the sense that he didn't just show this to the hoi polloi. This was in the age before there was an internet. This was the age before YouTube. So how he made money off of it was to show it to the rich. And he would tell the wealthy he had proof that there was an afterlife. He would tell the wealthy. There's a film, The Legend of Hell House or something like that, but it was the character was Belasco or something like that was the villain of the piece, or the ghost, the entity. He basically was someone who had his own issues, a wealthy individual who's became trapped in his own home in the afterlife because he was so married to his material wealth he couldn't leave his estate. Very similar to the Hearst building, the Hearst Mansion in California, near San Francisco's Greater Bay Area, where William Randolph Hearst, who ran the Hearst newspaper, whose daughter Patty Hearst was abducted by the Symbionese Liberation Army. Everybody sees his ghost at Hearst Estate. Who visits there.
San Simeon. It's about halfway between LA and San Francisco. San Simeon is the name of the region.
Thank you. And people see William Randolph Hearst there all the time and literally talk to him. Old ladies will say, "Oh yeah, we were visiting the Hearst estate. This wonderful man showed up, started talking to us, telling us all about it, and dressed in a suit, had impeccable manners, obviously wealthy and cultured, and and then they describe him, and then people say, "Oh yeah, that's William Randolph Hearst." And so he's like stuck there. Only, of course, in the film, The Legend of Hell House, it's all more negative, and he doesn't show up and talk to people. He's like, throwing things around and basically making people bleed and shit. But the point is, a bunch of paranormal researchers are hired to go into that house to prove to another wealthy man that there is an afterlife, that there is something after death. And so they bring him irrefutable evidence of that with all their horrible experiences. Well, that's essentially what Lou Gentili was doing for the rich. That was a service he provided. And they would hire engineers to come in and analyze his footage. And they would hire academicians because these entities were speaking in different languages that sounded like gibberish. And the academics would say, "Oh, yes, that's ancient Sumerian." What are they saying? Oh, they're saying, "Oh, we're going to drag you down to hell with us," shit like that. And so they would translate it and say, "Oh, this is authentic. This is evident. It's, this is real." And so Lou Gentili made himself his fortune by catering to the wealthy in the paranormal with evidence that it was real, and bringing them irrefutable evidence for their eyes that they could not deny with digital Polaroid type technology. And so obviously these things follow you home. They're not something that you don't just fuck with these things and kick them while they're lying down and they just forget about it and you go on your way. It's not like that. So what happened was his life spiraled. Some wild, rabid dog came out of nowhere, ripped his daughter's face off. He wound up like sitting on some floor that was several stories up, and he fell through the floor and shattered his spine. He wound up getting an enormously aggressive cancer that devoured his body within days. And while he was dying, Laurie and Ann Fenton asked him, "Oh, do you think it was all those entities that you were taunting?" And he said, "Yes." And one of the last things he said before he died was, "Oh, they say that the dead and ghosts can't hurt you. That's not true." This is why you just have to really shake your head. There's an idiot couple that go around doing EVPs, the electronic voice phenomena, EVPs, and they're the Warrens. And the Warrens are just two of the biggest idiots in the world. And they always say the same shit. When Art Bell was ever running out of anything to talk about, and he just had dead air during the night, and he just said, "Oh, I got nothing to do," he'd bring on the Warrens. And it's the same with Coast to Coast AM. They bring on the Warrens when it's slow news week and shit. And the
I can
Warrens,
tell you an interesting story about them.
Oh, relate it, please.
Well, I had this strange character who could call him a friend. He used to come to the Montauk meetings. His name was Dionysus. It was one of his names. It wasn't his real
Yeah, that tells us a lot right there.
He was quite a character. And he was in the Signal Corps. I think he got mustered out after a few months, and his son went through the same thing. And I mean, it was he had some weird stuff going on. He was always, kind of disabled, but he could function. Anyway, he would send me these, like, he would sign all his emails, Doll's friend, Doll's friend, Doll's friend. And then he gave me some sort of synchronicity generator that was an online thing, and I played with it. And after playing with it, I started communicating with it. I'd ask it questions, and it would give you it was kind of like a tarot thing. It would kind of give you 3 answers. One of them were Shakespeare quotes, but it actually would start talking to me. It was very weird. I wrote a whole article on it, but in the process of talking to it, it ended up manifesting at an event I went to speak at in Connecticut, where I met the nephew of Ed Warren. And he's an exorcist.
Yeah, they both Ed and Elizabeth Warren claim they're exorcists too. Yes.
Yeah, but no, this guy seemed to really know his stuff. He wasn't. He was the nephew of, and I would. But there's a movie called Annabelle, and of course this was all happening before this movie Annabelle. It was this story about this doll, and he got up and talked. The nephew got up and talked about the doll. Ed Warren and his wife are passed away long since. They're long gone. But it was he. He spoke. The nephew spoke as if he was very genuine. He works similar to priests, but I don't think he was a Catholic priest. I have my own theory of exorcism, which is not really my theory, but it's separate. It's not the Catholic version. But that was just an interesting thing where it's like if you start dialoguing, and I was dialing with a synchronicity generator, and my friend Joe Matheny, he looked at it, he said, that's a low-grade synchronicity generator, and I can't disagree with him because it was, attracting low-grade vibration. Right. Which it went right to this sort of doll that this guy was saying doll's friend, and the next thing I knew, I was there talking to the nephew of Ed Warren, who I do not dislike in any way. But he seemed to know his stuff. But yeah, it's tricky business. It's very tricky business. The long formula in magic for getting rid of demons is the underpinnings, the fundamental name for Yeshua, which is the Hebrew letters Yod He Shin Vav He. This is the formula that I think his name was Rabbi Lowe used to create the golem in Prague. This gets in, so in other words, but this is the whole crux of what I was talking about. This is a formula. This is the evocation, the iteration of literally the Messiah. The Yod He Shin Vav He is the fifth. The Shin is the fifth element. The fifth element coordinating air, fire, water, and earth. And so, and as I was learning this, I had this pentagram show up on my computer screen on some email, and was like off the wall. I punched it. I thought Joe sent it to me. He said, no, I didn't send it to you. And it just blew all this energy away. It was the banishing ritual of the pentagram, which is designed to banish demons. Like you put a pentagram, and that's what it does. It's spirit over matter, and whether it works or not depends on whether it works or not. But the problem why things don't work or why they get exacerbated is because you have something going on in the mind of the individual experiencing what he's experiencing who can't get out of it. He can't see the forest for the trees. There's only so much you can do externally. You have to reach that person and get them to start computing and creating and generating some form of life. We say breath equals life. You can get them to breathe. They might be able to get. The pentagram is good, but it's not necessarily foolproof. But it's the more underpinning of the name of what the name of Jesus was transliterated into. So when you have, there's an old Muslim saying that I saw in a book sometime that said that the only thing that could bring all the demons out of hell was the name Jesus. This is a Muslim thing. Right. But it's not really the name Jesus. It's the name it's based upon, which is a formula uh, of of harmony of the elements. That's what it is. It's the harmonizing of the elements. I could go on in another direction.
Right. And well, I thank you for sharing that. And in terms of the, was there anything else that you got personally from it? That it's funny you said that Ed and Elizabeth Warren are long dead, because it seems like not that long ago that I was suffering hearing them on. Of course, I haven't listened to Coast AM in forever. I mean, forever. So they must have died sometime after I stopped listening.
Some time ago. I mean, that's not recent. I mean, it's 2020 already.
Yeah, it's true. I know.
That seems like yesterday in some respects.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing how fast time has flown. Well, my mother died in 2011. I'd swear they were still alive then, because every once in a while.
It might have been 2011. It might have been.
Yeah,
but they were old as it was, and they're sort of like the occult reference point of New England, particularly in Connecticut.
Yeah. And so let me look them up, Ed and Elizabeth Warren, and see what comes up. Like maybe there's a death date for them. But oh no, I'm getting the politician, and maybe I don't even have her name right. It was Ed.
Maybe she's related to them. Don't be surprised.
Oh, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Holy shit.
There is a lot of weird stuff that goes on in New England. We talked about that with Brandon Young once.
Yeah.
Call it the occult corridor of New England.
Well, it's H.P. Lovecraft territory. What do you expect? I mean, that's why he was what he was, right?
he was in Rhode Island, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was a Rhode Islander specifically, but his idea of the master race was pinch-faced New Englanders, puritanical people who, like him, were inbred enough, or he considered it purebred enough, where they look like Moabs from Easter Island, which is what he looks like if you ever see a photograph of him. But in terms of the what I was talking about with Lou Gentili and Ed and Elizabeth Warren and all that stuff with the EVPs and everything, what happened with Lou Gentili was, of course, he basically paid the price for provoking these powerful forces. And Daniel Arola says, what Peter Moon shared about the... and then it disappeared. Here we are. I have to open it up again and get a look at what he was saying, Daniel, about the invocation of Jesus was what was stopped by bouts of whole life of sleep paralysis suppressions by the time I was... Okay, so what he's saying is by the time he was 20 years old, he used that to stop his bout of sleep paralysis. So that's nice. Thank you for sharing that, Daniel. And,
that is really... I mean, that is powerful. I mean, sleep paralysis is something that can kind of give an ontological shock to someone.
Yes. Well, it's destroyed people's lives, of course. And so... at any rate, when it comes to what I'm just looking through the chat room while I'm speaking about this, but when it comes to Lou Gentili, after he had died, and of course the question is, what were James Arthur Yanchik and Lori Ann Fenton doing with this individual? Why were they so involved with him is one of the questions. And James Arthur Yanchik, of course, I found out much later, just by dealing with him for enough of a period of time, that he just basically was hanging out with Michael Aquino for the chick drop-off. And what he got himself was basically a victim of Michael Aquino's that he's been abusing for basically years at this point. I don't know if Lucinda is still with him, but he was isolating her from the world and basically not allowing her to speak when she definitively wanted to come on my program and speak about her victimization by Michael Aquino. And at that point, I realized that James Arthur Yanchik was most certainly the enemy. That plus he brought child molesters and child predators into his neighborhood and gave them shelter and security, and basically chased away all his other neighbors by bringing in child molester after child molester. So he's just one of them. And when it comes to, Lori Ann Fenton, everybody's pretty familiar with her story, of course, just assigned to myself by Michael Aquino, just as a minder a handler, and of course, I really had no choice. And people who are not in my position have no idea why there's no choice. They think that, oh yeah, the life is easy. Yes, you just make expositions like I do, and you just walk free or something like that. This, of course, is beyond naive. No good deed goes unpunished, and honestly, there are times when I seriously wish I had never done anything towards helping anybody.
You know what it is, Douglas? See, your life has something that people desire. No matter, it doesn't matter how bad or tough it is to you. It's colorful, and when you have a colorful life, people will envy that. It's colorful. It's not necessarily, as you say, you've described it. It's not necessarily good, but some people's life has no color. So, they want experience. And this is the same thing that would drive somebody like Lou Gentili into the occult. It's like he wants an experience. And
yes.
It's wanting an experience is a great danger. I just saw some spiritual video on that. Take your experience and have your experience, but don't go seeking experience. It's have your experience. Some people have remarkable experiences, but people that lack a colorful life. In fact, one woman explained it to me. She said that there were a lot of people, and she was speaking of, white trash type people, not exclusively in the South, because she was from the South. And she explained to me that a lot of people would watch these soap operas and get hooked on the soap operas, and they would become very despondent because all the people in the soap operas are generally good looking.
Yes.
They're having romances. They might have problems with their romance. But for these people who were doing nothing but being couch potatoes, they thought they were really missing out in life because they didn't feel beautiful and they weren't having affairs and getting involved in the shenanigans that people do in soap operas. So this, like, when, you're talking to the McDonald's crowd, and so I'm saying you have to see what the other side looks at it like. Color is important because they have no color at all.
Yes, I was going.
And that's a double entendre there.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to go.
They have no color.
Yeah.
No melanin.
Yeah.
No
Yes. Thank you. I was going to go into that when with you in terms of what the documentary you've been reviewing, which is important actually, and bears talking about. But just to finalize, the stuff with Lou Gentili as best as I'm able. So there's several points to this, and. But in terms of Lou Gentili himself, and people should get the message by now of the mistakes he made in life, and it doesn't matter all the thousands and thousands of dollars he was paid by wealthy people to do what he did. Look at what it got him. I mean, there's no amount of money worth that, and in the end, he couldn't even spend it. It was just
and one would like to think that when he died, all that ended, but it doesn't seem like it's the case.
That's right. And so what happened was, one of the things that Lorianne Ann Fenton was trying to get me to do was that she had contact with Lou Gentili's daughter, or at least claimed she did. The amazing thing is, if you follow up with these people to any extent, it could be, and this would be entirely predictable, and certainly nothing that would surprise me, it could be that if Lou Gentili's daughter was contacted, she would say she had no idea who Lorianne Ann Fenton was. And that would not surprise me at all. She might even say that about James Arthur Yanchik. And she might even go so far as to claim that James Arthur Yanchik had never been involved with Lou Gentili, even though to James Arthur Yanchik, he had spent 10 years of his life with him. You never know how these things are going to follow up if you invest. I never bothered to investigate it to any extent or follow up with the daughter. But what was trying to be arranged between James Arthur Yanchik and Lorianne Ann Fenton was they were trying to get me to really rendezvous with the daughter of Lou Gentili so that I could get a hold of all of his digital tapes. So she has in her possession all of the digital tapes that for years he had recorded of all of these entities speaking in all of these multiple ancient languages, etc., and was trying to get myself to access them and review them to get my take on it because, of course, my experience with possession. In other words, what Lorien Ann Fenton and James Arthur Yanchik were telling myself, which I was not arguing with, was that because of my possession by Malik Tausch, that I would potentially understand a deeper context of what these entities were saying and where they were coming from. And so that was something that they were trying to pursue. And I
could have told you what they were trying to say is that Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Well, I contacted Keith Call, who is very Christian, and like I said, is probably one of the straightest guys I know. And Keith Call is someone who's so straight he doesn't even have the internet. He's just other than when he goes to work. So he's someone who maintains a very deep and spiritual life. He's someone that we brought in to talk with Brandon Young on air in the past. And Keith Call was, of course, saying that if he had access to all of those volumes of digital footage of Lou Gentili, Lou Gentili's legacy, he would burn them. He would destroy them.
Yeah, exactly. Good. And I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah. And he said that, and he's an archivist. He's an archivist. I mean, he's a librarian who's in charge of the library at the Wheaton College, and in the building that was named after their most famous student who donated a lot of money and had the building named after himself. That big, who's the guy who wrote The Late Great Planet Earth? I think it was him. Jerry Falwell or something, the Jerry Falwell building or something like that is what it's called. I might have the wrong televangelist, but he's in that building at Wheaton College, which is a seminary in college. It's a Christian theological college, and was one of the stopping points for the Underground Railroad, an actual historical site. And but Keith Call was saying, I would never listen to them. I would make certain no one else was able to listen to them. Billy Graham, thank you, Daniel. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. The Billy Graham building he's in, and so I've really got to call Keith Call again sometime soon and have him on again sometime. But at any rate, and Keith Call felt nothing good could come of it, and I never did pursue it. And so the other aspect that bears emphasizing is that what else was there about that? But I think people get the point now, and it kind of I noticed there's very little about Lou Gentili on YouTube. And when you do look him up and actually find him, because the spelling of the name is tricky. It's an Italian name, Gentile or something like that. But that would normally be pronounced Gentile. But it's pronounced in such a way it's like Gentili. At any rate, might have a Y in it. I don't even remember.
No, you got it right. Gentile.
Okay. And yeah, if you look it up, there's very little about him. There's some old pictures of him with his daughter before the dog attack, stuff like that. And, just one little tribute to him or something. But, nobody knows him in this day and age. It's like he never even got, his fame was ephemeral. He never even got like a real like memory track out of the deal. So nobody even remembers him for all his troubles. But definitely people learn your lesson from that. Don't go around seeking paranormal experiences. I can never understand why anyone seeks paranormal experiences. I've had more than my share in my life.
Tracy Twyman is another example.
Yes. And Judith Agert said it best. Judith Agert, I was hoping would come on and speak about Tracy Twyman, but she said it best. She said better than anyone else. She said that basically Tracy Twyman paid the price for hanging out with Ground Zero's host, Clyde Lewis, and going around holding all these seances and shit. And basically, she said when you looked at her at the end of her life, just the last video that she had filmed before she died, she looks like she regrets everything, and yet at the same time she looks like she's totally puzzled, like how could all this happen to me? Why is this happening to me? Why am I under constant siege and assault? And but there was nothing that happened to her that was a surprise to anyone who takes a look at examples like Lou Gentili. What do these people expect?
Morbid curiosity. In other words, you get curious about spirits, and you don't even realize, you think you're talking to them, you're entertaining them, and you're kind of like maybe a little skeptical about it without realizing you're actually in dialogue with something that is not in your best interest.
Yes, and that's
exactly. Yeah, I look at it as spiritual junk food. It's just junk
Well
food.
said.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And that's what I was going to say, Derek. I was going to first off ask Derek if he felt he was being left out. And he's welcome to just jump in. The thing I was going to say about the Warrens and what made them so sick and what made them so negative and why I detest them is because they kept encouraging people to do what they were doing. Everybody got to the graveyard with your audio recorder and, record voices at the graveyard. It's so much fun. And worst of all, they kept saying the dead can't hurt you. The dead can't hurt you. That Elizabeth Warren used to always say, "Oh, I'm far more afraid of the living than the dead. That all these living people can rape you and hurt you, but the dead, they're just so friendly. They're just so wonderful." It's all bullshit. These people were Satanists. They had to be. There's no Christian like these idiots were claiming.
What happens is they're dialoguing with these entities, and they become spokesmen for the entities.
Yes, they're in essence. What makes it so pathetic is whether they're possessed or not. It's the fact that they didn't need to be. The fact that they do it voluntarily. This is what makes it so offensive to me, is that they don't even have a battle of wills. They're just willing to do this. And this is their life. This is their making their living. This is their bread and butter, so to speak. And the fact that they would say something like that, no, these things follow you home. These forces follow you home. They never leave you. If you go out there, and this is why you see all these kids, and this is part of what is just mind-blowing. What you have is a case where you take a look at, say, the idiots in this day and age, the majority of American teenagers. If you take a look at religiosity in America today, and I'm not saying this from a point of the good old days or that it should be any different necessarily, but the reality is the majority of younger people in America are a-religious, not irreligious necessarily, but a-religious. They're just non-religious. They just don't, but they are determined. They're the ratings behind the ghost hunting shows. Well, along with all age groups, probably. But everybody, but particularly a lot of kids, because these are the kids that are making the ghost hunting shows. It's not the elderly that are going to go into houses with creaking floorboards because they're afraid, oh, I'm going to fall down the stairs. And they have a common sense about it. Oh, I don't want to go in there and have a heart attack or fall through the floorboards because they know they can break their spine. But kids, oh, they're so fucking stupid. Let's go inside the place with all the holes in the floorboards on the second or third floor that I might fall through. Let's go up these stairs that are about to collapse. Let's go into these cobweb-infested homes and film everything.
That's what teenagers do. It's a rite of passage.
Yes, but they're, what are they pursuing if they're irreligious and they have no belief in?
It's the kids used to do it in Long Island. They go to a place called Mount Misery, which was actually called Misery because it was the top of a hill. You'd bring your wagon up there, you'd feel miserable. But it was also an Indian burial ground, and I don't know if they probably still do. I think my daughter brought it up. The kids would go there. It just goes from one generation to the next. It just passes it down. I remember she told me when she was in high school, she said there's this group of kids that are driving cars, and they flash their lights on, and if your lights are off and if you flash them on, they'll kill you. I mean, this is a thing that went back when I was a kid. It's just these stupid things that get relayed during a certain age, Yeah. It's just like it recycles. So yeah, kids will get curious and they get adventurous. What's there to do if you're a teenager, And
oh God, there's so many things I could think of that are better than that.
Yeah, but this is what happens. And one person, in fact, I got kind of upset. She was a preteen when some mother. And this mother ended up thinking I was really weird because of the books that I wrote, but it was quite the opposite. She took all the young girls that my daughter was with, and they went to what was called the Devil House, and it was a big house, and it was they took them there with this ghost. There was a story, and my daughter and one other girl literally saw the ghost. It was like a 6-year-old kid who had died or something, and she saw it, and it scared the daylights out of her.
Oh, you think? I mean,
and
that's, of course, yes.
And I handled her very well. Because I believed everything she said, and I listened to her. And, but I'm saying this woman was like, what the hell are you taking these young kids for? They're preteens, and you're scaring the hell out of them.
Thank you.
And it wasn't a joke. I think she thought it was kind of a joke, but my daughter said, no, she saw it.
Right.
She saw it, and some other girl saw it. And, so this is not a... And she's learned her own lessons,
right?
And
right.
she knows not to do that stuff. She knows not to,
Well, I would hope. I mean, well, obviously you would have brought her up in such a way that she wouldn't be doing things so stupid.
Yeah, it's her own. She pretty much is on her own. I mean, she thinks for herself. So, I didn't need to tell her that. She's got good values on her own.
Yes, well, I mean that's definitely appreciated, but in terms of, but here you have all these kids that they're non-religious. The majority of them are veering towards atheism, and yet they keep doing this. So there's a disconnect. There's an incredible disconnect here. Atheistic people going around with night vision goggles and cameras, and all you see is green footage of them while they're trying to chase down ghosts. And
that wasn't just teenagers. That was adults doing that. It became very popular with this when the TV started becoming ghost hunting. It got very popular with the cable TV.
Yeah, but I don't look at them as adults. I look at even the ones who are in their 30s or 40s. You don't really see them in their 50s.
It's adolescent. It's an adolescent curiosity, but they are legally adults.
Yeah, they shouldn't be. Yes, they're obviously stunted. I would call them infantile. They're juvenile. They're infantile. They're immature. They're everything you can imagine. I mean, it's just so stupid, and it's so dangerous. And these things, by the way, just so people know, Ed and Elizabeth Warren, I do not have evidence of this, never ran across them in any connection with the Kino or anything like that, but they strike me as purely satanic to have ever said everything that they did for as long as they did, and provoking people to do things so stupid, so dangerous. They're
just working for the negative. I don't think they're like satanic to the core. They're just working for the dark forces because they don't know any better. Well, it's kind of like being in the movie business. You're going to have to deal with sleaze, and if you deal with it long enough, you're going to become sleazy.
Well, at that point, it's like this. It's you go to a foreign land or you go to a different city. It's as they say, ignorance of the law is no excuse. When you break a law, you pay the price anyway. Your innocence is not an excuse. It's not a defense. And
no, I'm not saying they should be excused. I'm just saying there's a lot worse characters out there than them. But yeah, they were constantly, bringing in the cattle, so to speak.
Well, they did their damage. They're pretty bad in that sense. They're pretty bad. It's kind of like, there may be people who are intentionally malevolent, but honestly, I'd have to say after a while, I'd have to count them as such. That pretty much. I mean, we're splitting hairs in a sense, but I think in the end we both agree. It's definitely they're doing damage. And
they're stupid. They're stupid.
Yeah. Yes. And Rebecca Poole.
Bob Larson was another one. There was a guy named Bob Larson that used to go on Coast to Coast, and he claims that he did more exorcisms than Jesus. Okay. And he used to send out these pamphlets, and it always had his name on it 15 times, and it didn't never have Jesus' name on it. But
he must be better than Jesus.
Let Bob set you free spiritually. Let Bob do this. Let Bob help you, free yourself. Let Bob help you, and and it was so disgusting. Yeah, but he has his own TV show with him. People. He's doing exorcisms,
Right. Well, a lot of people claim to be doing that, and a lot of them you can tell are just total charlatans and frauds because the people they bring up on stage. I mean, you see footage like this with the televangelicals. The televangelists. Yes, thank you. But I call them televangelicals. The God pumpers. They'll basically be on television, and they will bring up people they'll say are possessed, and it's just It's laughable.
Theater. It's theater.
Yes, it's theater, but it's so cheap. It's such cheap theater. You don't even. It's not even. Now there was one time, and by the way, Lena Crane, my manager, brings up an excellent point. And that don't forget, everybody. When I got onto Coast to Coast AM, it was the same reason that James Casbolt / Michael Prince got onto Coast to Coast AM. Basically, it was known we had both been affiliated with Michael Aquino. And by the way, I want people to understand that does not mean affiliated in the voluntary sense. James Casbolt, Michael Prince, is a victim. He's a human piece of shit, and he's garbage, but he was a victim of Michael Aquino. That does not excuse him. He's an adult and responsible for his own action. But when it comes into the Coast to Coast, he was brought on because he was known to be affiliated with Michael Aquino and actually, at this point in his life, supportive of Michael Aquino. Since that's the only father figure he's ever had, he always talks about getting back at Michael Aquino, but at the same time, he'll write it out publicly. He's done this in comments that he's entered underneath the videos where Michael Aquino is interviewed. He'll say, "Turn yourself into my custody for protective supervision. He basically wants to take care of him in his old age." And so in terms of myself, I indicated that I had been affiliated with Michael Aquino, and it was assumed by George Norrie that I was a fellow cultist. That's how I got on. And then when he began to suspect me, he turned me over to the idiot, what was his name? John, the guy who did Caravan to Midnight, John B. Wells. Later, when John B. Wells, he turned me over to him and then got John B. Wells fired anyway. And John B. Wells swore up and down I was the reason that he got fired. It was because Aquino flipped his lid and said, "What the hell do you have Douglas Dietrich on all the time for?" And so when it comes to that, for someone to be on Coast to Coast AM all the time, you do have to be a Satanist. It's the only way you get on all the time. And I was told that by George Norrie's affiliate, Tom Danheiser, the man who's his producer. And so Ed and Elizabeth Warren, or if that's her name, I might be conflating her with a politician, but I do remember Ed and Betty Warren, they called them or something. But I think it was Elizabeth.
I think it was Elizabeth.
Yeah.
Or I don't know. Leslie?
Yeah, something. It was something. Yeah, but, Ed and his wife Warren, the Warrens. And, yeah, they must have been, and so must have been Bob Larson. And so, all the guys. But I know for a fact the one you don't have to even question was the doofus who started attacking me immediately. One of the first people to attack me was who was the idiot who was John Lear's son. The guy who designed the Learjet. He had his son who was on Coast to Coast AM all the time. The reason this is important, there's a point to it, but he's am I ringing any bells? Anybody remember his name?
I remember the name Lear. I thought it was John Lear.
Yeah, he was the son of John Lear. Maybe he got the same name, but he was the son of the father who had designed the Learjet, and he inherited part of the fortune. And then what happened was that. Rebecca Poole is asking if Joshua P. Warren, that's frequently on C2C, related to these two. He might be. I don't remember. There's a lot of similarities between all these people. It's like our man Peter Moon said, they're probably all related in one incestuous family, right? These people. So when it comes to the guy Lear, he would tell everyone that when you die, don't go to the light. Whatever you do, don't go to the light. The light's a giant bug zapper. Everybody wants to go to the light. Go to the darkness. Go to the darkness. He would tell everyone that. He's telling everyone to seek damnation. And Art Bell had him on again and again and again to always spread that. And his entire philosophy was a philosophy of despair, that there is no hope, that you're always going to have your soul sucked up on the moon, and you're going to... his entire philosophy was that of entropy, despair, the aliens run everything. Bob Lear, whatever the fuck his name was.
Sounds right.
What's that?
Sounds right.
Yeah, and so there you have it. In other words, the entire Coast to Coast AM was a satanic. It is a satanic program. The whole thing is designed to have you believe in aliens and have you basically revoke your Christianity. And the interesting thing is that the majority of people who listen to it and buy into it and follow it religiously and allow it to define their lives are the elderly, basically people on hospice and in palliative care. And that's essentially what they're doing. Is the whole generation is the so-called greatest generation. They're all that. They're all into damnation. They're all into the aliens. They're the people who brought you, quote unquote, New Age in its most negative sense. Are the World War II generation. And and it decreases with each generation in terms of their level of indoctrination. But that's what Coast to Coast AM caters to, is the indoctrinated. And so that I got that out of my system. And aside from that, what else comes to your mind, Derek, with everything that we brought up? Certainly there must have been some memory bells that were rung with all that.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You guys are hitting it right on the nose. But, yeah, I know who Lou Gentili is now because of when you spoke of him in the past. But, yeah, that's some scary stuff. And one thing that I was looking into from the last time you were talking about Lou Gentili was something that you brought up that Dr. Malachi Martin said, and that was the rape of Nanking had to do with exorcism that had gone awry. And so I actually purchased a book about I know I'm not pronouncing it right, but the rape of Nanking, the rape of Nanking. I got the book and the audio book, and so I haven't started on it yet. But I actually wanted to learn about that particular because you touched on it before when you talked about the Marine Corps Raiders, and so it's something that I wanted to understand so that if it ever came up, I could, add to the conversation something constructive. But yeah, those are two different angles from that rape of Nanking, and the one of them were when you brought up the Marine Corps Raiders, and the other one was when you brought up the fact that Dr. Malachi Martin brought up that it started with an exorcism that had gone awry.
Yeah, yes, and that's in the that's basically the opening chapter or the prelude, the prologue to the book entitled "Hostage to the Devil." So Malachi Martin's book "Hostage to the Devil" is his most famous book. By the way, when it comes to the prologue, I believe it's called, from the Barbara Tuchman's book Stillwell and the American Experience in China, which I'm just going to kind of scroll down and relocate that. My dear manageress was kind enough to actually screenshot that and with her camera and publish the prologue in our website so that people could actually have access to that prologue. It's actually the most important part of the book. The same with Malachi Martin's opening to Hostage to the Devil. If you just read that part on the rape of Nanking, that's pretty much, you could read that and not read the rest of the book. The same with Barbara Tuchman, the prologue. I mean, it's not that the rest of the book is worthless in terms of, especially Stillwell and the American Experience in China. It was one of my father's favorite books. But Barbara W. Tuchman's Stillwell and the American Experience in China has what they call the prologue, which pretty much tells you everything you need to know, that alludes to everything I've been explaining in depth as a public informant. And when it comes to the Hostage to the Devil by Malachi Martin, who our dear people in Dublin, Ireland were bringing up in the chat room, they were saying, what about Malachi Martin? And yeah, he was very different, because Malachi Martin was someone who had a falling out with the Roman Catholic Church to extent, but he was definitely a real priest. There was controversy over whether or not he retained certain powers or privileges as a priest after his severance with the church to degree. This was all to degree, and his argument was, of course, no. Once you're ordained, that you have the ability to perform exorcisms the rest of your life, etc. But nevertheless, he, whatever kind of severance he had with the Roman Catholic Church, it couldn't have been too total. He was pretty much accepted as the conscience of the Roman Catholic Church and was essentially their popular historian. So he wrote many books. He published, what must have been, close to a dozen books in his lifetime, at least, maybe 20. But they were all centered on the church, the politics, including his fear. One called The Final Conclave, which I have a copy of. His fear was that at the time that the Italian terrorism was going on in the 70s, and it was the concern was very real from the 50s through the 70s. People used to use the term, "Oh, you're turning as red when you're blushing as in Italian's politics." I mean, the politics were turning so communized in Italy during the 60s, the 70s. Well, ever since the end of World War II on the surface world, the ceasefire in Europe, that the concern was that at some point the communists would take over the Italian peninsula. There were several speculations as to what would happen at that time. There was, at one point, it was speculated that the Pope was going to choose an American Pope as a successor so that the church could go into exile if Italy fell, and the Vatican city-state was going to be persecuted by the communists. And so Malachi Martin wrote a book called The Final Conclave, in which he felt that the Catholic Church, because it was so political, might be close to selling out, and would actually try to compromise with communism and say that the church represented symbolic aspirations as opposed to theological. So he was doing all of this, and eventually he died somewhat mysteriously. He may have been assassinated. He felt he was pushed down a flight of stairs. And so it was one of those things where it was a sad ending to a very storied career. And that brings us back to the story aspect of what Peter Moon was talking about. Peter Moon has been reviewing that interview on the Opium Wars, which I brought up the Opium Wars in context of the Roswell, etc. So when I go on YouTube and I look up, say, for instance, Douglas Dietrich Opium Wars, then, it will come up. That'll be the first video that'll come up. And the interesting thing, if you will, about that video was, of course, the person who interviewed me for that is a British citizen named something like David Irving or something like that. It's very similar to the Holocaust denier's name. And what's interesting is why I conflate him with David Irving, who was also British, also English, was that the individual's just very much another Holocaust denier, very much a what you'd call like one of those neo-Nazi types, and just another white trash piece of shit. And all he did was he got all these hits from it. He himself said it was the highest number of hits he ever got. It was his most popular interview. And all he did was he used it as an individual to attack myself with. And so it's called Roswell Operation.
You after that interview?
Yeah, Roswell Operation High Jump and the Opium Wars with Douglas Dietrich. So what he did was, what was his name? Do you remember the name of this son of a bitch?
I heard it. He was actually very polite when he was interviewing you, and
Yeah, he brought up Johnny Gosh and he brought up Michael Aquino. And then, of course, it's just all artificial. And then afterwards, he was just allowing Richard K. Cole, the stalker, to use that as a platform to attack me. And then he was trying to say that, oh yeah, Douglas Dietrich, I had an army recruiter. This is what this fucker was saying. He said, I had an army recruiter tell me Douglas Dietrich was never in the military. Well, since I was in the Marine Corps, why would an army recruiter be telling him?
It speaks for itself.
Yeah. And but this is what you're stuck with. But of course, Richard K. Cole was running with that. But this is all, again, it's all just part of the Aquino network. Don't forget his influence in England is extraordinary because he set up so many branch offices there, and there was the Crowleyite tradition, and they catered directly to the Hellfire Club, tradition of British government, which is essentially run by Satanists for centuries at this point. So in terms of, by the way, none of this is paranoia. People can look up the Hellfire Club. People can look up, these are historical and quite.
Yeah, Benjamin Franklin comes to mind.
Yes.
Benjamin Franklin was part of the Hellfire Club.
Yes. Thank you. And of course, this is an individual who would take black people's bodies, butcher them, and sew them back together again, and try to reanimate them with.
I didn't know they were black people.
Oh yes, they were all black. That this was done in England, and he was living with his gay lover at the time. And, and here they are, taking black people apart and butchering them after doing God knows what with the bodies, probably violating them. And then, trying to reanimate them with electricity, which is the reason he was putting the keys on the kites and shit. And everybody is presented, this image of him as being totally innocent, as almost like a child. They present him almost doing this as a child with the kite and the keys, and trying to attract electricity, telling kids how wholesome this is, and they don't tell him about how he was the inspiration for the novel Frankenstein. Of course, Mary Shelley was English, and that's how she found out about him. And but in those days, everybody was saying, "Oh yeah, they're a gay couple doing medical experiments, and they're not doing it on whites. It's just black bodies. So who gives a shit?" It was like doing it with animals. It was like, to them, it was just like animal experimentation to the rest of the British people. So they were just saying, it's not whites, it's just blacks, right? So it's just, they're doing it with like monkeys. It was like, that was the attitude. So everything was copacetic. Of course, nowadays we see it in a healthier light, that this person was a psychotic and a mass murderer. He was basically like Hannibal Lecter, a serial killer. But there you have that. And it's one of those things where I don't believe that the original Roswell and Operation High Jump is even up anymore. When I'm looking up now...
well, I downloaded it years ago, okay, and I'm listening to it on my own iTunes.
Okay.
That's how I have preserved it. I wish I'd preserved some more, but that's, for some reason, I found maybe I wanted to listen to that on the airplane when I was going out to see you, and I tried to, it didn't work. Wow. I was able to download it on my machine, but I couldn't get it to my iPod or my iPad. Yeah. But that's probably why I did it. Yeah. And anyway, I'm listening to it. And I heard it before, but now I'm listening to it again.
Right. Well, definitely what I do is I find out a lot of other people have it up. So what I'm seeing is it's got multiple sources that have it up on YouTube. So you can find it. Just look up Douglas Dietrich Opium. You're going to find it. But the interesting thing is that the original doesn't seem to be up there. The one that was put up by that David idiot. He always spelled his name D-A-V, and his last two letters in the name were I-D, like identify. They were always capitalized. They were always uppercase. And he had some bizarre reason for that. It's just another satanic cultist, which is the reason he was pulling all that shit. So let me see what our girl Selena Khan has found. She's been looking for it. And Opium Wars 800. Yeah, but it's under a different name. Somebody else had put it up. So, yeah. So she's just showing the fact that, yeah, other people are putting it up now. And so it's been preserved, and other people have been circulating it. So you can see it at least without all the bullshit that the guy was using it for, which was trying to propagandize against myself. And yeah, it's funny. I don't even remember the guy's surname, but always could be found out. He was a member of the UFOs UK or something like that. UK, I can't remember the name of it. Some UFO group in the United Kingdom. So aside from that. Definitely, let me see, it's about 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, about 10:14 p.m. on the Atlantic seaboard, so it's about 9:14 where our man Derek is. So Derek, what time are you going to bed these days? You're going to bed earlier because of the treatments, I would presume, but how are you feeling? How are you holding up?
Oh, I'm holding up good. Yeah. Lately, my treatments for the radiation have been later in the evening. So I go to bed whenever I feel like it. I only have to go to bed early on Sunday nights because I have the Monday morning treatment at 8 o'clock in the morning for the chemo. Other than that, I pretty much got the whole rest of the day free. But, I did want to ask Peter, you or Peter, if you've read the book Operation Gladio, the unholy alliance between the Vatican, the CIA, and the Mafia. But that's also written by a priest that was kind of got himself in trouble with the Catholic Church there, Paul L. Williams. But he's talking about Operation Gladio, which talks about, the Opium Wars and brings it on, down to the present day.
Right.
I have not read that book. I'm not unfamiliar with all of those connections, generally speaking.
Right, right. Well, I'm sorry, Peter. You're saying you're not unfamiliar with
I'm
those.
not unfamiliar
Right.
with, the idea that the Italians run the opium, and it all comes over from Southeast Asia, and the whole CIA. I mean, it's all networked.
Well, yeah. Well, Operation Gladio, by the way, that's its pronunciation. Just so, and by the way, just another clarification for Derek when the subject comes up. Derek was bringing up what he was calling the other day African swine flu. The important thing is when you speak of ASF, that's the acronym for African swine fever, and you're speaking about the disease that impacts the animals, then you use the term African swine fever because that differentiates or disambiguates it from the swine flu, because swine flu is what people get. Then when they refer to the disease that's wiping out the animals, then they say African swine fever, and that way they that way they create a difference in the mind where they know automatically you're talking about that animal impacting disease as opposed to the swine flu, which impacts people. And when it comes to gladio, the actual pronunciation is gladio, which is the Latin name for the ancient Roman legionnaires' version of a dagger. And so the gladio was used, like, for instance, in gladiatorial combat between the gladiators, getting up close and personal so people could watch them slice each other up and go in for the kill, so to speak, getting in, kissing close to for bodily combat. All of the operations that were affiliated with Gladio by the NATO organization that were meant for resistance in the event of a Soviet invasion of Western Europe. These went by different short dagger names, like glaive. Glaive is spelled Glaive. Actually, in the movie Blade with Wesley Snipes, one of the weapons that he's using for close-in combat with the vampires is a glaive. He's actually using a glaive. So you see these different, like, short names like Dirk, Operation Gladio, Operation Glaive. These are all the different nations in Europe had a resistance plan in affiliation with NATO, if they were a NATO member state, for resistance to Soviet invasion if the Soviets invaded Western Europe. So it was called in-depth defense and resistance. So there was a solid strategic reason for why this was organized. And NATO, of course, when it was organizing it, knew that one of the primary resistors to the Soviet Union would be the underworld, that the various underworld organizations, of course, would have no future in a Soviet Union where the state controlled the corruption. So the aspect of communism is that they eliminate the underworld by the state basically handling all of the criminality. Of course, that doesn't mean that doesn't happen in the West, where you've got a bunch of super predators in power right now. We have another Gilded Age. It's just a different form of robbery. It's white-collar crime at as a matter of fact, they don't even call it white-collar crime. It's called gold-collar crime at that level of empowerment. But in the Soviet Union, they would try to eliminate the black market, etc., by just having the government control all of it. So the government controlled the crime as well as, that would cause the guys playing at it for hundreds of years before the Soviets moved in to lose their business. So they were cooperating with NATO in arming these operations and in assassinating communist subversives. So this is the thing that must be realized. Operation Gladio, Glaive, Dirk, all of these things that NATO had going in cooperation with the various European mafias, which were dominated by the Italian mafia at that period of history. We're talking about not that long ago, but just so people know, the Italian mob that you see in the Godfather films is no longer the dominant mafia of Europe. They were superseded by the Albanian mafia and various other third world mafias. Sometime in the 90s, around the 90s, the Italians just ceased being the dominant mafia underworld globally and even in Europe. So they've really just kind of faded. They faded with time. And the more vicious and just aggressive mafias out of the Balkans have really superseded them in Europe. And you've got Romanians now that are running a lot of human trafficking in Spain and other areas of the Mediterranean. Albanians in particular, Greeks. It's not unexpected, and there's logical reasons for it. The Balkans, of course, have always been the ghetto of Europe. But when it came to those old days, the important thing to remember is that all of this was a positive. These were all the good guys. These were the people fighting the Soviets, and why they had to work with the underworld was because the underworld mafia was involved killing these communist subversives, like communist propagandists who were producing movies in Spain. You had movie directors that were trying to promote communism and leftism. You couldn't legally do anything about these people, and they were advocating the downfall of entire governments to pave the way for the Soviet invasion. So what could you do? You killed them. And that's what these operations were about. So when you hear all this evil shit about Gladio, it's always the same shit. Gladio, Gladio, all these people bring that up. This is all communists and Russians who are saying, oh, Operation Gladio, it's all evil. It's all evil. Of course, they bring up the neo-Nazi connection, or rather, the original Nazi connection. The people from the Third Reich whose veterans were working with Operation Gladio, its connection to Argentina and all the rest of these areas of the world where the Nazi diaspora was involved. Of course, they say, oh, that's all evil. It's all bullshit. These people are just out there to promote communism. They're out there to basically say that this is evil and that this is somehow negative. And of course, the West just eats it up and they just say, oh, okay, it's all negative. And honestly, the dealing in drugs, which I brought up ad nauseum, in terms of what the Americans were doing in Vietnam with the Golden Triangle, obviously that's a negative. But this is like when you come to the mob connections in Europe, why is it that the Italian mafia faded? Well, obviously they weren't dealing very aggressively in all these drugs. They weren't dealing that aggressively in all of this human trafficking. This is why they failed, was basically they were getting more and more mainstream. They were getting, as you see in The Godfather, there's an accuracy in the sense that they're trying to become conventional. They're trying to normalize. They're basically trying to become businessmen. And so they started investing in more normalized business. They started investing in more. So they're going through a transition period that should at least have been respected for what it was. And then they, had a bunch of people who were still dealing with the more negative aspects, the more violent aspects of crime, that were highly politicized because capitalism was threatened, in which their environment was, of course, capitalism. And so when they were acting out against, say, in a political sense, when they were acting out by assassinating communist subversives, then everybody started getting down on them and saying, oh, well, now they're evil. This is part of the cycle of propaganda that a person has to be very cautious about and can be easily manipulated. And that's part of the problem. We had the left wing dominate America for decades. And now the biggest problem in America is now the right wing. And it's because of this horrible pendulum that just swings to the extreme in America. There's no middle ground, because there's no sense of balance. There's no sense of history. There's no sense of culture. So America just swings from one to the other. But just to put some context on that, just put that in perspective. And it also adds another context to how bizarre Americans are in so many ways, and the West in general, when it comes to, say, for instance, trying to understand the Pacific War. When Americans speak about the National Socialistisch and the Third Reich, they can conceive, first off, they can conceive of resistance. And the first thing they thought of when the Third Reich conducted its blitzkrieg and basically conquered Europe, then Americans say, oh, look, there's a Dutch resistance. Oh, look, there's a resistance in Italy, which is a fascist nation, but they're anti-fascists and they're fighting Mussolini. They can conceive of all these European resistance movements, and then they can even think of the Filipino resistance against Japanese occupation. And yet, for some reason, there's no concept in America of a German resistance. And then only recently in history have they started talking about the werewolf resistance movement that was in Germany. And they say, oh, wow, there was a kind of a resistance movement in Germany. They never tell you what happened to it. They never tell you what happened to these people. Like, okay, you had a resistance and then what? It just disappears? Then they feed you some bullshit line about, oh, well, they disappear. There's never a rational explanation. Well, what happened was they organized Operation Gladio. There was it was just these various things, and then people can understand that, and then they say, oh, see, there's all these Nazis were involved with the CIA. They were involved with this horrible operation that was killing people throughout Europe. Of course, yeah, a bunch of communist agents and subversives. And then they say, when I bring up, oh, the Japanese in World War II, and I bring up, oh yeah, the Japanese had stay-behind units. They had their lines of supply for resistance throughout Asia. And then suddenly Americans go blank. Oh, well, that can't be happening. And you want to know how crazy it gets? Then the Americans will come up with movies, and they'll come up with various documentaries, and they'll say, oh, look at this Japanese soldier. 10 years later, 20 years later, oh, they surrendered. They never knew the war was over. Well, no, you fucking idiot. They were part of a stay-behind unit, a resistance unit, just like what you saw with the werewolf resistance that became part of Operation Gladio. But Americans don't think Asians think like that. It's like to them, well, they can't even conceive of them thinking like humans. So to them, it's just like, oh, look, they didn't know the war was over. Okay, at that point, you're not dealing with anybody who's capable of rational thought. I mean, at this point, the Americans are so fucking stupid. They're so fucking crazy that it's literally, oh, if you're white, we can conceive of this. Well, oh man, if you're Asian, it's like, oh, you just didn't know the war was over. It's like that. It's just, it's insanity. It's beyond pathological. And of course, the Japanese won because of their ability to do this long-term planning. This is why they won. This is why you had thousands of Japanese in the Philippines after what the Americans said was the end of World War II. For like at least half a decade, there were tens of thousands of Japanese troops in the Philippines after the Americans had declared it was cleared of all the Japs. It's a terror. But, the point of this is that when you've got this total lack of knowledge of what's going on in the American body politic, then they project their own ignorance and insanity onto the Japanese. So I was looking through YouTube the other day at one of the World War II videos, and there's plenty of World War II videos that go into extremely obscure aspects of World War II if you know what to look for. Most of them are obsessed with what I call just engineering aspects of World War II, like qualities of tank development and shit. But some of them will go into operational level conceptualization that actually has meaning, actually has some relevance. And so under one of those, where they were talking about Japanese war museums. And this was the funny thing, too. For years, most Americans would say, oh, the Japanese, yeah, they have no martial spirit in Japan. After World War II, they gave up all aspects of war. I mean, I could go on about that for hours. I mean, just the shit I see. It's just stupidity where Americans think no Japanese had any military. Peter Moon just sent me some photographs from a San Diego newspaper from 1959. And Peter Moon says, look, here's these Japanese that are wearing World War II uniforms in 1959. They're on board a ship that's flying the World War II era Japanese flag, the rising sun with all of the rays coming from out of the rising sun, the World War II era flag. They were in San Diego in 1959.
It was Los Angeles, I believe.
Oh, Los Angeles, thank you. And he was like saying, here they are in L.A., and the Americans took pictures of only these small ships when Peter Moon distinctly remembers very large Japanese warships that he had purchased.
I remember different ships, but only one of them had the rising sun flag, the war flag. I mean, it was routine to see big ships from Japan. Most of them were merchant ships, but occasionally you'd see, I don't know what class they were. I don't think they were as big as battleships, but they were big and they were warships. And I mean, they were there for some, but it was explained to me by my father that the Japanese were now our allies. This is 1959 or thereabouts.
Right.
And yeah, and I was always curious about that. And I was looking because I'm putting it into the intro of the book. And I said, oh, let me see if I get that. And I turned up these photographs of these small cruisers or whatever they are with this, I think 2 or 3 of them with the Japanese war flag off there. What the hell are they doing in Los Angeles Harbor in 1959?
Yeah, three of them were flying the photograph that you sent to me.
Yeah.
There was three of them, yeah, with the Japanese battle flag.
I put it on my Facebook timeline as well, if
Oh,
anybody
good.
wants to see it.
Good, yeah. And I explained to Peter Moon the reason that they didn't take pictures of the larger ships is because that would have even triggered even Americans, because even they would have started asking questions. And what the hell are these Japanese doing with these real large warships in our harbor, flying the Japanese battle flag? That would have started them questioning the contrafactual anti-narrative of the Americans that they had won the war. And so at any rate, for years, with Americans denying the reality of a fat Japanese military and
it was not unusual during that time period throughout the early 60s to see huge battleships or destroyers, American battleships, off the coast. And I don't know what they were doing there, but they were doing exercises or drills. But I don't think you see that so much anymore.
No, you don't.
They're probably stealth or underwater.
It's just, in reality, they just don't train much anymore. They avoid the American ports because they've got so many third world ports that they go to where they basically fuck kids. And this is why the Thai people and the people of Singapore finally had to stop Americans from porting and just forbid them from their sailors from getting shore leave in their countries, prevent the ships from even going in certain cases because they're just spreading so much AIDS. This was at the height.
What was interesting, one time I was, must have been about 15 years ago, I was in Santa Barbara and they had this big aircraft carrier was there and right off the coast and it completely bamboozled and shut down the electronics of the entire city.
Yeah.
Just by its presence. It wasn't doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
It was just emulating so many different frequencies that it compromised the grid. Electronics of the city of Santa Barbara.
Yeah, no, that's easy to believe, but this is why they go to third world ports where they don't do that. It's also they have access to all the kids they can fuck. I mean, by the way, you think this is some kind of I'm being somehow vindictive. It's not the case. This is what they do, and they spread diseases and they contract them, so they spread them again, and it's a wretched exercise in hideousness, but this is how they feed local economies. But the point is that when it comes to the Japanese, what a lot of Americans would say is, oh yeah, there's no martial spirit left in Japan after the atomic bombs in World War II. You can't find any Japanese museums. There's no Japanese war museums, and it's all full of shit. You can go on YouTube and you can look up Japanese war museums and you'll see Japanese publishing all kinds of videos. It's all going to be in Japanese. The overwhelming majority of it will be in Japanese, but you'll see these war museums all over Japan where they have World War II relics and all this stuff. Americans just don't know where to go.
I gotta ask you a question, Douglas.
Yeah.
Or make a comment and ask a question. There is a Japanese sushi chef at the local Whole Foods in Long Island. And long ago, my daughter and I would compliment him because he did a really good job on the sushi. I saw him the first time in a long time because I stopped eating sushi and my wife wanted to get some and we stopped by and I spoke to him and I told him, I didn't tell him the details, but I told him I had a friend who was half German and half Japanese and he was writing a book on I'm helping him write a book on the real history of World War II. And he said, oh, I studied World War II. He got it. He was interested. He knew that the whole story had not been told right.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm going to give you a copy of the book when, be about a year, and I'll give you a copy of the book. And when I engage most Japanese people, even Japanese people who are fans of mine, this stuff does not your stuff does not register with them at all. Mm-hmm. They just don't get it. Mm-hmm. These are
that's because
one's real Japanese, lives in Japan. Mm-hmm. They both are, in fact. Mm-hmm. They're real Japanese. They just don't get it.
That's because they grew up on the winning side and it was never an issue. That was like this one guy who stopped. That's why I was bringing up the museums. So when I saw on YouTube one of the few videos on Japanese war museums in English. Because back in the old days, they would just say, oh, there's no such thing as a Japanese war museum. Now Americans, of course, are finding these things. And they're aghast because they say, oh, why aren't the Japanese feeling guilty? Why aren't they feeling guilty about the war? There's nothing in these museums that talk about all their atrocities and shit. Oh, yeah, like in an American museum, you're going to find shit about, how they massacred all the Indians and shit, right? I mean, you're not going to find anything negative about oneself in a museum. Germany's the only place you have that, where they flagellate themselves. And,
well, they're forced to.
Yeah,
they're forced to.
Yeah, it's hideous. And but in Japan, of course, it's like their attitude towards that is fuck you. And basically, so then this one guy wrote in the comments section, he wrote, yeah, the Japanese are pathological in their denial about the war. I stopped a Japanese woman on the street and asked her about World War II. And she says, oh, I know there was a really big war, but I don't know who won. And just walked away from him. And he's, of course, what he doesn't get is the attitude that the Japanese have always had of humor, the crazy white man, because the crazy white man goes along and he's lost in his fantasy world where he thinks he's some conqueror and shit, and that he's in a conquered land. He can't understand why he doesn't get any respect. And the Japanese don't even want to go into the subject. Most of them do not fucking care. They have no care. And this is because, of course, they fucking won. Then all the kids were raised without any knowledge of the war because all they know is they're growing up in this industrialized economy that pretty much dominated the world throughout the 80s and the 90s, is still extraordinarily powerful. And they basically have no reason to care about the war. It's not too much of an issue for them. A lot of the boys get into it for technical detail. And then you see them with their cartoons and everything, and they have all kinds of cartoons on World War II, much of which wouldn't be recognized by Americans. They don't get it. They don't understand what's going on. But the Japanese don't have this complex of guilt over it. It's more like a knowledge there was a war. Most of them have no knowledge of exactly what even happened because the emperor was not hot on telling them. And he was not something that he wanted them to concentrate on. He wanted them to move forward. So most of them don't get what's going on, don't care. Japanese do, though, begin to register it, and then they do care once they understand what you're talking about. It just takes time after speaking to them. So when it comes to the Japanese, you'll probably be the introduction to myself to many Japanese people, in the sense that they finally have information connected to my name. And so when they do encounter myself, then you might start seeing changes and responses. But
yes, but let me ask you another question. Are there any films in Japan that tell the history of World War II that might even approach what you tell?
It's one of those things that I don't know of in terms of, because I don't really follow it, and to get into it to that extent where I'm specifically looking for that. Most of the time, what I see in terms of Japan and the war is pretty much, I would say that it's very technical oriented. They talk a lot about the engineering, and they do acknowledge the fact that they had all these accomplishments they made during the war. So when I see popular Japanese television, they will speak of the long-distance bombers they created to bomb New York. Now, they know these existed, and they talk about it on regular documentaries. They'll say, oh, yeah, we built this long-distance bomber with a pressurized cabin that could bomb New York City. So they bring these things up. They know of them. And
did they bring up the super dirigibles or anything like that?
No, because that is like imperial secret. That at that point, you're dealing at the level of the emperor did not want the Japanese people to know about that. And in other words, put this in perspective, as I pointed out before in Roswell and the Rising Sun, you had the Japanese army, you had the Japanese navy, and both of them had the Rising Sun symbol, but they distinguished between each other by one branch of service having just the red sun, and the other branch of service having a small round white circle round that red sun to show that, like the flag of Japan, it's dual colored, red and white, to show the rising sun with the surrounding white sky to represent. This is what differentiated the Army and the Navy. they had, like the Americans had, no Air Force. The Americans had naval aviation, and they had the United States Army Air Force. And the Japanese, people would assume, well, they operated in the same fashion. There was no Air Force, and yet there was an enormous amount of Japanese air power. And some of it was naval, and some of it was Army. So it was recommended by the man who had established the Kamikaze Corps years before to Emperor Hirohito to start an Air Force. And Emperor Hirohito knew he would have to deal with the heads of the Army and the Navy who were always clamoring for budget, that to establish an Air Force, they would be at each other's throats demanding a share of the budget, that they would both be violently against it because they wouldn't want a third branch of service vying for budget from them. And so he had to create a covert Air Force from his own funding. And that had the rising sun, the red circle, with the roundel, the white circle surrounding it, the little thin white circle, as black. So it was a sun surrounded by a black night sky. And so that was the covert secret Air Force. So he didn't even have his own high command know about this branch of service. The only reason the Americans knew about it was because Hirohito had to bring it to their attention to force them to surrender. So this was all part of his forcing the Americans into suing for peace. So no, your average Japanese person doesn't know about this at all. And they were just beginning to become aware of it in the 1980s and 90s when I started leaking information, started talking with Teleport USA. And Teleport USA was, of course, had its offices in Los Angeles. If you look up Teleport USA in Los Angeles, you'll still see aspects of its offices still there. And they were just kind of like a intelligence clearinghouse for Japan. And when I approached them and basically traded information with them, this was essentially an act of espionage on my part. Theoretically, I could have gone to jail as like that guy who was spying for Israel. If you remember that guy who spied for Israel and then wound up going to jail for effectively the rest of his life, the Israelis are still lobbying for his release. That guy, of course, was doing exactly what I was doing. But the reason I could get away with it was because the Americans would have to say they lost World War II if they brought me to trial. See, if the Americans pursued me publicly and said Douglas Dietrich is a spy, let's get this fucker in jail the rest of his life, then the Americans would have to say, because people would ask, oh, what'd he do? Oh, he's selling shit to the Japs. Well, like what? Technology? I mean, they know the Japs don't want any American technology. The Americans are trying to steal Japanese technology, not the other way around. So, what was it Douglas Dietrich was doing? Well, he's selling them history. Well, what? What history? Well, we lost the war. That kind of history. That kind of shit. Now, what I was giving to the Japanese was the evidence of the atrocity committed against Japanese, Taiwanese, Korean, and Okinawan prisoners of war here in America, having to do with Roswell. That's why the Japanese were going to open up the Roswell Memorial Museum in Hakui City, Japan. Now, Hakui City is spelled in the romanization as Hakui. And Hakui City, Japan was where they were going to open up a multi-million-dollar Roswell Memorial Museum, their version of a Holocaust Memorial Museum to the prisoners of war that were killed in the United States. Now that wound up, and you can verify this, you can vet this yourself, that wound up being investigated by the FBI. Now what the hell is the FBI, which is a domestic intelligence organization meant to counteract foreign intelligence in the United States? What's that doing in Japan, trying to investigate their opening up an atrocity memorial museum in Japan? Because, of course, I'm the domestic spy. I was the guy who was selling information to the enemy empire. And the FBI investigating it, President Bill Clinton signing the toughest trade deal Japan had ever had since World War II, denying them all kinds of advantages they had before till that point. All this led to Japan divesting from the United States and reinvesting in communist China, teaching the communist Chinese how to do mass production, and dumping all of their old-scale production onto the Chinese so they could move into high-tech. All this creating the Made in China boom, which is only now beginning to die on the basis of multiple assaults, from African swine fever, coronavirus, and the trade war. All that was created by Japan when they withdrew from the United States on the basis of my espionage. I changed the fucking world. And when the Japanese withdrew, America fell into instant depression. Back in the 80s, America was riding high. Anybody who lived through the 80s can tell you how good the 80s was compared to the world after the Japanese pulled out and revested in communist China. Everybody can tell you in the 80s, everybody was on coke. And it's a working man's drug. Doctors, attorneys, everybody was on coke. They were using it to get through work. America was...
Major League Baseball.
Oh, yeah. Oh, everywhere. Everywhere. And we were buried under a mountain of snow, which is what we used to call coke. And, of course, George Bush Jr. was on it. You know, all that shit. But the whole point is that the world was so much easier back then. Japanese money was flowing everywhere. They were buying up real estate everywhere. Americans were saying they were buying America. All that shit. And then suddenly it all stopped. Just like, bam, just like that. I'm responsible for that. And the Americans, of course, could have brought me to trial and could have said, this guy is responsible for all this and he's going to be in jail the rest of his life. But then they'd have to say, when everybody says, oh, why? Well, you know, we lost the war. And he exposed that. Well, they can't say that. So their best way is to try and destroy my character, which is what they try to do nonstop. And they did it, you know, just everywhere they can. They just never stop. And they get more and more desperate. And they're just pulling at straws.
Didn't this happen around the time Hirohito died?
That's quite correct. Yeah, it was around the time Hirohito died. And it was, yeah, it was just a time of great change. And it was one of those things where it was just, how would I say it? It was a very sad time in Japan when he died, but then they got the new emperor in, and he was already old. He was already old. Hirohito had been in charge for so long that by the time his son got in, his son was already in failing health. And pretty much, you know, finally, it's amazing he lasted as long as he did, and finally abdicated the throne to allow his own son to take over. The Japanese still have changes they really need to go through. In ancient times, Japan was ruled by a female empress, and they need to allow that to happen. So they don't breed the imperial line out. And they know this, and so hopefully they'll adapt. The Japanese public themselves has been demanding a female empress, or the option to have one become an empress, should the imperial line just don't have a male heir, so that they can carry on the imperial line they're from. But, you know, it's one of those things that it was in more recent times that all the male chauvinists got in, and hopefully they'll just, the Japanese will just, shall we say, overthrow them. And just reassert the matriarchy whenever necessary. So, but aside from all of that, when it comes to the concept of the Japanese in the war, the other stupid thing I hear from just Americans all the time is when they're talking about shit like, I was watching this, you know, reviews on YouTube, the Shin Godzilla, which is, for those of you who don't know, Godzilla franchise has been out forever, and of course they do variants on it. The Japanese do different interpretations on it, and the most horrific interpretation to date, grotesque, the most grotesque, actually a monster that is unappealing and not in any way relatable, is the Shin Godzilla version. And the Shin Godzilla version was this horrific mutated Godzilla that's grotesque and has all kinds of powers the other Godzillas didn't, and is constantly changing shape, literally shape shifting. It's this grotesque thing to watch. But in this film, there's this scene that the Americans are reviewing, and some elderly couple is left in in some part of the city where the Shin Godzilla is approaching, and they're going to deploy weapons, but there's an elderly couple left in the ground zero. They're adding tension to the film, and they're adding some conflict to the film, and it's just this moral crisis of kill the old people while the guy Godzilla's in area or whatever, you know. And the Americans are saying, oh yeah, the Japanese can't fire their weapons because they've never been allowed to fire weapons since World War II. And it's just, you just hear shit like that. And you say, well, these guys are so fucking crazy. These guys are so fucking out of it that this is how they see the world. And they look at Godzilla as like, this is a response to Japanese fear of the atomic bomb, when he's the fucking national mascot. If he's a response to Japanese fear of the atomic bomb, then they love the fucking atomic bomb. And this is why they had nuclear power plants everywhere. If they're so afraid of nukes, why did they have nuclear power plants all over fucking Japan? It just goes on and on. The insanity. The Americans have these contradictory, pathological views of Japan that are all based into a psychotic fantasy that they won the war with atomic bombs. So you've got this fantasy that makes no sense on the face of it, and yet everybody accepts it. And so when I challenge that and expose it, then of course it's all something that is called a disconfirmation process. So the disconfirmation process. Yeah.
I want to point out something, and I'm going to have to retire here because it's getting late for me and I got to get up in the morning. But this is, as much as you're totally right in what you say, it was just the same thing. I think I was talking about, we were talking about Donald Trump earlier, and using PR. It's incredible PR what the Americans have executed. You just claim victory and walk away. It is such a good PR tactic to claim victory and walk away.
Yes.
It works. It works. Trump uses it all the time.
Yes.
And if you can not renege on it and just act and walk away arrogantly, it works. And it works real good.
It does. And this is why one of the Grand Admirals of the United States Navy said, don't tell them anything when it's over. Tell them who won. It's just like that. It's just like no matter who wins or loses, you tell them who won anyway. When it comes to our chat room, they bring up some excellent points. Dan Tana says the Israeli spy was Jonathan Pollard. So that was the name of the Israeli spy I was trying to remember, was Jonathan Pollard, that would have given legal precedent as to what to do with myself. But they can't do that because they can't afford to do that. When it comes to the other thing I want to bring up is the title of the book. I personally think that Roswell and the Rising Sun is too limited because of the sheer number of things that you and I will go over when we have to put Roswell into context. As I said, Operation High Jump is integral to the Roswell atrocity. You and I will go over this personally because I'm going to let you get to bed. But just to debrief you, what had happened was the United States Navy was responsible, or they had at least gotten the privilege, quote unquote, of eliminating the Third Reich from Antarctica. They were going to finish off the last remnants of the Third Reich, quote unquote. They were going to perform the final battle of World War II.
Admiral Byrd's trip.
Yes,
yeah.
And they fucked up so bad that the Army took over and said, well, we're going to do the job. And this was their opportunity to shine. And they said, we're going to do it with these dirigibles, and we're going to...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I get you now. I get what you're saying. So that was the impetus for exercising the dirigibles from the Area 51 area and taking them down. And
yes.
And
yeah.
Okay,
that was the practice run because they want the Japanese to teach them how to use the dirigibles so they could use the dirigibles to deploy the atomic bombs in Antarctica. And so that was that. So that's.
I don't think it would have worked very well.
I agree. But for that reason, I think Roswell and the Rising Sun is too limited. I think a better title for the book, to tell you the truth. I know Roswell and the Rising Sun is euphonic, and you and I will discuss this, but I think it should be made known publicly that I think an excellent title for the book, because it encompasses so much of World War II. And so many different aspects of it. It would have to include the Battle of Los Angeles, of course, because of the deployment of dirigibles, those same dirigibles.
Well, it definitely has to include that.
Yeah,
for sure.
So, if, in that sense, inclusive as it is of the Battle of Los Angeles, Operation High Jump, and the Roswell atrocity, I think a better name for it would be, in quotes, A Lie So Bold. That would be the title I would think of. A Lie So Bold, subtitled as how the Axis won World War II, or something of that nature.
Well, I will say though, but in most of our audience, I mean, we can work on that, but have a subtitle. Mm-hmm. But Roswell is a real selling point.
Okay, I mean, I understand.
It is a real selling point.
Okay, so a subtitle would be something like The Battle of Los Angeles, Operation High Jump, Roswell and the Rising Sun. Something like that is a subtitle. But the
we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Yes, we are. But I think the spirit of it is really covered by A Lie So Bold. Just the
there was a book called The Chinese Roswell. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you ever heard of it.
Vaguely, but go on.
It was a book about the White Pyramid in Western China. Mm-hmm. It was originally called the White Pyramid. I had the opportunity to publish it. I tried to publish it. I just couldn't make contact. It was a Swiss or German author. I think his name was Hartwig Heisdorf. Mm-hmm. And it was, as one of the Germans told me, it was a little bit too ancient astronaut-y, ancient astronaut to be any good. But it was about, I think about the Dropa stones. It wasn't that well written. It didn't do that. I mean, it sold, it came and went, it wasn't a bad title. It wasn't a great title. The Chinese Roswell. It was about the Dropa stones.
Well, obviously they changed the name just to sell it. Yeah.
Yeah. And furthermore, what was that book? The Corso book.
The Day After Roswell.
Yeah. I mean, that book just completely knocked what I was doing onto the sidelines. People went after that like lemmings.
Yeah.
And it was like, whoa. And then I start getting letters, you should get into remote viewing and this sort of nonsense. Like these people, like all of a sudden the audience knows more than you do.
Yeah, disgusting. Yes, I know.
And at first they're reading what you write, so much of it coming from Preston, and saying, oh yeah, we're learning. And now all of a sudden they switch positions on you. And they are the senior partner,
right?
In their own mind,
yeah. Because the fickle public. Go on, yes.
They know more.
Yeah,
they know more. It's like, it's just.
Well, this is the insanity that I was describing. Is that the most ignorant people in the world? Why do stupid people think that they're intelligent? And why is it that the most ignorant people in the world assume this position of intellectual superiority, where the only thing that happens is when somebody comes on to present information like myself, all they can do is go into these stupid remarks about, oh, I know more and you don't know this, it's a terror, and it just goes on. And most of them, when I first became a public informant, we're basically talking about my manner of speaking. And people say that less and less now about my manner of speaking because, of course, they have nothing to argue with. But even then, when I was first coming out, the only thing they could attack was my manner of speaking. And the funny thing was that our man Peter was telling us before we got on air, he was talking about Adolf Hitler using this gesticulation all the time. And he was basically, this was how he had his impact on the audience. This was how he moved them, in the same sense that Trump was using the military family reunion and the Freedom Medal to Trump. The Freedom Medal to Rush Limbaugh is all part of his circus to get the spectacular responses from his cult. That Hitler was basically using these almost hypnotic gestures to get people mesmerized. And
well, it's like, in all you have to do, and I never understood this in terms of music. Preston would talk about it from his own reference frame until I saw, it was years ago in the 70s, seeing Al Franken doing an imitation of Mick Jagger. It was very funny. But I saw he was just imitating Mick Jagger, and all as Mick Jagger does is he just sort of jumps up and down and he's vibrating. It's just this vibration, And this is what makes people go wild, is this vibrating gesticulation. It just, people love it. The audience responds to it. They just, the person's got to move. And if the person moves, Tina Turner, classic example, makes audiences go wild. The Beatles moved around a lot for what.
But by
what
the way,
did
you just hear that?
I did. I don't know what it was. It must have been one of the ghosts the Warren sent. But anyway, it's just, this you just start moving around, gesticulating. I was listening to somebody talk about. I was listening on YouTube about somebody watching Harry Belafonte. They were a big Harry Belafonte fan, and he was just in a dark stage, and he just sit still, and then all of a sudden he'd move dramatically, poetically, and it would just like change everything. Movement is everything. And Hitler was, they say he was trained to within an inch of his life how to speak and how to do these things, and he did it very well.
Yeah, by Hannison. Hannison was the man who trained him in that, and Hannison was an expert mesmerist. He was a man who specialized in mesmerizing audiences, So the thing before you go is I definitely want to thank you for being here. I'm going to insist, of course, that you, again, promote your websites and where you want people to go. What is it you want to bring their attention to? Before you do that, the reason I brought up the Hitler story and what you had said about it is because the interesting thing is that when I first became a public informant, one of the first videos that you can see of me is it was at a conference where I had met George Norrie and insinuated to him that I was affiliated with Aquino in a sense that made him think I was essentially a member of his cult, Norrie's cult, which is the Aquino cult. And that's what ultimately led to my appearances on Coast to Coast. But when you see me being interviewed by somebody about Roswell, and this is like one of the first videos out there about me as a public informant, and the cameraman was just so blown away by what I said that he did not move the camera in and out of focus like people do with other people. The job of the cameraman is to actually have the camera move. It moves in and out of focus so that you shrink and that you grow, and that maintains interest in the individual that they're filming, and that's what makes it dynamic. That's what adds what otherwise Hitler was doing without that technology. And it adds that impact of motion, dynamic motion. The cameraman didn't do that at all. He was so blown away by what I said, he just stopped filming with his camera and just left it on autopilot and just stood there, mouth agape, listening to me. And said after I was done that I was the only person he had ever met who had ever said anything important at any of these conventions he'd been filming for years. That was the first person who ever said anything of relevance, and the only person, he said, and that includes any of the presenters. He had never filmed at any of the these conferences. But
this is an important point, because if you watch, that old UFO hunter shows that Bill Burns used to do.
Yes, that son of a bitch, the guy who produced The Day After Roswell.
I know, but just with reference to his TV show, and other shows, you see it as well. They go into all of this sort of camera manipulation as if it's a formula, or they have the investigators pursuing this. It's all formulaic, and it's so obvious, and it's all staged, and it really sucks.
Yes,
it's like, and even the little. The productions that I participated in, they want you to stage certain things, like you're going up and you're meeting this person and you're shaking hands with them. This is so unnecessary. It is so what you call inauthentic. It makes a story, and it's professional, they think, and they think it works.
Right. By the way, those diabolic growls in the background, I think, are Derek Alley snoring. Just so people.
It's okay. Go wake up. It's okay.
Yeah, so go on with what you were saying.
You'd have this, and if we were doing a Montauk night, in my house, somebody'd nod off and fall asleep inevitably. And it's okay. It's all right. I think he woke up.
Oh yes, Derek, you were
Okay.
snoring. You
Oh no.
were scaring all of us to death. Yes, that was it.
It's all right.
It-
It's all right. But I lost my train of thought.
no. You were talking about how unnecessary. They had you approach these
Oh
people.
yeah. Staging these things. It's just like if you just sit down and it's sort of like if you and I were talking in a lobby and somebody comes in and they start listening. They come in and start listening because they're interested in the conversation, and then a crowd gathers. That's really all you want, and then you can digress to show a scape of a videos of the dirigible, the super dirigible or whatever you're showing, and it's that things do not have to be so cleverly produced unless you're doing a movie, But I'm saying is it's too much.
Yes, yeah, go on. I mean,
like you could watch an interesting interview on the old Phil Donahue show or even the Oprah show, and if the presenter was interesting in what they're talking about, you don't need all this bric-a-brac to go with it. What you need is an interesting subject,
yes,
and an interesting conversance,
yes,
and that is an interesting guest instead of.
What you see, what you're relying on is you're relying on a very intellectual approach, and of course, if you take a look at old British interviews from the 1970s, you'll see this as well. You'll see just the interviewer and the interviewee, and they're both sitting in chairs, and nobody's moving the camera, and they're talking for fairly long periods of time, and the focus is just on them, and the camera's just left there, and of course, that's most of these British people, to use a stereotype, were skilled in the arts of conversation. They had a bit more of a poetic use of the language. They had a more civilized manner of speaking that engages. So it's kind of like watching theater anyway. So people can watch that, but the reality is, in this day and age, the reason they are using all these gimmicks, which you find nauseating, and I can sympathize with it, is simply because the modern audience no longer has that attention span. Their attention span is so blown that unless something's moving, you're just not going to keep it, and therefore, but like you're saying, if the subject's interesting enough, well, that's what happened with my cameraman. That was to my detriment, because he didn't do that. Then I look very strange in that video. And you can see in the video I look like a Puppetoon Muppet, and I look very skinny. I look very... a camera is supposed to have 20 pounds. I obviously look almost malnourished. I look like I'm suffering from consumption. His focus was just way off. He just had left the camera, didn't even focus. He just stood there with his mouth gaping, listening.
Maybe you were one of the pilots in the dirigible.
Well, there you go. It looks somewhat similar to that, like I could be one. But the point that I'm making is that I was just gesticulating. I was using these Hitlerian motions, by the way. Maybe it's genetic. The interesting thing is that, and this is where I make my point, everybody derided that. They were saying, oh, this is a sure sign that Douglas is mind controlled. You can see this individual's mind controlled because his arms are moving around so much. This is indicative. This is all the bullshit pseudoscience.
Well, that's just to degrade you and to degrade your information.
Of course.
Because they can't process it.
Yes, thank you. But the other point beyond that is, the interesting thing is that experts in media have said that what Hitler did would be get him laughed off the stage at this point in history. The reason why they say that is because camera technology now is what it is, and trained cameramen would theoretically be applying all of the motion to the camera, focus in, focus out, which would make Hitler's gestures look extremely exaggerated, which is what they were.
My mother told me that she used to see the newsreels of Hitler when she was, they go to the movies.
Yeah.
And she said they just laughed at him. They just thought he was so funny.
Right. There's a number of Americans who thought that. See, this is the difference. What Adolf Hitler, when he was trained by Hanussen, what he was trained in was the stage orator and the fact that the stage orator has to fixate the audience, and the way that the stage orator did that traditionally in the days before camera.
Well, yes, and understand that she was American and she didn't understand the German.
Yes.
So it made him look funnier, and she wasn't under the hypnotic spell that the Germans were, so to speak.
Right. But beyond that, the motions that he was using were made for the classical stage. So it's almost like a stage actor is making different types of motions to draw an audience's attention and also to entertain them, because the motion does entertain them. It occupies the eye, occupies the mind. You don't do that on camera today because the camera does the work for you. And this is why politicians today, when they're speaking on stage, stay just perfectly still. They just stand behind a podium. And if they had done that in the age of Adolf Hitler and tried to speak to an audience, the audience just would have told them to get off the fucking stage because they're boring people to fucking death. You know, it wouldn't even matter what you're saying. The only people who could get away with that would be lecturers in a university. And so in terms of Holly saying it's also true of Trump, I guess she means his Holly Kadifakidis, Kate Kadif, I forget her name. Holly Kadifis Keither? Oh shit, I'd have to look at her name, but you get my point. Holly is saying that Trump does this too, where he dances all over the place. Holly Kadifis Kiefer. And so when he does it, it's, God knows, I don't think he can control himself. He's almost spasming. Actually,
well, the counter argument to what you're talking about, though, is if you're listening to the radio, and
yes.
most people like are right now listening, and does it maintain your interest? Yeah, radio. Like if you're driving, you can listen to the radio and be interested or bored, depending on what they're talking about and how interesting the speakers are. And that's the substitute. When you put a picture in somebody, you know, the audience demands more.
Yes.
The spoiled eyes demand more.
Yes, there we are. Thank you so much. And that's one reason why, if you do what I do, and this is interesting. So what the comments I get before I let you go, the interesting thing is the comments that I've gotten from people about the manner in which I speak. The interesting thing is that the men are constantly attacking me for emotive display. So when I'm speaking in what's essentially radio, the audio medium on bandwidth, and you have nothing to look at other than the singular photograph and you're hearing my voice, what I try to explain to people, like I explained to someone recently, is that if you're not emotionally invested in the story you're telling, and everything you're telling is basically a story. This is what we're doing. We tell stories. We go shopping. We have incidents that happen with the cashier. We come home. We relate the experience of that and what happened at the gas station. This is all storytelling. We're all doing storytelling. And if you're not emotionally invested in the story you tell, most people are going to assume that whatever you're telling is not worth listening to. Whatever you're describing is not worth their investing their time or their emotions in listening to or receiving the information thereof, because you're obviously not invested in it. So the interesting thing is that people want a disinvested person, which is what the politicians these days try to portray, normally until Trump. They try to portray a totally divorced, non-emotive, detached narrative as if they're professors in a college, and this is what people are claiming is respectable. Obviously, those days are over, and this is what led to the Trump phenomena. It's one of the factors.
Well, yeah, because they're sick of it because it doesn't work.
Thank you.
And Trump contradicts that, and he does it, as I said to somebody, was it Trump is, they were saying he's a bully, and he is a bully. However, that is much preferable to the spineless Machiavellian, politeness that is used by most politicians.
Yes. Thank you. And that
phony politeness, when he's bullying, you can at least tell who and what he is. He's identifiable rather than this, this other stuff that is,
Yes.
And I also don't understand with regard to Trump is these people that just completely castigate Trump. Yet why didn't they castigate George Bush like this?
Well, it's an interesting question. I think that every politician gets castigated. George W. Bush was just castigated by different people, or maybe it was the same people, but it was, for one thing, I think...
these people didn't go after George Bush. They didn't go after George Bush like this. In fact, George Bush was so reprehensible that he was treated so kind.
You're right. Press. I mean, I mentioned that the other day. I mentioned how, he was walking along and Ellen DeGeneres was sharing her, nachos and cheese with him at some stupid baseball game or football game or something, some sports event, and I was saying that this man should be made to bleed whenever he walks in public. I mean, this guy is.
Well, yes, and there was also Danny DeVito, who was drunk. He was he was I think on the David Letterman show, and he was drinking all these limoncellos. It was written up in the press, and he was drunk, and they asked him about something about George Bush, and he started making these. Maybe he was on one of these, the Whoopi Goldberg show or whatever. I can't. It's called The View, and he was making. They mentioned George Bush, and he started making faces like a real dumb, stupid person.
Right.
And he was basically conveying, "Oh, look at me, I'm George Bush," and he was just acting like a fool. Now he was drunk.
Right.
However, when he was done, he was forced to apologize. Now, nobody would apologize for making fun of Donald Trump. No, they would not have to apologize. And okay, that's fine. They shouldn't have to. But they had to apologize because of George Bush.
That is bizarre. That is bizarre.
It was this moral code, and it was utterly ridiculous. And I'll also say that there was this famous saying that George Bush made when he was running for president. And he says, "I ain't going to play gotcha politics. I ain't going to play gotcha politics," when they go gotcha. Well, the gotcha question they asked him was about his allegiance and alliance and living within the building of a satanic cult in Brownsville, Texas.
Holy shit.
And when he left for the weekend, everybody got killed.
Holy shit!
You look up George W. Bush, Brownsville, Texas. So one of these, he's running for office, and this is the first time he's running for president, and they ask him about this, and he goes, "I ain't going to play gotcha politics." And everybody starts like, "Hey, yeah, he ain't going to play gotcha politics." And the press just says, "No, he ain't going to play gotcha politics." They ignored the question.
Oh my fucking God. That's incredible. I never knew of this. One of these
You
days...
look up Brownsville, Texas, and George Bush and satanic cult, and you'll see the story. And what I'm saying, this is what irks me about Trump haters. It's okay to not like Trump. It's okay to even hate him if you hate him. But why didn't you hate? Where was your hate when we needed it?
Well, I mean, you've just given your own answer. It's a rhetorical question. Nobody knew. I mean, obviously, the media protected George W. Bush, and the media was very much protective of many presidents. Trump has kind of done away with all of those pretenses. So that's something that we have to debate as to whether that's a positive or a negative. Not you and I personally, but I mean, just society has to debate whether that's a positive or a negative, that he rid us of all these pretenses. There's no more pretense anymore. Trump is what he is, and he doesn't hide it. And
he's also brought fake news to the forefront. Yeah. It was always fake.
Yes. It was
always fake.
Yes, definitely. I've emphasized that, of course, and that is certainly something that is, how would I say it? It's one of those things, however, where there's a selective application. Here's the problem, is that he brings up the fake news and he attacks his enemy with that term. But as opposed to, say, for instance, saying what you just said, that there's a generic fakeness to so much of information that is relayed or conveyed. But definitely, thank you so much. And what you bring up is quite valid. Before our man Peter goes into his final, what I'm going to insist he deliver a blurb for himself and a plug, rather. I'm going to insist he plug himself and what it is that he wants plugged.
Yes, I'll say this. We got the special offer on the skybooks.usa.com website. 2 new books, Forgotten Genesis by Radu Sinamar and L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity by myself. And order it, if you want it, order it quick, because I've got the first print run of the L. Ron Hubbard book is about, I've got about 24 copies left. I mean, I'll order another print run, but it means I could be dry for the book for a couple of weeks, if depending on how quick they go. So if you want it, order it tonight. We'll be able to get your order out in the next few days. So anyway, it's great to talk to you again. It's been a while, and I hope to be back soon. And it was very nice.
God bless you. I mean,
very nice to meet our other guest, Derek, if he's still with us.
Yeah, Derek, are you still with us? Do you want to say goodbye to Peter personally?
It's okay.
Before you go, Peter, there's some comments from the chat room I must relay to you while you're here.
Sure.
Christoph Rimmel said, must be a snoring Rottweiler talking about the occasional background noises. This was before I exposed it was our man snoring, Derek. And oh yes, Sarah Shields says Derek is snoring. So funny. And Cheryl Jacobs, bless her heart, she says, oh my God, Derek snoring is awesome. Douglas laughing is killing me. I'm dying right now. Oh shit, Derek Talley's trying to call back. If I take that call, it knocks us off this one. I'll
say goodbye to me and say goodbye to him when you knock me off, and you can take him.
Yes. So I'll do that. You've gotten the gist of it. Everybody's been enjoying. Oh, by the way, there's an individual named Paul Nicholas in here. I don't know if he spells it the same as your Nicholas, but he says, hello to all fellow Canadians here. Nicholas is spelled Nickles. Was that the same as your Nicholas?
No, Nichols. Preston Nichols.
Oh, okay.
He's not Nichols.
Okay, thank you. And Marcus Crick says, love your books, Peter. And so, everyone's out there doing their bit. And so W pardoned Henry Lee Lucas after notching the most confirmed kills as a Texas governor. Okay, well, there you go. That's kind of cute, I guess.
He's not really joking there, I don't think.
No, I guess he's not. Probably. I'm assuming he's referring to the death sentences. Well,
yeah, but also there's something about George Bush. In fact, one of my Qigong students works at a fancy hotel in New York City as a security guard. Uh-huh. So he'd see all the celebrities that would come in there. In fact, he'd ride in the elevator with them to protect them. Uh-huh. And he said George Bush was really the most personable, amiable guy of all of them. But he is the epitome of somebody with a double personality. Mm-hmm. George Bush.
Right.
Same as Ronald Reagan.
Right.
It's just like, Mr. Nice Guy.
Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Nice Guy. So it's like, yeah, I mean, and if you just look at, I mean, he's, there's a real imbecilic side. I mean, so many things he said. And as they say, it's okay to not like Trump, but, as they say, remember George Bush.
Right. Oh, yeah. No, I hear you. And, well, thank you again. Give our love to I'm so sorry. I'm forgetting your wife's name right now. Paula. Thank you so much. Give our love to Paula. And Derek says my call dropped. Yes. He probably dropped the phone while he was asleep. I'll try and get him back. Anyhow, so love you dearly. Have a blessed night. My best to Paula, and we all adore your work, and I'm so proud to be working with you. And we'll be speaking very personally very soon about all.
Okay, great.
All right.
Okay, good night. Good night, everybody.
Yes, and so our man Peter Moon is taking his leave. Let me see if I can bring Derek back on, if only for a few minutes.
I'm not going off.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to punch myself off, and I can't.
Oh shit!
The Skype was okay there.
Okay, all right. And okay, that takes care of that. Let's start a new call with our man Derek Talley, and see if we can get him. Okay. There we are. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, that was wonderful. Everybody loved your snoring. They said you sounded totally diabolical. Yes, it was. It was the most frightening experience we had in a while. All I could think of was those electronic voice phenomenon and Lou Gentili's demons had followed me home. Yes.
Yeah. I just laid. I laid the float down on my chest and I laid back and I was listening, and then, next thing I know, you guys are making fun of me.
We adore you. Oh my God. So you do have this real growl about it, and Don't get me tempted to make too much fun of you, but I have been curious. I mean, you grew up on all these military bases, and then you got this job driving trucks, and then you married this lady, and then her mother wound up complaining about the fact that you had to have a gun near you because there were assholes in the neighborhood who were going to crawl inside the window at any moment and do a break-in, and you had to. And she was wondering what you were doing, bringing her daughter into that
No,
neighborhood.
no, my wife used to sleep by the window with the pistol because people used to break into our cars. You know, I used to like them cutlasses.
Okay.
And all them caprices and stuff. So when we lived in Inglewood, they used to steal the car. Really, the people from the west side would come to the south side and steal cars, and then people from the south side would go over to the west side and steal cars. And so and I worked at the night shift, and so when I worked at the night shift and I was gone, I usually had my Cadillac still there in case my wife wanted to use the Cadillac, or I had the Cutlass. And those were the cars that they liked to steal. And so my wife used to sleep by the window with the pistol whenever she heard a noise, is that in case somebody used to was walking around in the Cadillac or something, and she had to pop off a few rounds or something and say, "Get the fuck away from this car."
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. I mean, I'm so impressed. But weren't you inherently a dangerous neighborhood? Wasn't it like, well, the city was the murder capital of the fucking United States, so that means it must be the murder capital of the goddamn world, right?
Right, well, we stayed in Inglewood, when I originally stayed in Chicago, I went to go stay with my great uncle and great aunt over there. I learned my 90th and Low, was it the Chatham neighborhood, a little bit nicer neighborhood in Chicago on the south side. And when my wife got pregnant, and then we decided to go off on our own. And I found a place, and $400 a month, that was cheap. And it was, the neighborhood almost looked the same, but it wasn't the same. It was Inglewood was, had gone down a lot by then. And, we figured that out when we moved in there on our own. And it was like just, the riffraff walking up and down the street, mall.
Yeah, that's so sad. That's so sad. I understand that. It's one of those things where my father had a very different view of San Francisco from his shore leave days as compared to what San Francisco turned into by the time he moved his family, which included myself and my mother and sister, into that area of San Francisco. That was what a nightmare. But at any rate, I'll do my best to forget it and purge it at the same time, of course. What's interesting is that my medical cosmetologist, V, was telling me that, that I always emphasize that I come from this extremely impoverished background and grew up in the one of the worst ghettos in the world and one of the most dangerous areas on earth. And of course, you know what it's like, of course, living in dangerous neighborhoods. And obviously, Chicago epitomizes that in so many ways as well. But she was like telling me, oh, you shouldn't be telling people that, and you shouldn't be voicing that publicly. And I was like, why? And she says, oh, it should be self-evident, or it should be obvious. But, I really don't get it. I do think that she feels somehow that people look down upon that, or somehow it's just, but I really think people are that we're in a different social space now, that the society is so radically changed that this is something that bears emphasizing, because I try to use it as an educational factor. And so many Americans really don't know what it's like to have grown up like that. And it was interesting how you caught that in that other part of your life, that other phase of your life, where once you were in the civilian world, outside of your childhood of military bases, which was comparatively safe, secure, and comparatively sheltered, then you brought yourself into that far more dangerous environment after getting out of the Marines and getting your job. And it is it must have been shocking to you too. I mean, you must have experienced some kind of culture shock. Were you ever afraid?
Yes, but at the same time, I think my ignorance in itself was sort of
Protection.
sort of protect. I didn't go around thinking I knew everything. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have the chip on the shoulder that I had when I was that when I was as protected. But
Right.
um, I just, me personally, I just had a love for the city. I had a love for Chicago. I used to walk everywhere. You know what I'm saying? I used to talk to everybody. People used to, I used to say hello to everybody. People would be like, what do you do? You're from the country or something? You're going around. Okay. I just walk around Chicago. I speak to everybody. So, I eat at all the restaurants. Stop and talk to all the people, and I have never had a problem in
Yes.
Chicago.
Yeah.
Chicago is like one of the most friendliest cities I have ever been to in my life.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yes.
That's well. Thank you for sharing that, and it's always good to get these different perspectives. It's one of the things that enables me, of course, to go through many ghettos. Certainly, in San Francisco, in particular, where you just have kind of a confidence, and people sense that confidence, and really, you'd be amazed at how far that can take you. Now, for your average person, of course, I want them to be very cautious. You want to project a sense of confidence, but not arrogance. You want to project a sense of confidence, but not assertiveness to the point where you look aggressive. It's there's always a balance, and but definitely. I want to thank you for coming on with us tonight, Derek, and bring up some subjects that you feel might need addressing. Obviously, I apologize for Peter and I just kind of dominating the conversation like that, and but I
Well,
felt,
it was awesome. It was awesome.
oh, thank you.
I think it was. I think it was a good conversation.
Oh, thank you. And anything you want to bring up tonight before I go into monologue? I won't be going to monologue for too long a period of time, actually, tonight. I'll just kind of like, because I did such a long transmission for the last two transmissions, 12 and 10 hours. I think I owe myself a break, and it'll be fairly short tonight, and just kind of do the blurb, take care of a few subjects, and then move on to, close it for the night. But before I do that, I'd like you to just kind of help us transition to that point where I monologue. Give us a kind of an impression of what struck you this week as important, or what stood out to you nationally, internationally, domestically, whatnot. What comes to your mind?
Well, I haven't really been paying too much attention to the news. I've been doing a lot of running around and,
That's a good
taking
thing.
care
That's a
of
good thing.
myself.
It's better for
Yeah.
your health. But yeah, it's better for your
And,
health.
I've been trying to catch up with your past shows because, I still have 2 more hours left from your previous show, and I still have 2 more hours left from your previous show before that. So, so I'm still catching up from the past shows, but uh, if there's anything that I think that needs some attention, I'll email it to you.
Oh, great. Oh, great. And besides, we've got Sunday anyway. So hopefully you'll be with us on Sunday and you can bring up something then. I think you did great tonight. And I really appreciate what you brought up in terms of insights when we were bringing up the electronic voice phenomenon. And I think that is such a valuable perspective when you referred to this as kind of like spiritual, or what did you call it? What kind of junk food?
Junk
Spiritual junk
food.
food?
It's spiritual junk food.
Yeah.
Yes, people are attracted to that spiritual junk food. It's like with the same thing with the UFOs. They're just attracted to that spiritual junk food that they're using to blow their mind. They're trying to make themselves scared. There's nothing constructive about it.
Right, right. Thank you. Thank you. I definitely appreciate that. And well, I love you dearly like a brother. It's about 10:30 p.m. where you're at, which is still it's early to me. But if you're welcome to hang out, I'm just going to start doing the blurb and then kind of go into monologuing. And as a matter of fact, why don't I take a quick trip to the restroom and have you kind of take over for about, 5-10 minutes at the longest, 6-7 minutes more likely, and just have you do that while I take advantage of your presence and take a quick trip to for a bathroom break and then come back. Is that okay with you?
Yep, that's okay with me.
Okay, wonderful. I'm gonna go mute then, and I'll let you kind of take over for a few minutes, and I'll be right back. Thank you, Derek. Appreciate that.
All right. Okay. Well, while Douglas is on the break, I just want to let everybody know that I'm giving this vegetarian thing a little trial. And so I went to this restaurant, and this restaurant has a real funny name. It's called Poke Fun. It's supposed to be some kind of Hawaiian restaurant, but it's got Oriental theme, or you get sushi bowls here. So it's called Poke Fun, and I see why they call it Poke Fun because I went and got a sushi bowl that's got everything in it. It's got the sal. They had the salmon in there. Next thing you know, this bowl sushi bowls now, so I'm gonna like doing some vegetarian stuff. I didn't get the sushi fish to put in there, but I got my own stuff to put in my own sushi bowl. So now that I can start eating vegetarian, I can still have that sushi flavor, and then I may even put some different avocados, some cabbage. I got some pickled cabbage to mix up in there with the rice, and put some of that ginger up in there and put some of that wasabi up in there and some of that mayonnaise on top, and then put some of the crunchy fried garlic on top of that. So I could make my own sushis. I see why they call that restaurant Poke Fun, because they poke fun at you because you could have just went to the buffet and ate a whole bunch of sushis and got more than what you got in that bowl. So, yeah, but besides that, I'm learning some different vegetarian recipes from people coming to the pool and giving me some ideas. I volunteer there on Saturdays. And plus, the guy who owns the pool, he's gone vegetarian, even though I caught him eating a pizza. So he goes, "Oh, I only cheat when I eat cheese." So okay, so he can eat some cheese, but that's probably what I'll probably Monday through Friday see if I can do the vegetarian thing, and if I decide to splurge or do a little something, I'll do it on the weekend. So. Let's see. I hate it when I get lost for words, but yeah, it was good to have Peter Moon on. That was my first time actually speaking to him and everything. So let's see. If I'm looking at some of the articles here that are in the headlines, it says Hollywood goes full blacklist and fails to grasp the irony. Virginia House passes draconian assault weapons ban. Intelligence coup of the century. CIA ran global spy op using well-known Swiss encryption company. China reports huge jump in new coronavirus infections and deaths. Oil stocks tumble and gold soars. So it's the same. It's a lot of the same stuff that's in the news, but I'm glad that Douglas covers lots of this stuff. This is the only place where you're going to get a lot of what gets covered here is on the Douglas Dietrich program here. So this is a good place. This is a good place to hang around. So let me see what we're talking about here in the chat room. Yeah, my eyes are kind of blurry. So I see that Paul Nicholas. I see you wrote something, Paul, but my eyes kind of went blurry. Let me see what it says here. Paul Nicholas wrote, Alberta is good. The humans, well, see, you know what? I want to read from the chat room, but for some reason my eyes are just a little bit too blurry to pick up what's being written in the chat room.
Huh. Maybe I can look for you. I've just returned myself. The first thing I'll do is go over to messages because the lovely Selena Khan has sent a GIF, a graphics interchange format image, and let me give her an XXX for that if I can manage to type that in there, and then I'll go into the chat room for you. What is it exactly that was intriguing you about the chat room? Was there something that you saw in particular that?
Oh no, nothing in particular. But I was gonna go in the chat room and start seeing if there was any questions or anything that I could answer. And then I just noticed that I really couldn't see the words because it's kind of too small.
Huh.
I guess,
Okay.
this is my screen.
Okay. Oh, there's this one individual says, "Tell Mr. Moon, Mr. Ford is here." A pity I didn't notice that while he was still with us. That came while Mr. Moon and I were winding down. Cheryl Jacobs said, "Good night, Peter Moon. We love you." And let's see now. Let's see. It looks like. Let me see. It's just people are chatting to each other, and they're being very nice and they're behaving with each other, so it's wonderful. I think that this one, Rebecca Poole, she says, Derek, I have some great vegan basics. If you need more recipes, let me know. Okay, so later on, what you can do is oh gosh. You were interacting there a few minutes ago. You went in there and said that I got dropped off the line. That was so. You were able to see him then, right?
Right. So I just put my email address in there. So if Rebecca Poole or anybody wants to write me at my email address, there she goes. She got it.
Yes.
Talley5.com. Thank you, Rebecca.
That's wonderful. And yes, and as well, Dan Tana's bringing up some interesting point. Lesbos in the Isle of in Greece is used to detain asylum seekers from North Africa and the Middle East. Lesbos is, of course, where the word lesbian is derived from. That was an isle of females who were kind of like Amazons who were apparently disavowing the patriarchy. And Paul Nicholas says Alberta in Canada is good. The humans are another case entirely. And so aside from that, it just looks like everything's coming along fine. And dear brother Derek, love you dearly beyond ability to express. And thank you very much for joining me tonight. And like I said, you're welcome to hang out for a bit. I'm going to start monologuing. And anything you want to say before I do that? You were kind of covering some stuff with the audience while I was gone, I'm sure. And that's when you started looking into the chat room to just see what else you might need to address, right?
Right. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go and listen in. And if you need me, I'll be right here. You can call me, and I'll relieve you if you need me to relieve you or anything.
Oh, God bless you. Thank you. I don't think that'll be the case because I'll probably be, closing down fairly quickly tonight, comparatively speaking. But thank you for helping make the night with myself and Peter, and I mean far more so than simply your snoring. You made the night with your participation wonderfully, but your snoring was wonderful too. Honestly, you growl when you snore. Oh my God, were you aware of that?
No.
Oh my God. Yes, it's positively frightening. But all right, well, we all love you dearly. You have a blessed night, and we're so glad that you're doing well with your treatments, and very proud. I want everyone to know that he's trying to go vegetarian. If Brendan Zoget listens to this, I'm sure he'll have plenty to say about that, and probably plenty of suggestions, since he's totally vegan, and that's really militant and extreme. So I don't expect Derek to go that far. But have fun with your experimentation in the vegetarian world. And I would find it impossible to go towards that myself. But definitely, I know a lot of people are giving you dietary suggestions. And yeah, by all means, experiment with that. And so do say goodnight to everyone, Derek, and say your farewells for tonight.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Good night, Derek. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Hugs. And Thank you, Derek Talley, and don't forget you can friend him on Facebook at. Oh, let me take a look at the promotional banner. That's where I have it written up. And our man Derek Talley, of course, has his own Facebook timeline. Let me see if I can recover it. And there we are. I found it. And so he's at facebook.com/Derek.Talley. Derek is spelled Derek. And dot and then Talley, Talley. And with that, I'll try and get into the transmission, short though it will be tonight. I'll probably throw out the blurb only once. I do want everyone to know that I have a shout out to provide to Eric Laystick, the wonderful poet. Eric Laystick, a wonderful human being. He sent me a $20 monetary order. Very welcome. And I thank him, just immensely for that. And I invite him, as always, to enter his poetry into the comments of my various posts, and he's very productive. He produces a lot of poetry, and he also pins it up on his own timeline. As a matter of fact, I should look that up so that people can actually see his poetry and provide him feedback on it. And Eric Laystick, there we are. Let me take a look at his timeline on Facebook. That would be facebook.com/Eric, ERIC and that's LASTICK.1. So Eric Laystick, Eric.Laystick.1 on Facebook. And so there we have that. And let me get back to anchor myself on the timelines that I can monitor and get back into the news for tonight. While you were sleeping, China's patient count rose to 44,763, and the death toll reached 1,115. I'm certain both of these numbers have been overtaken at this point. I can do a quick look, a search online for a coronavirus toll, and see if we've got any new numbers aside from that. The coronavirus cases. Now, this came 16 minutes ago on CBS News. And it says coronavirus cases top 60,000 as death toll sharply rises. Bear that in mind, because the Communist Chinese are denying that. Coronavirus senior Chinese death officials have been removed as the death toll passed 1,000. That was 2 days ago, 48 hours ago. So, there we are. Coronavirus cases. It's just, I can tell you one thing. The coronavirus update that you can monitor, go to www.worldometers.info. I'm going to spell that. Worldometers is spelled WORLDOMETERS.info. And that is something that you should be monitoring to keep up to date on how many people are dying of the coronavirus and how many people are infected as is being officially admitted. Because this is obviously something that is under some kind of censorship in one way or another, dependent on your source. You cannot simply trust so many sources these days on this subject. And so once there, you'll find out that so far we've had 60,062 cases and 1,360 deaths. So that's even more than I expected. I mean, that's a lot more than I fucking had just hours ago. So this is bad. we're in a this is a bad situation, and I want everyone to appreciate how serious this situation is. When they say 60,062 cases, see, it's very different from what I'm getting out of 60,000 out of China, 60,062. Give me just a second here while I try and write that down into my own little worldometer here. And oh my God, the numbers are rising exponentially. This is something that is alarming, and I don't want anyone to think of this as something that's just necessarily passing. It's not. It's something that bears enough attention where you keep an eye out for it. Obviously, you don't want to panic just yet, but it is something that, like, I'll put it this way. It's what preppers have been preparing for, potentially. This could lead to a dislocation. Meaning a large impact on our society that will result in, stuff that's going to result in changing the world in a way that it becomes a different place than what it was before this happened. And the potential is there for that. And in terms of all of this, I'm going to say that we're probably going to see the death of the Communist Chinese regime, and we're going to basically probably see a regime change, and the end result is that the world will be a better place for that. So it's something that had to happen. The price of it happening is bad. It's a large price to pay. But nevertheless, it is, in a sense, a price that had to be paid to change the regime in communist China. So while you were sleeping, China's patient count rose to 60,062, and the death toll reached 1,360. Singapore's confirmed cases hit at least 100. I'm sure it's more by now. People are longing to know when the epidemic will crest, but experts confirm that such be very hard to predict. And the one thing that I can tell you is that finally the coronavirus has a name. Now, the Director General of the World Health Organization, who I think is just a human piece of garbage, is totally bought out by the fucking Communist Chinese. This guy is a total fucking shill for the Chinese Communist Party. He's been paid off. I think he's fucking worthless. The Director General of the WHO, his name is Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, and his name is almost as unpronounceable as its spelling, be unspellable. He spracketh upon the new coronavirus in Geneva yesterday. The virus has so far claimed more than 1,300 lives, all but a few of them in communist China itself. Now, the United Nations Health Agency has declared that COVID-19, COVID, all uppercase, -19, COVID -19, all uppercase letters, COVID-19 will be the official name of the deadly virus. The United Nations health officials declaring that this disease represents a very grave threat globally, but that there be a quote-unquote realistic chance of stopping it. Well, I would fucking hope so. Now, according to the Communist Chinese, they say coronaviruses, or rather the coronavirus cases, fell in China. Now, China's senior medical advisor says the coronavirus outbreak is hitting I guess they would call it, if I try to translate from the Chinese here, it looks like what he's saying is that they've hit a peak that in the country of communist China this month, and maybe over by April. Okay, so this is what the propaganda which Donald Trump himself was spewing. He was regurgitating communist propaganda. Zhong Nanshan, the epidemiologist who won fame for combating the SARS epidemic, SARS being an acronym for severe acute respiratory syndrome, the man who won fame for combating that syndrome epidemic circa 2003 is basing his forecast on mathematical modeling, recent events, and government action. Okay, so according to this Chi-Com doctor, a Chinese communist doctor, all of this is going to result in this already having peaked and the numbers falling in terms of life loss. Yet while the country's, or the Communist Chinese Empire's chief medical officer said the epidemic might peak this month and end by spring, global experts warn that that declaration be premature. That's a very premature declaration. There is no reason for this idiot to be saying this other than Chinese communists' desire to stop divestment. Everyone divesting out of communist China, pulling out. So the number of new coronavirus cases in mainland China appears to have leveled off for the first time in weeks based on numbers they're releasing, which could signal a small reprieve in the epidemic, or it could just invite new questions about testing methods and the virus's incubation period. Health officials in Hong Kong are also investigating whether the virus can be spread through pipes and drains after 2 residents on different floors of an apartment building were infected. Pipes were a major source of transmission during the SARS outbreak of the early 2000s, which actually had its epicenter in Hong Kong. And at that point, that was just due to the ultra-capitalism of Hong Kong, leading to people not repairing any pipes, and the pipes were all fractured and aerosolizing fecal matter, which was carrying the SARS disease to anybody walking by and breathing that shit in. Literally breathing in particulate shit. Particulate fecal matter being aerosolized out of these cracks in the pipes, which was spraying the shit water out on everybody's lungs and everybody's face that walked by. So has the coronavirus reached its peak in China? Well, new virus cases are slowing based on what communist China is releasing in terms of numbers, but China's system is obviously straining. The number of new coronavirus infections in China has dipped over the last few days, but it's unclear whether this is the result of containment measures taking effect or a statistical inaccuracy. There could be a backlog of diagnostic test kits from the weekend. The decision by Communist Chinese authorities against World Health Organization guidelines to eliminate cases where asymptomatic victims test positive has caused concern. The virus remains effectively the only story in China, with more than 1,300 deaths confirmed and over 60,000 and 500, well over 60,000 at this point, cases. About 60,286 from what I recall that have broken out in communist China. And so with that going on, as all these cases being acknowledged, you can see why the Chinese are paying attention to nothing else. Coronavirus cases have spiked significantly in reality as Chinese officials have adopted new counting standards. So the death toll from the coronavirus in mainland China spiked 23% Wednesday, midweek, well, it's basically today when they were counting, amid these new counting methods adopted by Chinese health officials who eased their criteria for confirmed cases. And deaths rose by 252 to a total of 1,367 worldwide. Again, all but 12 of these deaths, as far as I know, have been recorded in China. Meanwhile, the total number, of confirmed cases spiked to what was 60,286. I'm just noting this now. This is breaking. As opposed to 60,026. It's 6,286 now. That's an increase, if I calculate that off the top of my head, of over 15,000 from yesterday. That's... Whoa! Whoa! Fuck. That's 15,000 increase from yesterday. Only 14 cases, only 14, have been confirmed in these United States so far. So the spikes overseas are at least partly due to new counting standards implemented by Communist China, which reported today that it is tallying infections differently. The nation previously only counted a coronavirus case as confirmed when a person tested positively for the virus, but that thinking has been revised. China's state-run Xinhua news agency has confirmed that what would be tonight, but they're a day ahead of us, so their Wednesday night was last night. Now, employees, of course, they wear a protective mask while cutting vegetables from trucks at a hospital on February 10th of 2020 in Wuhan, China. I'm looking at this kind of YouTube video right now while I'm trying to go online and access some sources so I can catch myself up on this. What I can tell you is that flights, trains, and public transport, including buses, subway, and ferry services, have been closed for the 19th day in a row. The number of those who have died from the Wuhan coronavirus, known as 2019 NCOV, until we got this nifty new name, a combination of acronym or, what they say is just a stand-in name, COVID-19. Will be the new reference name, or should be, but I think it's going to take a while to catch on, and I'll keep having to remind myself of it as well. It's one of those things where everywhere I'm looking, I'm getting conflicting conclusions here, conflicting news. Actually, when I take a look at what's dipped here, what's risen there, it's really unclear to me exactly what's going on, but I suspect what's going on is the Communist Chinese government is hiding and trying to down the numbers from what they really are. In terms of all of this, as I said, country's chief medical officer is someone I cannot trust simply because he's got the Communist Party behind him. And they probably got their fist up his ass and they're using him like a sock puppet. They're feeding him one-liners. Basically, in terms of the number of deaths and the spikes overseas are at least partly due to new counting standards implemented by Communist China, which reported today that it is tallying infections differently. The nation previously only counted a coronavirus case as confirmed when a person tested positively for the virus, but that thinking has been revised. China's state-run Xinhua news agency has informed people of that. I'm translating from the Chinese. And flights, trains, and public transport, including the buses, subway, and ferry services, are all still closed. So the transportation is very much down. The government is no longer requiring a positive test, in other words. This is what I'm trying to do, is put the Chinese into context now in English for you. And a decision has been made in this regard, partly because testing kits are in short supply. New cases are now being confirmed if a person is simply diagnosed by an MD or other health professional. China says the new standard will help treat people more quickly once they exhibit symptoms of the virus. And the new numbers of deaths push the coronavirus well past that of a SARS outbreak in circa 2002 and 2003. But the mortality rate, a statistic that measures the deadliness of the virus on infected persons of SARS, is still significantly higher than coronavirus. The latest figures show that coronavirus has a mortality rate of 2.3% compared to nearly 9.6% for SARS. Also, today, a second case of coronavirus was confirmed in these United States among evacuees from Red China. And this was announced by the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the US CDC. The person was aboard a flight from the city of Wuhan that arrived at Marine Corps Air Station Miramar in Southern California last week. Again, my source for this is the CDC. The patient was in isolation at a San Diego hospital, as confirmed by the UC, or the University of California at San Diego Health. And along with all that, the United States health officials confirmed today that it is still too early to predict a foreseeable end to the crisis, which was what makes it all the more bizarre that Trump would regurgitate something from a communist Chinese official about this coming to an end in April. So, according to Dr. Mike Ryan, the head of emergencies for the World Health Organization, the WHO, the United Nations, he told reporters in Geneva that it's way too early to try to predict the beginning of the end. The virus outbreak erupted in China in December. We still haven't even got a handle on it to even make predictions. His comments followed a report earlier in the day from Red China itself that suggested that the 2015 new cases counted yesterday was the second straight daily decline, down from nearly 3,900 a week ago per day. Commission spokesman Mi Feng said the situation is still grim, but we have seen some positive changes. Now, like Ryan, however, Dr. Nancy Mazzonier of the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention cautioned not to read too much into the latest reports. She's saying, I'm going to be optimistic that it is a sign of their aggressive actions have been affected, but I really do think it's too soon to say that for sure, not having hands on the data ourselves. Ms. Zonier said she hopes an advanced team for the World Health Organization, now in China, will be able to examine the findings. She's so saying it would certainly be reassuring if we were now seeing at least a slowdown of this outbreak in China. Now, 2 people have died outside China, 1 in Hong Kong and 1 in the Philippines. The virus outbreak started in December in Wuhan, China, of course, and there have been 14 United States cases of coronavirus in Arizona, California, Illinois, Massachusetts, Washington, and Wisconsin. 1 U.S. citizen diagnosed with the coronavirus has died in Wuhan. There are 420 people who've been tested in 41 states. Test results came back negative for 347, and the remaining 60 are pending, according to the CDC. Now, though China is nominally back at work, few are in the office. Lockdown measures are extended daily, with many cities closely monitoring compound residents and imposing exit and entry requirements. Schools and universities are holding classes online. These restrictions aren't likely to end this month either, and perhaps not even before April. Now, flights to China have been dramatically reduced. The United States Embassy in Beijing has encouraged non-emergency staff to leave, ordering mandatory evacuation of family members under 21. And so anyone trying to report on this reality, they're disappeared by the Chinese Communist government. Citizen journalists have disappeared. 2 citizen journalists monitoring the situation in Wuhan, Chen Kuixi and Fang Bin, have disappeared, reportedly detained by the police. The arrests come as the government cracks down on independent coverage of the virus, which be expressly forbidden, and takes a much harder line in maintaining official propaganda. And all of that is done with the help of constant monitoring. The police surveillance tools first rolled out in northwestern China, or what's properly Eastern Turkestan, in the Chinese language, Xinjiang, Uigeria, the police surveillance tools first rolled out in Xinjiang for deployment against the Uyghur population of white Turkic Muslims, these ethnic Caucasoids, who are all Islamic. These surveillance tools are now being deployed to control and monitor China's entire population during this virus outbreak. The technology includes QR codes that have to be scanned to enter or exit buildings, and they're tracking infected citizens throughout their WeChat payments, and they pay through WeChat, and that is something that is kind of like us sending money to each other through Facebook. So in terms of the QR code, that's a linked system that could improve adrenal crisis readings or management in Addison disease. So the QR code, when a patient experiences an adrenal crisis associated with Addison disease, which is primarily about adrenal failure, hydrocortisone and fluid resuscitation must be given immediately in order to prevent hypotensive shock and death. A recent clinical audit evaluated healthcare professionals' management of adrenal crisis and found that there be a clinical need to improve the acute management of this life-threatening condition. So, with all my what I learned from the UCSF mini med school, I would say that from what I remember, the FBI has recently granted rare pediatric disease designation for QR421 using this kind of QR code. It was developed by a research team at Newcastle University in the United Kingdom, a QR quick response code to ensure timely web-based emergency response. So hopefully that puts that in some context for you. When a patient experiences adrenal crises associated with Addison disease, this primary adrenal failure, and hydrocortisone and fluid resuscitation must be given immediately in order to prevent hypotensive shock and death, then this QR code helps in that. Other than that, I don't think it needs any further articulation. But let me take a look at what some people are saying here in the pages, and they're just adding reactions. Okay, that's cool. Thumbs up and the like. And so when it comes to the QR code, people have to scan their QR code to enter and exit buildings, and they use this to track infected citizens through their WeChat payments. It's worth remembering that 450 million people or more in China remain offline right now, meaning data networks don't always translate to the countryside. In rural areas, however, carceral methods have been used for control for decades. Many villages have forcibly imposed quarantines for people from Hubei province, even if they've had no contact with the region for months or years. The loudspeaker towers, usually used for CCP or Chinese Communist Party propaganda broadcasts, are now blaring information about the virus. And, of course, that brings us to coronavirus's rising toll. The coronavirus outbreak, centered in China, show us little sign of slowing while exacting an ever-rising cost. Chinese officials assert the daily death toll from the new coronavirus has topped 100 for the first time in a single day, surpassing more than 1,113 deaths that were recorded at the time that I'm reading this Chinese article, which was, had to be like yesterday, because now, of course, as I've said, the number of deaths has gone up just inexorably to 1,360. So I mean, it's that's easy to remember. The days of the year are 360. So just think that plus 1,000, and it's alarming enough where I have to talk about it. I cannot not cover this. You do need to know about this. So when I'm covering this, I look through these Chinese articles, which is I'm doing out right now. Try to translate what I can so that you understand how this might be impacting yourself. And in rural areas where there is no internet and they use these carceral methods to control these kinds of phenomena, then it brings us to the fact that coronavirus's toll is still rising. So when it comes to coronavirus's rising toll, the coronavirus outbreak centered in China show us little sign of slowing, while it's exacting an ever-rising cost. So the outbreak's persistence is lowering optimism that the near quarantine of about 60 million people and other disease control measures might be working. And we have to ask, is containment even working? The number of new virus cases outside of Hubei province, where the outbreak began, has diminished over the last week, according to the communists. It's unclear whether containment is working or cases are going unconfirmed. Doctors in Yunnan, Hubei, and Jiangxi provinces, speaking by phone or mobile chat, say this week in their hospitals were holding several dozen patients in quarantine, but there was a shortage of the kits required to test them. And that in and of itself exposes a strained system. As the hospitals struggle to deal with this virus, the healthcare system in communist China has been put under extreme strain. From dialysis to food poisoning to heart attacks, it's increasingly difficult for patients to even see a doctor. It can take us hours to get through on the emergency number in Hubei, and other cities are seeing serious delays. If containment works, the secondary death toll could exceed the number of those who die from the virus directly. And to top it all off, to compound the felony, to add to the problem, we have smoggy weather in communist China. Now, despite many factories being shut down or production reduced, a wave of smog has swept major cities across the communist Chinese empire, including Beijing, Tianjin, and Wuhan itself. The air pollution could be a result of coal usage for heating homes, especially with people stuck inside, or from straw burning in the countryside. Either way, it's bad news for containing the coronavirus, because smog weakens the lungs. It weakens them and irritates eyes and can contribute to the spread of the disease itself. Now, the outbreak is also taking an economic toll on the mainland of China and in places like Macau, the semi-autonomous Chinese territory that is the world's gambling mecca. Macau isn't on lockdown, but it has ground to a virtual halt, standstill, ever since the government closed the territory's 41 casinos for half a month. Still, with new gambling licenses slated to be handed out in less than 20 years, the casinos aren't complaining. And, of course, they're speeding up deliveries. Firms across the global economy have been hit by the inability of Chinese factories to return to work. On the ground in Beijing and Shanghai, many foreign firms have pulled personnel out of China because of the virus. The trade war had already created some departures, but the coronavirus may seal the deal or give firms an extra kick to get out. And so aside from all of that, there's an energy hit. Oil demand has been pummeled by the coronavirus, with OPEC, the Organization of Petroleum Exportation Cartel, or the petroleum exporting countries, has slashed its forecast for the year. And that trend is likely to spread through the increasingly China-dependent energy sector, with the outbreak described as a black swan by one expert. As with commodities, if the domestic economy can stagger back to its feet by March, the impact may be contained. If the country remains on lockdown until April or later, all bets are off for the year. And that's what we're actually going to find out soon enough. But I feel that there's no going back to normal for a while after this. And that in turn will make it more abnormal for the future in communist China. What future there be left for the communists? Now, meanwhile, misinformation about the coronavirus abounds. And in California, workers at March Air Reserve Base and their families have been verbally attacked by people fearing their proximity to the 195 Americans under quarantine at the base after fleeing China. To date, no one at the base has tested positive for the coronavirus. In San Diego County, where 232 American citizens and their family members are under quarantine at Marine Corps Air Station Miramar, a botched test result allowed an evacuee infected with the coronavirus to leave San Diego Hospital earlier in the day after initially saying the person was in the clear. Now, from mislabeling to miscommunication, there were plenty of misses in the coronavirus SNAFU, which be an acronym for Situation Normal All Fucked Up. And the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, says it be investigating whether others were exposed when the infected evacuee was mistakenly discharged back to quarantine on Sunday. And that reminds me of the cruise ship quarantines. Meanwhile, concerns are mounting over the Diamond Princess cruise ship quarantined in Japan. The coronavirus is spreading inexorably aboard the Diamond Princess, the cruise ship stuck in harbor in Yokohama, Japan, with quarantined passengers and crew confined below decks in cramped conditions. 40 more cases of the virus were confirmed on board, bringing the total to 175. To reiterate in detail, 39 more passengers and crew on the Diamond Princess cruise ship and one quarantine officer have tested positive for the new coronavirus, as confirmed by the health minister of the Japanese Empire, Katsunobu Kato, on Wednesday. The case brings the total linked to the ship docked in Yokohama to 175. Out of 53 new test results, 39 people were found positive. The Japanese government's handling of the case has been odd. It has kept those with the coronavirus inside the ship instead of transferring them to safer quarantine on land, and has failed to produce enough test kits for the passengers. Workers on the ship are pleading for help, saying they have been forced to keep working and interacting with the potentially infected passengers with no protection for themselves. Another cruise ship, the Westerdam, left Hong Kong on February 1st and has been forbidden port in 5 countries. Despite not having any confirmed virus cases on board at all, it has been permitted to disembark in Cambodia. Several patients who have tested positive in Wuhan for the next virus from China are in a serious condition with very severe symptoms, including some who have difficulty breathing. Japan will therefore bar entry to travelers from East China's Zhejiang province starting tomorrow, according to the Kyodo News Agency. The move extends an initial prohibition on travelers from central China's Hubei province, whose capital, Wuhan, is the epicenter of the epidemic. Of course, what the Japanese might ultimately do is just ban all interaction with communist China for a bit till this calms down, and that might even be recommended. Now, President Xi, the communist Chinese dictator, has resurfaced up from the depths. Chinese President Xi Jinping made his first public appearance for nearly a week on Monday, touring Beijing in a mask. And the move coincided with a renewed emphasis on his role as the leader of the People's War against the coronavirus epidemic and reminders of the central role of the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, with quote-unquote Xi Jinping at the core, a repeated propaganda phase. Xi still hasn't visited Wuhan, putting his own credibility as a leader on the line. That raises the stakes in the propaganda battle as well as on the front lines, as the battle to contain this virus will now look like a central CCP or Chinese Communist Party failure. And that brings us to the subject of China ultra-competence, the concept of ultra-competence and the coronavirus. The Communist Revolution brought to power Mao Zedong. It created a state based on ideology and the belief that what would emerge from the long revolution would be a nation based on communism. And that with that, Red China would experience both a prosperity and community it never had. But the price that had to be paid to reach that goal would be ruthless oppression and endless suffering. This was designed both to build communism and expunge the anti-communist habits that were ingrained in the Chinese people. Mao Zedong was the prophet of this transformation of the human condition, and the Communist Party would be his instrument. But since bad habits were to be found in the Communist Party as well as among workers and peasants, the party itself had to be periodically and ruthlessly cleansed. China experienced multiple campaigns for purification, each more intense, and these outlived Mao himself. The Chinese people endured them for two reasons. First, they, or at least their children, would enter the New World. Second, the Chinese communist apparatus and the forces it mobilized were pitiless and powerful. They could not be defeated, other than by those who had relocated to my island of Taiwan. Now, after Mao's death, there was a political struggle, and Deng Xiaoping emerged. He was an enemy of Maoism when Maoism was gone, and he took a different approach to the future of China. It would be a state still ordered by the Communist Party, but its ends would not be millenarian. His goal was simply prosperity, achieved by empowering entrepreneurs to become rich. They would become rich because they would be free to employ their competence, and their competence would cascade on the Chinese people. He gave the Chinese people not only hope in a real future, but also the opportunity to exploit their own talents. The Communist Party was still there, guaranteeing stability and practicing a systemic corruption in which the party and its senior members benefited disproportionately. But it was a small price to pay for a competent regime, or comparatively so. The 2008 global financial crisis raised the question of the Communist Party's competence. China had built its wealth on exports, and circa 2008, the appetite for Chinese goods around the world contracted. The Chinese economy could endure this, but the financial system was destabilized. China's economy existed on bank debt, and the failure of exports put enormous pressure on the banks. The competence of the state was no longer assured. The solution emerged over the past decade of a powerful collectivized China searching for economic balance. The solution had to increase the power of the state, root out corruption, or at least unsanctioned corruption, and create a dictator whose claim to legitimacy was his knowledge of how to be competent in governance, economics, and foreign policy. The Chinese public, on the whole, was far more interested in prosperity than in abstract liberty. And Xi Jinping came to power promising to combine the power of the state with the desire for economic growth, and thereby to increase all Chinese power. Now, Xi has had a difficult time. He has failed to stabilize the banking system sufficiently. He has failed to manage China's biggest customer, the United States, as his predecessors did. His actions in Xinjiang cost China some of the international respect that it craved, and Hong Kong rose up against his will. Competence is a difficult ideology. Its successes and failures be far more evident than in other ideologies. The competent leader must demonstrate his competence in all things. For if he is not competent, and he does not have visions of a future redemption of all things, then he is just another time server, making speeches. The problem with competence-based governments is that the public frequently expects competence to produce miracles. And when disappointed, the public can turn vicious. The case of the coronavirus be an epitome, or at least exemplary. Xi and his staff know as little of epidemiology as the majority of yourselves out there listening to I. And even the epidemiologists have been taken by surprise about these new diseases. And when diseases are new, their behavior be unpredictable. The new virus may be as deadly as the common cold, or it might match the Black Death. The very novelty of the disease creates one of two responses. One is panic, the other is dismissal. For a competent politician, there be three risks. First, failing to notice in a timely manner the existence of a new disease in the midst of daily work. Second, ordering measures that enrage the public, perhaps unnecessarily. And third, failing to order measures to limit a disease that turns out to be extremely serious. Starting from the point of ignorance, and having heard many claims on many subjects by experts, the tendency is to avoid overreacting, for which one rarely be thanked, but one will be pilloried if one makest the wrong move. Now, Dictator Xi is the tyrannical authoritarian core because he has sold himself as ultra-competent, and therefore eliminated all term limits that he may run the state machine till the day he dies, which he hopes will be literally not for hundreds of years. Investing as he is into anti-agarthic or anti-aging agents like the emperors of old. Events such as the coronavirus outbreak eat ultra-competence alive, as the minor disease showeth itself to be more deadly, and the opening casualness misplaced. The ultra-competent politician has as his primary goal retaining his reputation, or even reclaiming it. Step 1 was to ignore the event. Step 2 was to say it was under control. Step 3 be to silence those who say it is obviously not under control. The ultra-competent leader does not have a step 4. The disease will take its own course, practicing its own style of competence. The doctor who was one of the first to sound the alarm about the virus has died of it. It is not an unreasonable outcome when you think of it. But the theory arises that he was silenced by Xi Jinping, applying step 3 in order to hide the truth. If he was silenced by anything other than the disease, it didn't work anyway. The fear that the disease strikes in us must be blamed on someone. No one would dare blame Mao, who would have answered that the disease was a useful lesson on the road to communism. But the ultra-competent politician doesn't have that out. It has to be remembered that Xi Jinping has created a powerful sense of both omniscience and competence. His performance has been far less impressive. Given the state of the economy prior to the coronavirus and his relationship with China's biggest customer, he had problems. But he could cover the failures with bombast and illusion. Disease doesn't allow that. Xi's job is to manage the communist Chinese empire competently, and managing a new disease be hard. It is still not clear, to most of us at least, what kind of disease this be on the cold or Black Death scale. But ignorance has created a kind of global quarantine on China itself, though freighters still sail. So the question is whether Xi Jinping can retain his reputation as the ultra-competent leader after trade wars with these United States, the Uyghur camps in Xinjiang, riots in Hong Kong, and now coronavirus. And what will happen in China if he can't? It is not so much that the disease appears so deadly as the way it was handled. And paradoxically, it seems to be Xi's inability to handle something that by its nature cannot be handled, while failing to control things that could be handled. That poses the extreme risk for himself. Politics in Red China be as vicious as politics anywhere, likely target. So, what I'm reading that I recommend to yourselves is entitled Viral Alarm. Viral, V-I-R-A-L. Viral Alarm, its subtitle is When Fury Overcomes Fear. Viral Alarm, When Fury Overcomes Fear. It's written by Zhu Jiangrun. Zhu's first name is spelled X-U. Jiangrun, his surname, is spelled Z-A, well, that's his first name, excuse me. Zhu is his Chinese surname, his familial name. Jiangrun, his first name, is very bizarre to me, which is why I actually got confused there for a moment every time I relay his name, because Jiangrun would be like a surname in Europe. So it's like he's got two last names, one European and one Asian, which is kind of fucked. So his first name is Z-H-A-N-G-R-U-N. Z-H-A-N-G-R-U-N. Jiangrun. Surname Zhu, which comes before the Jiangrun. Now, they've released copies of this in English. You should be able to find it in the English language. It's actually an article. It's rather long, but it's the article you need to read on the subject. Published by the dissident Professor Zhu Jiangrun. And it's painstakingly translated by a Mr. Jeremy Barmé. So I know it's in the English language now. Barmé is, his surname is spelled B-A-R-M-E with the E accented, with an accented E. Jeremy, his first name is G-E-R-E-M-I-E. I read it in the Chinese. You can read it in the English thanks to this individual, Jeremy Barmé, whose name I just spelled, B-A-R-M-E with the accented E. It's a dense but searing indictment of the CCP, or the Chinese Communist Party system, and its handling of this coronavirus, complete with a dozen different ways to indirectly refer to Xi Jinping himself. It as the core, which is what he calls himself, the leader, or the one who must be obeyed. It's all Xi Jinping. Zhu, the author of this column, he's put himself in an extremely risky situation. He's risked his life to bring you this information. And this article is strikingly courageous, because Zhu Jiangrun may very well be in exile soon at best. At worst, he's going to spend many months dying. Now, I've just been told that the OBS studio has reconnected, so I don't know if I dropped off for a period of time. It says reconnection successful. Let me check the live dashboard here. Make certain that people have been listening, or that you can hear me. So, okay, everybody, let me know if I'm audible. And the technical sound, technical quality of my transmission. and that will be appreciated. Getting a thumbs up from Selena. I hope that means that she hears me, that everything's okay. Holly Caditis Kiefer, of course, had something earlier, and I'll go back to the audience now, otherwise, and look forward to other responses. In the meantime, forgive me. It's been one of those, spent 2 weeks celebrating. And Selena says, everything okay? Laugh a lot. Yeah, it's spent 2 weeks celebrating. Oh, my God. 2 weeks full of various stimulants, various hardcore stimulating drugs. What do you expect? I mean, I'm coming down from all of it. It's like, it's really, can you say a downer to be coming down? So, the Federal Reserve Chair here in these United States has testified before Congress, and they were, of course, confronting this topic. She says, too much party. Yes, young lady. That certainly is the case. Now, Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve, you like the way I slurred that? Anyhow, he has started today 48 hours, 12 days of questions and answers about the health of the United States economy after holding interest rates steady earlier this month. The Treasury Secretary, Steve Mnuchin, is also testifying over the White House's budget proposal. And so the Federal Reserve Chairman, Jerome H. Powell, singled out the coronavirus epidemic as a threat to the American economy, but said he expected Communist China to take his further actions to limit the damage, and suggested that it was way too early to talk about lowering interest rates. Now, that's not what Donald Trump wanted to hear. So I'll turn to Donald Trump after I remind you that one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. Find out more about this individual at theunfinishedman.com, where you can read excerpts from the book Ben Estenius has written upon him and see some footage, snippets or the like, from film documentaries he's been working on. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact theTucsonMurders.com, spell Tucson as Tucson, Tucson, put the word the in front of it, theTucsonMurders.com, or telephone Ben Estenius personally so that he may personally arrange to guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Now, Trump and his supporters are right, of course, that Democrats are destroying America. Now, as the impeachment trial wound down, I found myself perusing the comments section of various mainstream news entities. Now, by any standard, there be irrefutable, insurmountable evidence that by withholding defense funds earmarked for the Ukraine, Trump put our nation at risk for personal gain. However, his supporters be unmoved. There in the comments section that I found on any bit of news about this subject. Rarely are such cultists vocal in real life. They were cheering all the quote-unquote progress that has been made under Donald Trump. Now, I'm sure they eagerly anticipate 4 more years of his occupying the White House. Now, rebuffed, all these people did, they rebuffed any factual offerings. And they repeatedly and reflexively and eternally accused Democrats of destroying America. So one has every right to feel that they're in an alternate universe if they have any anchor in reality itself. What of our sacred Constitution, the founding principles of this nation, that living, breathing document that is to be protected above all else? Did these Trump cultists never see it eroding before their very eyes? But then it would dawn on you, the way, of course, it was open to my eyes all along, by listening to myself, that Trump and his supporters, his cultists, are absolutely right. That the Democrats are indeed destroying the American empire. After all, in spite of all the talk of the glorious Constitution, America was not built on the Constitution. The Constitution merely guides the manner in which our government was and is organized and operates. I would need to write an entire old-school encyclopedia to support the premise of what I shall now articulate. For the sake of brevity, and because those who disagree with my premise are never likely to objectively analyze facts anyway, I will refrain from attempting to offer any such proof. Some things speakest for themselves. Re ipsa loquitur. Or, as the hip amongst us say in the ghetto I grew up in, facts be. And those facts be that America was built on racism. Nationalism of the most virulent sort. What's called patriotism, which was a slur in ancient Roman imperial days. It meant to imply that your father fucks you. To call someone a patriot was a reason for the fight to the death. Patriotism meant father fuckery. That's the kind of nationalism I'm speaking of. Father fuckers. Xenophobia, sexism, bigotry, classism. You can insert any negative noun you wish as a descriptive, and so it followeth that anyone trying to move America away from these bedrock principles, its true principles, which the Constitution masks, is in fact destroying America itself, the nation state, the anti-culture, the prison rape anti-culture that constitutes American empire. Of course, how could it take any one of you so long to understand what I understood from the beginning? Well, for half a decade, I myself have wondered why Trump and his cultists have never realized what they were doing to this country. This country that my immigrant mother moved to, supposedly to provide us better life for my sister and I, her children. This country, which for many had long been considered the land of opportunity, land of the free, home of the brave. Give me your tired and your poor. But I realized nigh immediately that optimistic ideals as to what makest America great be naught more than that. Optimistic ideals, which have forever masked the truth. Optimistic ideals which only the altruistic amongst us hold as true. For everyone else, what made or makest America great is precisely the ignorant, degenerate, and callous behavior that is now on display 24 hours a day in the highest office in the land. I myself was more than disappointed when the election results were announced in 2016. And yet still, I was willing to listen to arguments that Trump being in office would be a net good for America. Myself, being hopeful that all the good people who for so long had claimed ignorance as it relates to laws and policies which adversely affect minorities, but have been crafted to appear neutral, would finally see the light. After all, the White House was now occupied by a man who had all but openly announced his intent to pursue policies solely because they were to the detriment of minorities. But I have been proven terribly wrong. There are no bounds to the mental gymnastics that these quote-unquote good people will exercise to excuse injustice against others. In fact, these quote-unquote good people hardly even seem to care when newly instituted policies adversely affect their own lives. Thinks tax cuts for the rich among them. For them, destroying America means attempting to dismantle racism, virulent nationalism, properly known as patriotism, or fatherfuckery, xenophobia, sexism, bigotry, classism, and I can insert any other negative noun that comes to mind, from Islamophobia to homophobia. And they've been right all along. The Democrats are out to destroy all that, which means destroying America, as it's always been. So when people say, I hate Americans, those are the Americans on the side of all those negatives that I've hated. And always will. Because they've always hated me. And so, now what? Trump has actually been the favorite in 2020? As he would put it, a numeric 4 EVA forever. The Republican Party suffered big losses in the House of Representatives in November of 2018. But the president was just getting ready to ramp up his campaign. And he had a good shot at re-election even then. Let's pretend now it's November 4th of 2020. Across these United States and across the globe, liberals and Donald Trump, opposing conservatives alike, drag themselves from fitful sleep, red-eyed and exhausted, filled with dread, incomprehension, and déjà vu. How did he do it again? Because the night before, Trump had won re-election as president. Despite a chaotic and frustrating first term, multiple investigations, and a historically low approval rating. Of course, Trump had won in 2016 despite many of the same weaknesses, but that win was thought to be a fluke, a product of a female Democratic candidate, Russian interference, and Trump's novelty. His critics never imagined lightning could strike a second time. With the second term, Trump now has the potential to be among the most influential presidents in American history. The re-election gives him a mandate to continue his goal of dismantling historic American alliances and trade deals. It means Congress could finally acquiesce to building the border wall that the president continues to demand. By the end of his first term, Trump has already started roundups of thousands of undocumented immigrants and cut the number of refugees the nation accepts to barely anything. And he's now expected to forge ahead with plans to curtail legal immigration as well. Now, having appointed 3 justices to the Supreme Court in his first 4 years, Trump will likely notch at least another 1 or 2 in his second term, solidifying the first truly radicalized reactionary court in almost a century for decades to come. The federal government will be radically reoriented around his form of laissez-faire conservatism, meaning radicalized revolutionary capitalism, late stage, and sans any sense of mercy or human compassion. And stung by Robert Mueller's investigation and an impeachment attempt in his first term, Trump will be poised to purge the Justice Department completely and give himself broad protection from any scrutiny and investigation ever again. In the press and in the academy, Trump is almost uniformly recognized as a catastrophe, the worst president in human history. And even though the public holds little regard for either institution, the majority of voters agree with them and voted for Trump's Democratic opponent by a margin of several million. 'Tis no matter. Through a mixture of shrewd strategy and massive spending, both radical departures from his 2016 campaign, Trump has managed to wring out a sizable margin in the Electoral College. It's not an unalloyed victory, because once again Trump has failed to win the popular vote, though he continues to insist otherwise. He is now considering new maneuvers to curtail the press, which keeps peskily pointing out his lies and hyperbole. For now, the president be willing to take us a moment to enjoy his triumph. They said it couldn't be done, and he did it twice. Is this a euphoric daydream of Trump cultists? This dystopian nightmare of pessimistic progressives? Or simply a plausible prediction about 2020? Perhaps it be all three. Despite the struggles of the Trump presidency, which are acknowledged at home, abroad, and even inside the administration itself as an astonishing, anonymous New York Times op-ed or opinion editorial in September of 2018, some 20 years ago by now, demonstrated, the president stands at a decent chance at re-election in what was then 20 years' time. There be other possible scenarios, as I'll discuss soon enough, but the prospect of a Trump re-election is both so widely disregarded among his many critics and also so plausible that it deserves serious consideration. With the midterm elections over in 2018, Trump simply ramped up the pace of his campaigning, even though the presidential election was then 20 years away. The fact that Trump enjoys campaigning far more than he enjoys governing is what maketh him almost a certain winner. He has never administered this nation. He only has continued ceaselessly to run for president. He never stopped talking about the 2016 race, ever. Filed for re-election the day he entered office, and has held campaign-style rallies throughout his presidency non-stop. His aspiring rivals have been on the trail, and for years, American political analysts have talked about the permanent campaign, which refers to the importation of election-style tactics into governance. Trump has literally created such a permanent campaign, keeping the election-style tactics while largely ignoring the work of governance completely, save for what be a few top priorities to his cult, to assuage his base, cement it, and hold it. In his bid for a second term, Trump will benefit from systemic features of American politics, as well as a few attributes particular to himself. But let's start with the system first. And firstly, incumbency is a powerful force. Since the Second World War, only 20 elected presidents who sought a second term have failed to win it. One, Jimmy Carter, was hobbled by a poor economy. And the October surprise, set up by George Bush Sr., using the Central Intelligence Agency to sabotage his rescue attempt of American hostages from Iran. And then Ronald Reagan pulled his coup and made himself look like the man. The second time, George H.W. Bush himself lost He also hurt by the economy and by the fact that Republicans had run the country into the goddamn ground for 12 fucking years, long enough for voters to be ready for a change. Even presidents whom voters have harshly punished during midterm elections by pounding their allies in Congress have won re-election. Ronald Reagan, William Jefferson Clinton, Barack Hussein Obama. So have those overseeing failing wars. Richard Mulhouse Nixon and George W. Bush. The incumbency advantage is particularly strong if the economy is good. With remarkable consistency, a president overseeing a growing economy wins at the polls, even if, as is usually the case, he had little to do with creating it. The American economy is chugging forward. Employment and stocks are both up, irrationally, and while wage growth remains frustratingly slow, it be positive. A lot could change between now and November 2020, and some economists believe the United States be due for a recession. But as long as the current trends hold, Trump has the wind at his back. Trump also benefits from the peculiarities of the American electoral system. For years before his election, progressive demographers pushed the emerging Democratic majority theory. It holds that as white voters shrink as a portion of the population, the new electorate, with greater shares of black, Hispanic, and Asian voters, as well as younger voters of all races, will slant heavily toward liberal candidates. Obama's 12 victories, carried by surging votes from African Americans, convinced the theory's proponents they were right. A high-profile Republican Party autopsy of Mitt Romney's loss in 2012 concurred, arguing that the party needed to open up to non-white voters or risk irrelevance. In the meantime, Democrats benefited from their legacy of strong support in the Rust Belt. There, the shrinking but still large number of blue-collar workers provided Democratic candidates with a built-in electoral college advantage. This firewall would protect the party until the minority youth moment arrived, or movement that it was expected to produce. Then Trump came along and demolished both of these basic premises for electoral forecasting. The 2016 race proved that a candidate could still win by relying on white votes alone. In fact, he could win enough white votes to be elected while explicitly stoking racial grievances. Meanwhile, the return of minority votes to pre-Obama norms suggested that only a rare Democratic candidate could produce the high turnout required to win. At the same time, Trump demolished the Rust Belt firewall, winning Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and the close in Minnesota that, of course, was hacked, all of them, by the Russians for him. Whether he won them himself or not, he didn't need to. He had the Russians do his work. Now, on the remade electoral map, Republicans have the built-in edge. If Trump can hold most of the states he won circa 2016, he's well on his way to victory. Meanwhile, the list of Republican states that Democrats can hope to flip be short. Liberals are hopeful that someday taking over Texas, as well as minority-heavy southern states such as Georgia, but that may still be a couple of election cycles away. The minority surge is coming, but it's still on horizon. In the medium to long term, relying on white votes and racially divisive rhetoric may well be suicidal for the Republican Party, but Donald Trump will be long gone by the time it's far too late. Trump also benefits from the current media environment. First, he has the unstinting support of what is effectively palace media. Partisanship in the press is nothing new, but for decades the United States had nothing resembling the party-aligned organs that exist in many other democracies. Instead, there was a center-left mainstream press that mostly aimed for objectivity and a small, scrappy conservative media alternative. The right-wing press has grown in strength for the past 3 decades, but in the Trump era it has reached its apotheosis, becoming a servant not so much of reactionary conservatism as of Trump himself. The most prominent example, of course, be Fox News, where the star anchor Sean Hannity reportedly speaks to the president daily, but there be dozens of other important outlets of all sizes. The network's former head, ousted for covering up sexual harassment, is now Trump's communication director. Take that, hashtag cunts, as Trump himself would say. You gotta grab a woman by the pussy. Now, these reactionary conservative media outlets wield enormous influence over their male chauvinist audience. John Dean, the Nixon aide turned informant, has said his boss would have survived Watergate if Fox News had existed to spin alternative narratives. At the same time, trust in media as a whole be at its nadir, at its lowest, in thanks, at least partially so, to unrelenting attacks from the reactionary press, though it has rebounded somewhat since the beginning of Trump's presidency. A certain segment of the population will dismiss anything that CNN or the Washington Post reports simply because CNN or the Washington Post reported it, which has lessened the impact of the impressive investigative journalism focused on the Trump administration. None of this is to discount the specific characteristics of the 2020 race. Trump's flaws have been so extensively cataloged that it's easy to lose sight of his strengths as a politician. One reason why so many observers didn't take Trump seriously in 2016 was that for years, businessmen had announced their arrival in politics and expected it to be easy, only to flame out. But unlike his failed predecessors, Trump possesses an unequaled instinct for connecting with voters and exploiting their grievances. One of his great weaknesses is also a great strength. He'd be willing to do and say almost anything. And he exhibits no sense of shame. The most important skill Trump learned in business and cross-applied to politics is media manipulation. His reputation in business always far outstripped his success because he was so adept at courting coverage, and he quickly applied that to campaigning, offering nonstop press conferences and interviews. He only later curtailed access. As the 2016 campaign showed, the traditional media is ill-equipped to deal with a prolifically mendacious figure like Donald Trump. As a candidate, he perfected the art of making outrageous and always false statements, and then quickly changing the focus by replacing them with new, outrageous, and always false statements. This means that no story ever got full scrutiny, but that Trump was constantly the center of attention. According to one media tracking firm, Trump captured the equivalent of a $5 billion United States dollars in advertising for the 2016 election for free, just by drawing attention to himself in such a manner. There'd be no indication the mainstream press has solved the problem of how to cover Trump without playing into this ploy and serving as his free promoter. If anything, it's harder than ever to avoid taking his bait now because he's the President of the United States. Although Trump is deservedly known for his complete dishonesty, he be surprisingly dogged in pursuing his core campaign promises, even over the noisy objections of his own Republican allies, and even when it be clear that by keeping a vow to his base he'd be undermining his popularity with the nation at large. Though he has been repeatedly stymied, he has shown no indication of letting go of his dream of a wall on the border of Mexico. He has pursued trade wars even when they have begun to destroy American consumers and producers. He withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal over the objections of all his advisors. His Supreme Court picks have been the conservative Christian crusaders he promised, in contrast with previous Republican presidents who, despite more religious piety and a commitment to conservative ideals, chose moderate justices. Trump is also expected to enter the election with an enormous campaign fund. While he ran his 2016 race on the cheap, he won't do that again. By the summer of 2018, he had already amassed close to $100 million United States dollars. Trump also benefits from a Republican cult that is no longer ambivalent about him as it was 12 years ago, and has been completely reshaped in his own image. Finally, Trump could once more be lucky in his slate of opponents. Hillary Clinton was an unadaptable and clumsy candidate who cleared the field circa 2016. The 2020 field is crowded with no obvious standard bearer. The Democratic primary will likely be expensive and bruising. While there be many potential candidates, all have major possible flaws. Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren are simply too fucking old. Cory Booker and Kamala Harris were simply too goddamn young. Kirsten Gillibrand and Eric Garcetti were simply too bloody boring. And Michael Avenatti was simply too exciting. Sanders and Warren are too liberal. Joe Biden is just too moderate. And on and on. All of these are niche candidates. None of them is a general candidate for the body politic as a whole. While Democrats reclaimed the House in the midterm elections of the year before yesteryear, there be real danger of overreach that cometh with renewed heft in Congress. The party had already planned extensive investigations into alleged corruption, among other schemes, to confound Trump. It be true that Trump, as an unusually divisive figure, despised by his opponents, is susceptible to inquiries. But aggressive pressure from opposition parties that followed midterm victories has backfired. Voters swept Republicans into power circa 1994, but opted to keep Bill Clinton 12 years later. After making Obama's life miserable by electing Tea Party Republicans circa 2010, voters resoundingly re-elected him circa 2012. Sans knowing how the economy will perform under all these assaults over the next several months, sans a clear vision of how Democrats might behave now that their plans under control of Congress have backfired, and sans knowing whether Trump be likely to face a true crisis not of his own creation. Altogether, he is admittedly hardly a lock for re-election. But it's well within reason that he could win a second term. Nonetheless, Trump's weaknesses be very real, and it's easy to envision him joining Carter and George H.W. Bush as one-term presidents, one of the few things that would unite the three men. The question is, who could beat him, and how? Now, of course, the option is always there that Trump might choose not to run again. He will be 74 years old on Election Day 2020, older than any nominee in history. His first term has been beset with frustrations and investigations. He oft-times seems plainly unhappy, and by some reports, he never especially wanted or expected to win circa 2016. Given Trump's defiant demeanor, it's hard to imagine him ever resigning from office, but retiring after one term could give him a comparatively graceful exit. It would probably be a relief to him and the millions of his countrymen. And then again, grace has never been Trump's strong suit. What would his opposition look like? At this stage, Trump seems very likely to face some sort of primary challenge by fellow Republicans, with John Kasich generally considered the most eager contender. Of course, all of that he's taken down as if it were nothing. As I said, his strongest contender since then has dropped out and said that nothing can stop Trump now. He's unbeatable to any contending Republicans. And that's because, despite his poor approval ratings overall, Trump remains extremely popular with Republican voters. And so all the Republican representatives have fallen in line. Though there will surely be calls for a third-party challenger, the American system as constituted continues to make it all but impossible for any third-party candidate to do more than play spoiler. Besides, the 12 most obviously formidable independent prospects have both ruled themselves out. And Michael Bloomberg, the perennial potential independent candidate, has decided to run as a Democrat so that they'd have another boring-ass white boy billionaire thrown into the fray just to show how much more entertaining Trump is, and therefore have ever more reason to keep him around rather than fall asleep every time you turn the television on. The Democratic field remains packed, and actually, as far as I'm concerned, up for grabs, but the party's options fit into three basic groups. The party could opt to nominate a reliable, familiar face, former Vice President Joe Biden, the 2016 runner-up Bernie Sanders, or the former Massachusetts Governor Deval Patrick, though that's out. It could opt for a fresh face, Senators Cory Booker, Elizabeth Warren, Kirsten Gillibrand. I was always hoping for Kamala Harris myself. There was a number of others, but naming them is pointless now. The voters may yet choose a wild card candidate. It's a sign of the desolation of the Democratic Party's ranks of leaders following the down-ballot losses of the Obama years and Hillary Clinton's defeat that each of these paths be fraught with danger. Take as the old reliables. Biden has run for president before and has never fared well. He has something of Trump's touch with blue-collar voters, but is oftentimes politically out of step with the Democratic Party of today. He would be 77 when inaugurated. That old commie Sanders, also at the end of his career, surprised most observers circa 2016. And it's still unclear whether his dyspeptic leftism has broad enough appeal in a general election. Patrick was a well-regarded governor, but he has little national profile now. Fresh faces have the advantage of novelty, but the danger of being unproven. Elizabeth Warren might have proven the strongest and oldest of the bunch, though she's only ever run in very liberal Massachusetts. You had that highly ambitious Booker, charismatic but a political cipher. Kamala Harris captured the imagination of people such as myself, but she only just barely arrived in the Senate. I could go on and on. There's really no point. Democrats, our voters, could also decide to fight fire with fire and choose an outsider or a celebrity candidate to mirror Trump. The appetite for such a plan became clear, January of 12 years ago when a speech by Oprah Winfrey at an award show sparked widespread calls for her to run for president. She demurred, thank the gods of my ancestors, but others may not be so restrained. Howard Schultz, the former CEO of Starbucks, was said to be considering a run. And Daniel Arola asked me if I think that Michael Bloomberg could be another Ross Perot, whose presence and withdrawal from the race would end up aiding someone else's ascent in the presidential race. I would say, I would think not, because he doesn't even have the fucking charisma to basically have that kind of effect. The guy's not, he's not drawing anybody to him. He's basically turns people off just by showing up. Of course, I said that Trump is just a Hulk Hogan with a dead squirrel on his head. There was no logical reason to believe he ever would have become president. But then the Russians were behind him. And with that, anything's possible. All of this is actually beside the point. For one thing, even the more cautious, moderate candidates among the Democratic Party have adopted Sanders-esque policy ideas, like a guarantee of a job for all able adults. For another, the priority of the Democratic voters as a whole in 2020 is simply to choose a candidate who can beat Donald Trump, regardless of what particular platform he or she proposes. Brendan says it must be a tax write-off to run for president. Yeah, there's always that. And let me give him a ha-ha in that comment there. And certainly that would normally deserve a thumbs up as well if I had that option. Now, given the Democratic Party's increasing reliance on minority and women's votes, it'd be difficult to imagine Democrats nominating a white man to lead their ticket in the next election, and yet that's what we're coming down to. You would think it would be difficult to imagine the Democrats nominating a white man to lead their ticket for several cycles to fucking come, and yet that's what we're coming down to. There'd be some members of the party who believe it's the best way to beat Trump is to win back the blue-collar white voters who had once backed Democrats but flipped to Trump circa 2016. But the prevailing view at the moment holds that in a party with a large crop of women and minority candidates, and given Trump's divisive rhetoric about women and minorities, you would think nominating a white man simply be politically untenable. And that's where the Democrats are falling flat on their fucking faces. It is politically untenable. And yet, the party's not leaning hard on driving turnout among minority voters, just as Obama did. The Democrats should be relying on heavy turnout in large, strongly liberal states such as my own California, Illinois, and New York, which would inflate the vote for the party's presidential nominee, but would never affect the Electoral College since all three states are reliably Democratic. But the Democrats still have to fight to win back the Rust Belt states Trump clawed away circa 2016. The Democratic candidate this year could win the popular vote by a landslide or by a small margin, but if they win the Electoral College, it's likely to be a very tight victory. Or they could find themselves stunned and defeated by Trump once more. Now, all of that, believe it or not, is a win-win situation in the sense that if Trump brings down civilization, as he's going to do his best to do, and I mean all civilization, Trump's masters want to destroy the world. He's an instrument in that. He's the bolide, the face of an extinction-level event. But if he brings down civilization, the good news is the carbon imprint shrinks by orders of magnitude immediately. And in that sense, we actually save the world. So it's a win-win either way. Through all of this, the only person who can lead you through resistance, should he win, or recovery, should he win, be myself. And Mein Kampf, my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at showsdd.com/donate.html. I have need of a new monitor now, as soon as possible, and that's going to cost $200. I have to have one as large as possible for my eyes. And we now be accepting contributions that you may contribute to mine struggle, that I may continue to lead thyself through this desert, that may be the dawn of a new age or the dawn of a dark age. Contribute to that struggle, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal holdings on showsdd.com. All due acknowledgement be unto our own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who be Team Drax, Dietrich or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at showsdd.com, as well as the YouTube Maggot channel property manager, John Henry McMills Warrington. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/c/Magator, Magator being spelled MAGGOTAUR. And friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. For word no for he, nigh all videographic works of the renegade military historian would have been lost. 'Twas he who saved nigh all Douglas Dietrich videos published on platform provided by YouTube. What would have otherwise been erased from all free public accessibility and monopolized for privatized monetization via Patreon by the openly sub-satanic welfare-supported white trash, Pueblo, Colorado-based amateur sorceress and skunk whisperer Amber Rose Dio, whose My Stick Warrior channel actively exploited YouTube to promote Edomite or Thelema will magics of Peter Simon Levinda, pseudonymous author of the Simon Necronomicon, published circa 1977, to children for years prior her exposure, and via his own so-called Dietrichology YouTube channel by the parentally aided and abetted violent alcoholic Eurotrash Canadian multiple sexual assaults offender, Pavel Edward Privara, who resided in his federally pensioned parents' Toronto domicile and aliases himself as Paul Edward via his Facebook timeline, whereon he hides still behind images of myself to friend underage boys, precepts predation. You can see all evidence thereof by linking thereto at showsdd.com on the homepage thereof, and therefore, obligatorily, I have to turn these plugs for myself and for your donations to the cause into alerts and actungs, warnings, that demand attention from all fans, friends, and followers in public service to Bolo. Be on the lookout, per the pedo predator Pavel Edward or Paul Edward Privara, whose backstory is detailed in the September 8th, 2019 dated episode of Critical Omissions entitled Deep Web Pedo Predator Hides Behind the Face of DDD. This public figure, the former executive producer of Critical Omissions program, who was caught red-handed attempting to archive my entire Google account after having hacked it via VER co-managed Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel, be himself an identified transnational cyber terrorist with a known criminal record in intimate partner sexual violence, and has been confirmed to still be preying on young boys behind mine own image, even whilst brazenly self-promoting his LinkedIn corporation, published employment expertise as simply Jap. Paul Privara, referencing himself on LinkedIn as a data engineer for then producing my program, maketh little sense beyond hyperbole, and the citing of Jap, all in the uppercase JAP, as his employer, or rather his field of employment, as he be presenting himself as self-employed, thereby indirectly but publicly self-asserting his unemployability, maketh no sense at all beyond the intended entendre as ethnic slur against myself, Jap otherwise being acronymous for a software, Java non-proxy, which you can find out more about appropriately enough at the Fresh Meat site, linked through freshmeat.sourceforge.net/projects/anon, as in anonymous, similar to TOR, all in the uppercase, Tor, the onion router, as in multi-layered, which itself be likewise exploitable in hiding or encrypting IP or Internet Protocol addresses by moving through multiple routers, a dark web tool employed throughout the pedopornographic industry, precepts pederast predations, Jap being similar thereunto, but Jap itself being relatively new, released in December of 2016, as well as concurrently deployable to hide web browsing. Paul Privara thereby openly promoting himself as a data engineer in the realm of child exploitation and baby rape, advertising unto others his own ability to deep dive into the depths of deepest darkness and assist others in such. His About section in linked readest my objectives remain the same. Resolve data problems through abstraction, which all too obviously maketh no sense whatsoever, a silly string of terms comprising a non-sequitorial word salad. A data engineer develops, constructs, tests, and maintains architectures, such as databases and large-scale processing systems, which altogether might be occulted, it is obfuscated, as abstracting data problems, but it is not how anyone seriously seeking employment would ever advertise themselves. Instead, Polyboy the Pedo presumes any potential contractor to read, as in to interpret, his pithy About statement as, I exploit Jap to resolve data problems. It has transmission of questionable data through abstraction, ergo cascading and mixing the data streams of multiple users in order to further obfuscate. It has to cull the data to outsiders, which be what Jap does. Both Polyboy, the pervert from Prague, and his foreign-born Euro-slut handler Agnieszka or Agnes Maria Shrogzinska promote themselves as hackers. It would be self-evidently stupid to advertise oneself as such via LinkedIn by all common sensibilities, but they have been emboldened by the Temple of Set to hide it in plain sight. Paulie's entire linked entry being utterly senseless by any conventional rationale other than within this context. Ergo, Paul Pedo per Pervara be advertising more than meets the eye. Anyone doing a search on LinkedIn for Jap specifically in disambiguation from the ethnic slur, which would in and of its own with regular spelling pull up anyone's profile who had worked in either a Japanese restaurant or the Empire of Greater Japan itself, will come across his page and most likely not many more, with the nebulous statement of resolve data problems through abstraction, it as via encryption, being the key. Anyone who wants help in questionable data tasks requiring Jap now be directed to his page and his page alone. His critical omission of blatant hypocrisy what speaks volumes in of and for itself, being that he refuses to explain it in his openly published public statement per myself as to why he still misrepresents himself by hiding behind the photograph of a double-down deceiver, which you can see on facebook.com/PI342, instead of his own flaccid face for reasons what be all too obvious. No one would friend him by his own wretched appearance, despite the fact that he tells underage minors that they have finally found Waldo of the Where's Waldo franchise, and that Waldo was really Harry Potter, his other preferred self-misrepresentation, all along, afore offering to let them play with his magical wand. And one final warning by way of Pavel Privy, the pedo-predatory pervert from Prague. He has now established a false Twitter account by which to continuous misrepresenting himself, called @DDD_now, all in the uppercase. The official Twitter account for the most dangerous man either side of the Pacific be @Doug D. Dietrich, with only the D's in uppercase. Both the identified malefactors, Rose Dio and Polly Privy, ultimately boasted themselves activated assets of the Taw's, the Temple of Set founder, the Setheistic, it is satanic high priest, and primary Wikipedia contributor, the United States National Security Agency Deputy Director, Dr. Michael Angelo Mikey Aquino, Colonel, United States Army, Special Forces, Psychological Operations, retired but laterally transferred after he became a liability to the Army, to civilian intelligence, which is much more secretive, and therein ultimately did retire at the rank of generalcy, the civilian equivalent thereof, would be bureaucratically in the federal vernacular referenced as a supergrade. And of course, these assets be part of his ever-swelling cult of the kings of Edom, it as the anti-gods, his agents in the field. But now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at the link on douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. And confer while there a footnote on my biosire on the homepage of showsdd.com, explaining the meaning of my biological father's name, and let others know that I, Adolf Hitler's scion, be alive and well in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at showsdd.com/donate.html. People are forever asking, Renegatus Humanis Arma Ab Massa Reductio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Linzujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated, nigh immediately aftermath, Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire. When 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the internationally recognized renegade military historian and intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich, long agone, established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. So visit showsdd.com/donate.html and donate online where 'tis fast, easy, and secure. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO, for space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, who you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3, Odalmaj or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Kaylee Combatives. Yea, so all the Magator-backed Dietrich-hosted vids now be available unto all accepting of contents accessible via the aforementioned TB2 and Maggot YouTube channels, or extensive showsdd.com archives, now including even the old ostensibly professed Revolution Radio archives obtained from the late and unlamented controlled oppositionist Mike Ringley, thanks to private purchase by the well-established alternative acid rock band Deep Space Pilots, whom you could visit at deepspacepilots.bandcamp.com. Lead bandsman Ronald P. Stroiney, whom you can friend on Facebook as Zeb Shepard, he being general practice attorney at law in good standing at the law offices of Ronald P. Stroiney and Associates, serving the Chicagoland area's legal needs since 1980 in federal appellate practice, divorce and family law, real estate, bankruptcy, criminal, and DUI. Visit thedebtfreeway.com, as well as the Soy Dizan, American Freedom Radio, transmissions I myself hosted from May 20th of 2018 that Paul Privy smuggled onto YouTube. Precepts ultimately copywriting such for himself, as alluded to within entitlement of same dated episode Douglas Dietrich on American Freedom Radio about being introduced to American Freedom Radio. Those episodes being re-recordings with new images taken from correspondent points in mine presently banned Facebook timelines, but reformatted per the date our Grand Magator John Warrington named each file, and along other John Warrington uploaded programs, inclusive videos, are now only to be found on douglasdietrich.com once upon you click the red donate button. On past transmissions, I've informed our listeners about the option to send us checks or monetary orders to mine own physical mailing address in order to avoid paying the middle person. Now my manager, Lena Shea, has asked myself to clarify unto our audience that I was referring to PayPal Holdings Merchant Services as said middle person, and not herself, who be an unremunerated volunteerist. As my webmistress, the young Madame Lena Shea, has been relaying thank you communique on mine own behalf unto everyone who submits their donations online. My presently transitional website situation be in no way, shape, or form analogous to the Aquino-designated suppression asset Lorian Ann Fenton handling, in which she was assigned to sabotage all my contacts per potential sponsors and all my communications via the open public, while stealing any and all incoming fiscal succor intended for myself as her personal profits. So fear goddess and dread not, whether you send donations online or through the postal services, it will reach myself. Accepting online donations cost us roughly 3% plus or minus to process, so you can help us save a few extra United States dollars by mailing either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personnel residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Dietrich, our Dragons heavyweight lifting, keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7 and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarre HD, which be spelled BIZAREHD. Mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulviers, the son of a Dietrichs, or the son of a dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube, would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Malik, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, and above all else, visit awakewithinthedreamproductions.com to emphasize that Douglas Dietrich reference to thyself to purchase thy ticket to rendezvous face-to-face with Jivel, the devil angel himself, as he delivers his live and personal headline presentation as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on-site, the sacred Mount Shasta, this pending June 18th through the 22nd, Anno Domini 2020 of the Comanal era. My gratitude unto thee all who grace my self-support. Most blessed be thyselves and all thine own. Quick check here. I remember the name of that idiot that was interviewing me, David Griffin, with the Exopolitics UK. So there we are. Let me take a look at what's going on in terms of some of these other sources. As a matter of fact, let me get a draft up for myself. Remind myself to speak about that. David Griffin, Exopolitics UK, was the one who tried to actually turn the Opium Wars interview that our man Peter Moon is now accessing into a post-episodic ambush, and that was something that bears educating people about. And there we are, Exopolitics UK. And the other name I remember was the Veterans Administration bureaucrat I've brought up in several anecdotes lately. A friend of mine, actually, a good man, David Zamlik. And David Zamlik is the man who suffered in Iraq, and also was, you couldn't call it raised. He was kicked out of his home by a Jehovah's Witness who had married his mother. So there we have that experience that Derek Talley and I were talking about. Now, okay, not getting much new in the chat room. I hope everyone, well, I had gone into monologue. Hopefully everyone was listening. Hopefully people could hear me. Told that the stream is holding steady in terms of health. All right, let me go over and just kind of do a refreshment of the page, see if the numbers hold. And blessed night unto all. Thank you all, of course, for being with us tonight. I gave myself a break from everything that I did over the past 2 episodes, where I went above and beyond the call of duty. Do review that, and for all those who support me, do join us again on Sunday night. And my love unto all of you, and best wishes through the Valentine's Day. I hope you do get in touch with somebody that you care about. Do remember, of course, Valentine's Day is actually the holiday for chaste lovers. It's meant for like puppy love, for like childlike love which has no lust. The day for us adults who are trying to get into each other's pants, that's sweetest day. That's actually, I know that no one is going to pick this up and celebrate it the way it's supposed to be celebrated. Valentine's Day is really for the kids who pass out cards to each other in a classroom. But, we adults have hijacked it like we did Halloween, and nothing I say is going to stop that. But nevertheless, just so you know, there is a happy sweetest day out there, which is for the adults who are trying to get laid. Valentine's Day, like Halloween, well, Halloween was never originally for the kids. It was originally Celtic New Year's, and it was far more somber than what it turned into. And the kids kind of hijacked that, and then the adults took it back by making it a sex holiday. But as for Valentine's Day, well, at least you got the history behind it to extent. Okay, might go a bit more into St. Valentine himself, on Sunday, just kind of a recap of that martyr's life. And other than that, all right, all of you take care. Blessed be, and best wishes for our future.